that makes this industry so incredible. And of course, here we are in October. Now, when October started, I was a little bit concerned about saying that, but maybe in these next 3 days, we are going to see some all-time highs. I don't know what we're going to do if that does happen, but I promise there's going to be lots of excitement when that happens, because this truly now is October. Of course it is. Cosmoverse is kicking it off, and we're going to see it flying. Of course, we have so many amazing speakers on this stage as well. It's going to be back to back. It's going to be rapid. So guys, stay in your seats and enjoy. I'm so excited for what's to come. It's a journey on these 3 days, right? We're taking you through all of these different tracks, exploring what is going on in this incredible space. I'm always learning. You guys should always be learning. Question our speakers. Ask the right questions. There's so much more that we can do as an industry, but we have to come together for events like this and see how we can work together. How can we make change? Is someone saying something you don't agree with? Please make sure to reach out with them and actually see how you can change their mindset, change their perspective, because we still have a long way to go. We've come a long way, but there's still a huge, huge future to come. And of course, here we are in my home of Dubai, so it is my pleasure to introduce the stage, talking about Dubai's Web3 transformation. Put your hands together. Let's get lots of energy for Dr. Marwan Al-Zaroni. Woo!
Thank you. I have a clicker. So, good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh for those of you who are Arabic or Muslims in the audience. I'm super excited today. We talked about Cosmoverse about a year ago in another conference in the same venue. And the guys said, why don't we do Cosmoverse in Dubai? And I was like, don't talk about it. Let's do it. This is the spirit of Dubai. We don't only talk about what we're going to do. We actually do it. Dubai is right now the center of the Cosmoverse. Dubai has come through a long journey from having the first ever conference in the region in 2014 to having conferences and meetups, executive meetups, elite meetups in Dubai, as well as the milestone kind of projects and the ecosystem projects here in Dubai. Why Dubai? Dubai, first of all, has the best leadership in the world, the leadership that is always looking forward to what's next, but also eats its own cake, eats its own dog food, and literally tries to not only study every new technology that comes out, but goes all in. Because if you are not all in, you are out. We did that with the internet. We did that with smartphones, with creating Dubai Smart Government. We changed from Dubai Smart Government to Dubai Digital to improve every aspect of life for our citizens, for our visitors, and we put key metrics to measure our success. And I'll speak about that in the next slides. It is right now the most connected city. You are in the Cosmoverse, you're connecting all the different projects, you're connecting all the different ecosystems. We are connecting people, we're connecting countries, we're opening corridors, we're opening bilateral agreements. And we're enabling crypto to happen here in Dubai. We are definitely the center of the universe when it comes to crypto. We are the most open to them. We are the most using them within our government departments. We are using blockchain technology. We started with blockchain technology in 2016, and we realized every applicable use case in the blockchain by 2020. So not only we are early, we are all in. So why now? There are different initiatives in Dubai that enable you as a crypto builder, a blockchain builder, a uniter of ecosystems to really hit the ground running. On the economic side, we have an initiative, a 10-year initiative that started in 2023, so last year, and it's a 10-year program to double the GDP. Doubling the GDP will need crypto. will need fintech, will need us to work together. The whole market cap for crypto is around 2 trillion, depending on the price, 2 trillion. We need to 10 times this at least in the next 10 years, if not more. This is not going to happen with us working in isolation. This is going to happen with us working together. This is going to happen with us with initiatives like D33, which enable AI, blockchain projects, give you incentives, gives you things like a golden visa for gamers with a program called Dubai Program for Gaming. A golden visa, a 10-year visa for crypto developers, crypto founders, crypto funds. A lot of initiatives when it comes to subsidies for VCs to move here to Dubai, for funds to move to Dubai, hand-holding initiatives as well. So we have 2 teams that are dedicated to help you out as a crypto founder. An explorations team that will help you move to Dubai and answer all your questions that have to do with, for example, crypto taxes, things like, oh, where do I take my kids, which schools, I'm from a certain language in Europe or in Asia, and I need a specific school. I'm a certain religion. I need a special school that really teaches my kids that religion and keep true to my culture and my religions and my values. Dubai values every person's value. We have also digital transformation, and again, we eat our own food. Dubai has one of the world's first, not only digital identity, but digital signing solution, digital verification of digital signatures, and the laws to make it happen. The laws to enable it to be equivalent to a wet signature. It might look like a small step, but it's actually SHA-256 signatures, Adobe PDF reader compatible program will be actually able to recognize your signature that's signed by anybody who has the UAE pass, which is our digital identity. You can have single sign-on with that. You can have a universal wallet. We actually do have a universal wallet that you can pay for all your government bills, all your private sector bills like telecom, utilities, all instantly with one button, a pay all button. And you can automate that as well. All of this tell you why now. The digital infrastructure is there. The buy-in from the government is there. The talent is right here in Dubai. You guys are right here in Dubai. The energy and the enthusiasm and the positiveness of Dubai trumps everything everywhere else in the world. I want you to read that. Not from here, online. Read the full text. This is summarized by AI. But the leadership has a vision for us here. And we need to, before we move any step further, we need to agree on the principles. Dubai, for example, does not do politics, and that's part of the 8 principles. Dubai focuses on talent creation. Dubai focuses on making every single person in Dubai successful. Your success as a person living in Dubai, your happiness, you waking up every single morning, looking forward to tomorrow, rather than worrying about politics or, polarizing ideas or any other negative thoughts. You wake up looking forward to hit the ground running, to really find your way, getting to the things you hope for, not only for yourself, but your generations to come, your kids, your kids' kids. When you have that kind of comfort, when you wake up every single morning looking forward to tomorrow, not only that, have that energy and drive to do something that changes not only you and your immediate surroundings, but the whole world from here, from Dubai. This is a life-changing idea. Sorry about the noise. So, a lot of people tell us this is impossible, right? Sorry about that. A lot of people told us this is impossible, like, this is too good to be true. Dubai is too good to be true. Is it? We encourage you actually to come experience it for yourself. If you are not here in the audience and you're seeing this online, come to Dubai. If you guys are here in Dubai, make the most of it. Meet as many people who live in Dubai. Meet as many developers that are here. There's Pedro here from the Cosmoverse. There's Kingsley here as well, who lived in Dubai and met the leadership here in Dubai and worked with us here in Dubai Blockchain Center. Ask them, how was your Dubai experience? You have people from the media as well here with Ranur, who's also a big advocate of our ecosystem here, a big advocate of crypto, not only in Dubai, but worldwide. But all of these guys not only love Dubai, but come to our events here, participate, make the most of it. If he wakes up 8 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock, every single one that comes to all the events, meet as many people, make the most of it. A lot of people in the ecosystem here in Dubai don't have to do that, but we wake up every single morning because we get the energy from you guys. We get the energy from people visiting here. We are encouraged actually to take you out to dinners, to lunches, and show you how the culture is, show you how the ecosystem is, show you how our leadership here is. Meet the regulators, meet the developers, meet the hackathon people, go do hackathons in Dubai, go do events, go have entertainment here in Dubai. Make the most of your visit. It is not impossible. This is a Dubai dream. This is the time right now to execute on this, and welcome to Dubai.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marwan. As someone that moved to Dubai 3 years ago now, I can truly say that Dubai did completely change my life. I come from a TradFi background. That wasn't me. I worked in the City of London, and when I moved here, all I saw was innovation. How much people are open to change, how they actually want to see things from different perspectives. It was absolutely incredible, and that's truly what made me want to be in this industry, because I thought, hold on, there's a whole community out there that wants to do something different, that doesn't see money the same way as it was seen in London. They're all about things becoming more digital, and that's what I love about this region, is they truly do want to empower people to make a change, to do things in a different way that hasn't been done before. They won't stop you, they'll push you to make that change. So honestly, it really is a pleasure to be here in Dubai, and every single time I'm here, it excites me. It's electrifying, and I hope all of you guys get to experience that, because I get to enjoy it on a daily basis. Okay, we're moving on thick and fast. We have our next keynote today. So please, everyone, this is Cosmos and Atom, the interchain catalyst. Put your hands together for Carter from Atom Accelerator. Big round of applause for Carter.
It's a good-looking crowd, Cosmoverse. 5 years. It's been nearly 5 years since the beginning of this great ecosystem that we called Cosmos. We started from $0, a dream, and scaled this to $40 billion plus across the entire interchain. And we've done it a smart contract. We believe in sovereignty, open source code, and the ability to make and define our own tech stack chains via IBC. And this is possible because we have a lot of shared. Another massive one. In a day and age where there's bridge hack after bridge hack after bridge hack, IBC has served us incredibly well. The seamless nature of being able to set up relayers between different blockchains and be able to transfer assets seamlessly. It's modular. We're able to, we have all these different custom blockchains with different use cases, things like Akash focusing on GPUs, or Jackal with data storage, or Osmosis as a DEX. We're able to make custom-made blockchains with standalone modules to serve the underlying needs. It's secure, it's scalable, and it's open source. And ultimately, what we're able to build is just bounded by our imagination, even 5 years into this journey. And in my mind, Cosmos is all about disintermediating solutions to dichotomies. So, originally back in 2018, 2019, 2020, you're forced to be a smart contract and inherit someone else's assumptions. An example would be transparency and privacy. If you're a 100% transparent blockchain, you obviously aren't private. And so we need to be able to give builders the power to define how they navigate different trade-offs instead of forcing everyone onto the same opinionated architecture. And disintermediate we have. At this point, there's 100 plus Cosmos blockchains, $1 billion, even in these conditions, a monthly IBC volume, and that 40 billion. This brings us to Atom, the origin of all of this amazing innovation. You know, in 2024, people ask, like, what is the future of Atom? We feel like the interchain, it's blossoming, it's growing, there's so much exciting energy, but where does this leave Atom as a leading innovator and perhaps distant from value capture? So before we get, too sad, we need to talk about the strengths of Atom. It's open source and has been since day one. In an era where Solana and Ethereum, they choose to sidestep and avoid governance, we embrace it in Cosmos. And if done correctly, is absolutely a strength and a differentiator from any other blockchain ecosystem out there. Atom has widespread DeFi adoption. It's spread through day one. We have excellent economic security, high quality relayers and validators, which, by the way, any relayers or validators out in the audience? Look at that. Dozens of you guys here coming all the way out to Dubai to support this ecosystem. Shout out to all of you validators, one block at a time. 250,000 monthly active accounts, a $45 million community pool, deep, neutral liquidity. This one's kind of subtle. Because the Cosmos Hub didn't launch its own DeFi suite out of the gates in any capacity, volume continues to, we're front running and continue to front run pieces of Atom. Seen dozens and dozens of chains launch. How does that value come back to Atom? There isn't necessarily a clear growth flywheel. There's regulatory uncertainty. There's fierce shared security competition, specifically with the likes of things like EigenLayer. Perhaps a lack of marketing spend and war chest compared to minimalism versus Atom 2.0, and maybe unclear product market fit. Despite this, Atom is continued to be used, and there is absolutely a path for real yield in the hub to kind of climb out with all of those strengths that I mentioned earlier. So, circling back to the future, who does Atom serve and what does it provide? We're at a fork in the road. The hub needs to decide, is it here for security? Is it here for liquidity? Is it here for governance, venture, scalability, interchain capital? There's dozens and dozens and dozens of ideas of what the hub should focus on. And as a general principle, if you chase two rabbits, you will lose them both. So what I want to do is outline a couple of extreme differentiated roadmaps of what the hub could do, primarily to illustrate a point, that there's finite capital and the hub needs to, with all of its core development teams, pick a direction and dominate it. So this first one, I call it hyper-atomification. In this world, Atom becomes the most liquid, resilient, neutral, IBC native crypto. Even as Bitcoin and ETH get bridged into Cosmos, they're always going to have to go through some form of another blockchain or another hub or another blockchain bridge. And so there's always going to be extra security risks, but Atom is uniquely positioned to be the largest native IBC asset forever and always. So this hyper-atomification route, we would ossify inflation, we would remove ICS, we would remove CosmWasm, we would remove the community pool, we would remove the XGov module, we would trim down the accounts module, and have selective state pruning. This turns Atom into a crystal clear interchain capital asset with no questions as pertaining to its role, but obviously rather radical. Another roadmap from back in the day, which many of you are familiar with, is security minimalism. In this world, Cosmos Hub is the most resilient and simple security provider, freezing non-ICS product development, investing in multiple restaking solutions, removing CosmWasm, perhaps introducing rotating validator sets, and code removal and trimming efforts as opposed to adding additional code to the hub. This third one is what I call an aggregate offering. And I would say this probably maps onto the current state of capital allocation for the hub. We have Hydro, which is a kind of liquidity auction platform where all the different Cosmos chains and products can bid on Atom liquidity. We could also continue this path of having ICS and partial set security continue to be adopted by new players. Venture investment, another relatively new concept that's been spearheaded by AADAO. We actually recently announced investment into Drop and Ellis and Plaza, which is super exciting. But we can continue to invest into the Atom economic zone. And when people think about, like, where do I build? Why should I come to Cosmos? This kind of aggregate offering together maybe can beat an eigenlayer that doesn't have some of these kind of liquidity and venture support pieces of the puzzle. And then a fourth one, which is starting to be socialized, is the concept of Halo, which is a shared sequencer and settlement layer. There seems to be this middle ground where one of the lessons of the last 2 years is maybe not everyone needs a blockchain, but maybe we need more. Days we'll be hearing a lot more about Halo as a product offering. So aggregate offering, third option, launch and thrive via liquidity, security, scalability, and venture support. Fourth one is what I just mentioned with Halo. If we really choose to go all in on this, maybe we put less resources into other offerings and really focus on Cosmos Hub securing a futuristic shared sequencer and settlement, which is maybe the hub's role could be, instead of trying to compete with the interchain, and instead solely focuses on investing into the interchain. And so with this radical roadmap, you would freeze all product development. You'd invest $15 million plus into the interchain, into new chains or old chains. All of these investments would be governed in a decentralized fashion, and all those investments would get staked. You'd focus on improved governance tooling, governance as a service, and then the hub really becomes ultra aligned with the whole interchain because its community has literally invested into the vast majority of the most impactful ones. So as this fifth option, Cosmos Hub aggressively invests and governs the interchain. I'm not sure how people feel about that. And then as the last one, perhaps another roadmap that gets unveiled in the next 3 days, because rumor has it there may be a product team. Singular future for Atom. There's many different exciting competitive routes for the hub to go, and as a community, that should be extremely exciting. We had our Atom 2.0 moment where we vetoed that down, but really what we need now is a similar Atom 2.0 moment, but where we choose a singular future. Now that leads to Atom Accelerator, our role and our future as well. Within whatever roadmap emerges as a community-funded organization, we will be all in supporting that direction. So we're not here to choose the path, but we are here to aggressively support it. And our role here at the Atom Accelerator DAO is to accelerate consensus into productive outputs. We're approaching year 3 of kind of continuing our mandate with the community, and one of our big takeaways is that we essentially were handling too many functions, and we would rather narrow in on a narrower mandate and be really, really elite and excellent at a small set of things, as opposed to trying to take on too many functions. So you can expect from us in the future a narrowed scope where we focus on RFPs, specifically supporting roadmap items and key public goods. We'll, of course, continue to manage existing grants and pushing governance along, and they would be removing business development, marketing, and inbound grants, instead kind of diversifying that out to other organizations better suited to handle that. Also be looking to do a reduction in funding request, and also having venture as a separate community proposal, just so we can get kind of full sign-off on the community as it pertains to that AA-DAO function. So a lot for everyone here to chew on. This is extremely exciting times for Atom, as long as we can unify around a competitive future. And I think this next 3 days is going to be full of productive, high-level conversations, and I've never been more excited. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Carter. Yes, that's why we have our 8 tracks here as well, because we are going to take deep dives with our discussions, with our panels. They're really going to look at each of these 8 tracks separately, and then, of course, see how it all comes together. So moving on extremely rapidly, we are now discussing a bit more about tokenization. So please join me in welcoming John from Mantra.
Thanks, guys. otherwise known as the Ghost Sloth. Shout out to my sloths in the audience. How do I get this to work? Well, I will be talking about tokenization in just a second. Okay, there we go. All right, perfect. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Mantra. We're building a real-world asset layer 1. And the question that I want to talk about a little bit today, what's up, is why do real-world assets need a purpose-built layer 1 blockchain? So if we look at our friend Raoul Paul here, he says there's really no point in pushing for tokenization of all assets when we don't even have a blockchain that can support it. You might be thinking, that doesn't really make sense. People are tokenizing assets on Ethereum. They're tokenizing assets on Solana. Why do we need a specific chain for that? And I'll tell you from a personal experience. So show of hands real quick, who's heard of Mantra before this year? Few people in the audience. Cito, I know, back in the Polkadot days. So when we first launched, we were a DeFi project on Polkadot. I know you know too, Ran. DeFi project on Polkadot back in the day. And we had some decent success early on, but we could see that there was regulatory headwinds coming in the space. We initially got back to our roots, and we had done some early onset tokenization deals in the United States back in 2019, 2020, where we actually tokenized a professional basketball player's contract. Pretty interesting offering, but back then there was no DeFi, there was no on-chain technology like we have today. It wasn't the right time. But after initial success with Mantra, DeFi bubble popped. We could see regulatory headwinds coming. I remember being at a conference just like this in New York City in September of 2021 when Do Kwon got issued the subpoena by Commissioner Gensler right as he walked up on the stage. Happy to say that we're in good standing with the Dubai authorities, so no subpoenas for me here today. But effectively, with all these things happening in the backdrop here, we felt like there was a need for some degree of oversight, some degree of compliance, because people were actually losing their money. They were interacting with contracts, getting rugged. All these bad things were happening in the space. And there was a clear coming of regulation down the pipe. So we saw this, and we initially started looking at the US market as our home base. And this was going quite well. This was pre-FTX, pre the blow-ups that we saw in 2022 and 2023. And we wanted to create an on-chain exchange for tokenized assets where you could trade public equities, treasuries, all these things. We found out very quickly that the US was not necessarily the best environment for us to operate this in, just purely because of a lot of the challenges you're facing when dealing with SEC and FINRA. After that, we started looking elsewhere, and one of the places that we chose to come was here in Dubai. We started working with Vara. We started working in Abu Dhabi with ADGM. We started understanding what we can do to operate a compliant on-chain financial ecosystem here, right here in our backyard in Dubai. That being said, when we started building this out, we were educating the regulators on real-world assets, on tokenization, on DeFi, and people still thought DeFi was a scary, scary thing. And they thought, oxymoron, DeFi regulation, how do these things go together? And at this time, we were actually building on Ethereum mainnet, right? And there's a lot of issues with building DeFi applications on Ethereum mainnet, particularly when you're focused on kind of retail, cheap transactions, scalable transactions. It just didn't really work. And at the time, there wasn't other options around. Literally, there was not. We wanted something that was interoperable. Again, we'd come from the Polkadot days. We felt like that wasn't really our play going forward. This was when Solana was still in its SPL. L1s like Aptos and Sui and Movement and others weren't even in existence. So we really felt that it was almost pertinent to build our own ground-up solution that had all these different things. It was scalable, it had interoperability solutions built in, and it could really focus on our use case, which is exactly why we chose the Cosmos. This idea of an app chain thesis. And effectively what we've done is we've created an app chain, or an ecosystem built on the Cosmos SDK that created custom modules specifically for tokenization. They are specialized in nature. It takes regulatory compliance into consideration, and it has an element of both permissionless access as well as permissioning. And it is purpose-built, and I'll talk a little bit more about that going forward. But the idea of having a sovereign layer 1 blockchain solution for real-world assets is critical in order to upgrade and enhance and apply regulatory actions as they come up on a global scale, country by country, jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Dubai. We have an ability to have a permissionless layer where anyone can read and write to the blockchain, but a permissioned layer where people can issue real-world assets to make sure that they're safe and secure. And again, it's built on this modular infrastructure. But honestly, the real reason why people tokenize on Mantra Chain is very simple, and it's none of these things. None of these things. If you ask any of the people who are tokenizing hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars of assets, honestly, it's because they trust us. Honestly, they can just call me. You know, you're not calling Vitalik if something goes wrong with your real-world asset on Ethereum. It's just not going to work, right? They legitimately have my number, and they know where I live, and they can find me. And that's honestly very important. Real-world assets is built on trust. So what are some of the core features on this modular stack that we built on? 3 core custom modules specifically on real-world asset tokenization, a decentralized ID module, a tokenization module, and a compliance SDK, and I'll kind of break this down a little bit. The DID itself is very simple. Decentralized ID that allows you to onboard your real-world identity and information into a soul-bound NFT with your on-chain wallet that then you have the ability, but not the mandated right, but the ability to interact with the permission ecosystem that requires some degree of AML and KYC compliance. This allows you to effectively connect your personality, your person, not your personality, could connect your personality in there too, your person, your on-chain wallet, as well as your real-world financial brokerage account, bank account, etc., to really create a seamless transfer of assets on and off-chain. And the other thing that this is really critical is that it allows for a passportable ID that allows you to interact with various different on-chain permissioned applications without having to redo KYC over and over again. Our personal opinion is that, honestly, people don't hate doing KYC. Everyone does KYC to get on crypto exchanges, right? Nowadays, everyone KYCs. But what you hate, I know I hate, is doing it over and over and over again. That honestly sucks. It's annoying. It's a waste of time. And it's a big piece of friction to onboard people into this real-world asset economy. The next module is this tokenization module. This allows people to easily issue utility tokens, real-world asset tokens, security tokens of all different flavors, all different types that, for example, have different functions built into the smart contract that make it very easy for both Web3 native developers as well as Web2 developers or even just TradFi people to be able to issue real-world assets safely and compliantly and easily. And then this compliance SDK makes it very easy for app builders to issue and create permissioned and permissionless apps that interact with these different real-world assets in a seamless fashion. That allows you to create effectively a customizable governance framework that says people from this and that country cannot interact with this asset, but they can interact with that all the way down to the smart contract level. That's very, very important because you got to keep people like me, an American, off of these platforms. Unfortunately. Hopefully that will change. Let's see. So we believe, and actually not only do we believe, but many people believe that real-world assets are a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity. If you take this as an example, BCG has conservatively forecast that real-world assets are a $16 trillion opportunity by 2030. That's massive. You know, if we're saying that we're focusing on our niche of real-world assets, that niche is freaking huge. But the thing here that's also critically important is that it encompasses any number of different asset classes under the sun. We're exploring all these things, from real estate to debt to art to Pokemon cards. All these things can be tokenized. That doesn't necessarily mean everything should be tokenized, though. Although I see Aaron calling in the front row, and I know he wants to tokenize the Pokemon cards. I do too. I like Pokemon. We're focusing primarily on 3 major assets at the moment. The first being real estate in Dubai. You know, this is the home of real estate. We have really exciting opportunities and deals that we're working on here. Funds and financial assets in nature, so private credit, private equity, real estate funds, all different flavors of fund access under the sun are coming on chain today, literally these days. And IP is another one that's very interesting as well for us. Shout out to the homies at Story. So we believe that Mantra is the home of real-world assets. And we believe that because we are the purpose-built solution for tokenizing assets easily, simply, and compliantly on a sovereign layer 1 blockchain solution. Right here in Dubai, we're happy to be one of the only projects that is focusing on solving a lot of the pain points of real-world assets, because honestly, creating a token is not the hard part. Solving the liquidity issue, having secondary market venues for trading, having people even want to invest in these things is the issue that we're trying to solve and trying to work on. So that's why we've separated into 2 layers, the execution and the application layer. And in this instance, we believe primarily that regulatory enforcement or regulatory application of rules and frameworks happens at the application layer and less so at the protocol layer or execution layer in this instance. So we are building the layer 1 solution that also allows for real-world asset trading and liquidity solutions built on top of it, and this product is called Omega. So Omega is in the process of finalizing its VAR DEX chain on the permission side to a And we do believe we have an innate ability to source very high quality products, very high quality real world assets that frankly are investable in the real world. It's very, very easy to just tokenize something and say, great, we've tokenized hundreds of millions of dollars worth of something. If no one's buying it in the primary market, let alone the secondary market, what is the point? If there's no new net money coming into the space, it honestly is just a vanity metric. So it's important that the quality of assets that we're bringing on chain is of the utmost high quality. So we're working with strong partners in Dubai, in the region, as well as internationally, to bring all different types of products on chain that are both safe, secure, and frankly exciting for people to participate in. And we actually see this as an opportunity that crosses both bull and bear markets. Because frankly speaking, what we want to achieve here is that when Mantra's ecosystem is developed, when there's a number of different products that you can invest in, both on the crypto asset side as well as the real world asset side, it's not a problem to take profit in the ecosystem. It's not this vampirical idea of farming and then going to the next thing, or farming and going to spend your assets on something else. Ideally, what we want to have here is that when you take profit, you're able to then re-hypothecate that back into other different types of products, whether that's treasuries, whether that's real estate, whether that's a private credit fund from Blackstone. All these things that you've never been able to do on chain, we want you to be able to do in the Mantra ecosystem today. And all it's actually doing is adding TVL, adding liquidity to the ecosystem. It's a net benefit in some instances. This has never really been done before in a pure crypto context. So we do have a large ecosystem that's being developed, and there's a lot of people in this room today for now. And we're very excited that mainnet, so you were calling it Uptober. I think it's actually Ohmtober. But we're very excited that mainnet is going to be live in Ohmtober, and I do want to give a little bit of a shout out to Cosmos influencer Hawkage, who said big week next week. He said that yesterday. And today, it's now this week, so it's going to be a big week this week. So thank you very much. If you have any questions about real world assets, about Mantra, about what we're building, please come find us. We have a booth inside. We're happy to share a bit more about what we're building, and hopefully we can collaborate with you all. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it very much.
I think I just got a little insight. Uptober is what we're going for. Yeah, Uptober. That's what we should have that as a hashtag for today as well. So yeah, I completely agree with JP as well. I think we do have to be extremely conscious when we're utilizing tokenization. Is there a reason for actually tokenizing in certain industries? Does it make sense? Is it something we're really calling for? Or is it something we're just trying to push because we think it's a good idea, but in reality, it's actually not needed? So I think we're going to be discussing real-world assets a lot more today as well. And then we move on to our next keynote. I told you it was going to be extremely rapid this morning before we get onto our panels and discussions. So this is Cosmos IBC. Please join me. Let's get lots of energy in here this morning. I know you guys have had coffee. This is Yamund from Interchain Foundation. Let's go, guys.
Here today to talk about something that I'm very excited about, which is the future of IBC, with the subtitle here being IBC Everywhere. And I'll show you how and why. So this clicker is not doing too much. Can I get a new one maybe? There we go. Yes. So yes, my name is Yarman Garba. I'm an overly excited IBC software engineer. So before we talk about the future of IBC, let's look at where we're at today. So IBC is already connected to 119 chains. So it's securing a lot of different chains, and it's trusted by a lot of different teams that have chosen this technology. It's also trusted with a lot of value. So with $1 billion US dollars on a typical 30-day volume means that there's a lot of trust that's being put in it through basically the free market in a way. And there's also a lot of users who trust it. So it's a protocol that's been shown to work, it's shown to be secure, and many trust it. And IBC is a general purpose message passing protocol, but what it actually aims to do is to do for Web3 and blockchains, do for Web3 what TCP/IP did for Web 2 and the internet. So TCP/IP enabled the internet to become a thing. It took these small networks, these small things that were doing interesting things, and it expanded it and enabled it to do all the things that we now can do on the internet, which is, I mean, the space for innovation there was expanding infinitely when everything got connected. And that is also the purpose and the goal of IBC, to do that. And I'll go back to how we'll get there. But first, let's talk about what's been happening in 2024, because there is a lot of interesting things that has happened. So we've done, of course, a lot in ecosystem expansion, and there are many teams out there who are independently working on expanding the ecosystem for blockchains in general through IBC. So volume, obviously, increasing a lot. A lot of teams building IBC out for new ecosystems like Solana and others. We're also seeing that outside of like the typical Web3 sphere, there are big financial institutions who are looking to IBC to how they can enable blockchain communication, and IBC being the natural choice for that, as it's like similar to how TCP/IP enabled connections for networks. So like DataChain and Toki are working with some really big names in the financial industry to do that. We're seeing now with all the roll-ups and the whole modular ecosystem coming up, we'll definitely need a lot of interoperability and cross-chain communication for that to actually work out in a good way. NFT transfers, like we've done token transfers for a long while. NFT transfers will also enable a lot of new use cases. We'll see all these different ecosystems being able to connect together to form, similar to how the internet was formed through all these networks. The interchain is being formed as we speak through IBC. There's been a lot of development in the past year. So IBC Go, the canonical implementation for like the Cosmos SDK chains, we recently released V9, which enables native forwarding. So you can do multi-hop transfers natively in the protocol, unwind tokens. So if you have an IBC asset somewhere, you can route it back to its original form. Multi-token transfers, so you can, in a single transactions, transfers, so you can, in a single transactions, transfer multiple assets and do things with them on, for instance, provide liquidity or do other things. IBC channel upgradability. We've done a lot of work to enable things in the roll-up ecosystem and obviously usability and performance improvements across a lot of releases this year. IBCRS, so the Rust implementation of IBC, launched together with Cosmowasm, the Cosmowasm IBC. So being able to natively in Cosmowasm use IBC in a way more native and easy way than before, which also enables a lot of great use cases for smart contracts. Yeah, and they've done a lot of work on improving the code and improving the developer experience, which is incredibly important as we move into new territories and new ecosystems. Yeah, and they've done a lot of work with Starknet and Sovereign SDK, and yeah, a lot of features and improvements that have been happening there in the past year. So Hermes, the relayer that's written in Rust, has obviously been keeping up with the development in the IBC protocol itself, enabling dynamic gas fees, the channel upgradabilities, and new ways to configure it, and obviously performance, which is very important when you transfer funds around. Interchain test, this one is a little extra interesting for me because I'm a developer, so I kind of like this one. So it enables you to basically set up a very real-like environment where you can spin up multiple chains locally, and you can run these tests on your own your own protocol, your own chain, and also like set up, for instance, now with Ethereum, Bitcoin, you can set up all these different chains that you would actually test with in a testnet or mainnet environment, and you can run these things without any simulation. It's real. You have actually real layers that connect them together, and you have an environment that you can't really replicate easily before without having a testnet, which is one, expensive, two, very slow, and this enables you to actually test things and have them more secure before you actually put them into production. So they've added a lot of chains. They've added support for other programming languages. Different ways of testing, basically, which is very important in all industries, but more so, I would say, in the blockchain ecosystems, because we deal with real money, we deal with real value that you don't want to mess with. So now it comes to what I'm most excited to talk about, which is the future, 2025 and beyond. Like I said, the goal of IBC is to become this interoperability standard for blockchains, and to really enable the future of blockchains. We need interoperability that works. We need to be able to expand beyond the Cosmos SDK and the different chains that we have. So what we've done is that we've taken a step back. We've thought about how we've taken the learnings that we made over the past few years, and we've rethought the protocol to make it possible to actually do that. So I'm very excited to announce, and maybe you can play the short little teaser video there. Video, yes, no? Yeah. So I'm sure many of you have already heard some whispers about this, but IBC Eureka is a new version of IBC that's coming in. Oh, nice. A new version of IBC Eureka, which is building on what we learned and taking us to actually be able to expand to all the ecosystems. Can you maybe go back to the slides? Nice, thank you. So it's coming in 2025, and basically what we've done is we've simplified the protocol in such a way where we have the exact same security assumptions that make IBC great today. It's direct communication with light clients on both sides, so you can actually have direct communication without any third parties, without having to rely on multisigs, which are being hacked left and right. So it builds on all of that. So that's all the same things that makes it great, but we've simplified it to remove a lot of the overhead that has made it very difficult to expand into ecosystems like Ethereum and Solana and all of these places. So it removes all the overhead of these handshakes that we have to do, and makes it possible to actually go to, for instance, Ethereum, which we are doing. So it enables direct communication with Ethereum, so you can have real IBC connection directly with Ethereum with light clients on both sides. So we built, for instance, a light client to support that, leveraging all the things that are happening in ZK these days, and also, basically building it out for Ethereum and also other EVM chains, which we'll be able to support. And like I said, it enables it to support on basically any VM because it's now so much simpler. So, for instance, we built a proof of concept with the IBC Eureka for Solidity in 2 weeks, where it previously took months to do the same because of the complexity and all the communication that had to happen before, which are now removed. And compatibility has been improved, so protobuf, which used to be a requirement, is now actually possible to do. So we actually have it coming in 2025, and I'm very excited that it will be able to improve a lot. Just finally, there is also an ideathon happening right now, so lots of prizes to win, and you do not have to be a developer. Go and sign up. If you have ideas on what you can do with IBC, this is an easy and good way to get into that. Yeah, and thank you. I think 2025 is the year of IBC, and I'm excited to see what y'all build with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. Yes, I love when we look into the future, because if all of you guys in the room believe that the future is blockchain, then you're definitely in the right place. And we're getting key insights, as Yaman's saying, about 2025 being a key year for them. But it's also down to you guys to help develop that. So it's about coming together. I'm sure the speakers don't mind me saying that if you do have questions for them, if you're building projects which could help them, do reach out to them and ask them questions. Yeah, really do push each other, because if we want to keep accelerating, we do need to come together. This is a community as an industry, so we have to keep asking each other questions, reaching out to each other, and that's truly how we get acceleration of this industry. And now we are discussing the Bitcoin Renaissance. I'm excited for this one. Please, let's get even more energy before we start our panels. This is Fisher from Babylon. Round of applause, everyone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fisher. I'm the co-founder and CTO of the Babylon project. And today, my topic is Bitcoin Renaissance. No, not this slide. Okay, well, while they sort it out, let me make sure I'm still welcomed in Cosmoverse, because when in early 2022, when we found Babylon and we decided to join the Cosmos ecosystem, we were told that Cosmos ecosystem people are hidden Bitcoin maxis. So when we talk about Bitcoin, we are actually not a stranger. We are actually welcomed here. So a little survey. Anyone here holding Bitcoin? Any Bitcoiners? Yes, great. So thank you for welcoming me. So you will see very soon that the title of my slide is called Bitcoin Renaissance, but it has a Cosmos icon in it. Is it coming? It's okay, I can do this speech without slides. So why Babylon joined the Cosmos ecosystem is that we are fascinated by the app-chain world, where there are interconnected solvent application chains, like forming a loosely bonded ecosystem through the amazing IBC. Then for such an ecosystem to thrive, okay, what are the key factors? Okay, of course, for new app chain, to become star, it needs a very good idea, app-chain idea. But fundamentally, there are three things that are needed commonly across all the app chains. Security. Economical security means higher stake, proof of stake, consensus to secure the system so that people can trust this blockchain and use it. The next one is called liquidity, meaning that a lot of TVL floating in the chain so that people can leverage the liquidity and drive DeFi success. The last one is called user. User means, bootstrapping your app chain with high quality users, which is usually very difficult, especially for smaller chains. Oh, we have the slides. Yeah, I'm very proud of my slides, so I really want to use it. Yeah. Okay, let me show you the title. So Bitcoin Renaissance with a Cosmos icon in there. I actually asked our in-house graphic designer, hey, the Renaissance, the eye there is beheaded. Where is the eye in the Renaissance? So she told me, yeah, the Cosmos icon there is actually the eye for Renaissance. So yeah, so Bitcoin Renaissance, actually a Cosmos ecosystem, as I will show you, Cosmos ecosystem actually plays a central role in Bitcoin Renaissance. So Bitcoin holders, please behold. Okay, I just talked about security, liquidity, and users, okay, for an app-chain world to become the greatest ecosystem in the world. Then the question is where to get security, where to get liquidity, and where to get users. So in security, an eigen layer, and so on and so forth. But here, I would like to introduce to you the elephant in the room. Bitcoin staking. Okay, so first, what is Bitcoin staking? So think about you are a Bitcoin holder. What native use case does Bitcoin hold it as storage of a store of value? And second, do simple payment with it, okay? Anything else you do, to be honest, in order to use it. For example, if you want to bridge it, you need to trust the bridge team or multisig. If you want to lend it, you need to trust the borrower who can give you Bitcoin back when the time comes. So before Bitcoin staking happens, Bitcoin only has two native use cases. But for most other crypto assets, there are at least three, where the third one is called staking. So what Babylon has been building is to enabling the third native use case of Bitcoin called staking, so that Bitcoin can be used as a staking asset for any proof of stake systems as the security asset and then earn reward. Okay, what do I mean by staking then? First, very importantly, staking is useful because of slashing. Staking provides security to proof-of-stake systems through slashing. So if there's no slashing, it means it is not a valid staking asset. So Babylon's most significant contribution in this direction is to make, actually, yeah, it sounds a bit scary, okay. It makes Bitcoin slashable in a trustless and self-custodial way, so that Bitcoin can be used as an asset that secures POS systems, okay? And of course, a staking asset should be unstakeable. Otherwise, you are just throwing your money away, not being able to give it back, take it back, right? The next property we achieve for Bitcoin related to staking is called partial slashing, which means if you as a staker attack the proof of stake system, it is not necessary that 100 of your Bitcoin gets slashed. It can achieve partial slashing just reasonable. Also, a very important property we achieved for Bitcoin staking is called delegatable, which means if you are a small Bitcoin holder, you don't have to run a validator by yourself. As any other proof of stake system asset, you can actually delegate your stake to a professional validator. By the way, any validators here? Validators, yeah, thank you. $1 billion delegations for you. Because we make Bitcoin delegatable, okay? The last one is called multi-staking, which is slightly different from the restaking that people have been talking about. The restaking means you stake something, and then the staked token is restaked to secure other systems. But what we have achieved is something even nicer. It's called multi-staking. That means you have one Bitcoin, you can use it to simultaneously secure multiple proof-of-stake systems, so that you don't have to take 2 steps. You only need to take 1 step, and everything is native, trustless, and self-custodial. You don't have to trust the restaking platform. So multi-staking is the property that allow Bitcoin to be staked and secure the app-chain world. Okay, so what does Bitcoin staking bring to the Cosmos ecosystem? First, is Bitcoin security. Very high security in an order of like billions or even $1 trillion security at a cost of lower inflation, because Bitcoin holders, they currently do not have any reliable way of generating yield. So as long as the Cosmos chains can provide some yield to them, they'll be very happy, okay? That means in order to introduce Bitcoin as your security, the cost you pay from an inflation perspective is actually lower than staking only using your native token. So by adopting Bitcoin staking, the inflation pressure of the Cosmos chain tokens will be much, much less. And the next is Bitcoin liquidity. So once Bitcoin is staked, it is possible to generate liquid staking tokens on top of the staked Bitcoin, so that the liquid token can be injected to the Cosmos ecosystem to create massive liquidity. And finally, Bitcoin users. As we all know, Bitcoin users are quite a distinct community compared to all other like DeFi, Ethereum ecosystem users. So those users are currently sitting there idle, not doing anything. So by introducing Bitcoin staking and Bitcoin in general to the Cosmos ecosystem will become the first mover in activating all the Bitcoin holders. And yeah, very importantly, with all these benefits, something very important is not touched at all. The sovereignty. The sovereignty of the Cosmos chains are not compromised because of Bitcoin staking, because Bitcoin staking acts as a one layer above on top of the existing consensus. So it does not touch the governance, does not touch the existing consensus. So sovereignty, which is very important and precious, is preserved with Bitcoin staking. Okay, enough talking. Let's show some real-world numbers. So Babylon launched its phase 1 mainnet last month, and we so far achieved the following numbers. In terms of Bitcoin security and Bitcoin staked, we achieved almost $1.5 billion of Bitcoin staked. In terms of liquidity, we have 10 plus liquid staking token projects built on top of Babylon, and the combined liquidity they can provide right now is more than 1 billion. And also, the number of Bitcoin users we have attracted so far is about 25K plus, and we achieved 2 million visits of our website. Okay. Among these numbers, you may find this 25K not very impressive, okay? But a small reminder is that those stakers each staked up to $30 million in one transaction. And more importantly, all the numbers you see here are achieved within 75 minutes. Yeah, so last year, people questioned about whether Bitcoin holders are willing to take a leap of faith and join the Cosmos ecosystem or any other ecosystem. And Babylon proved that, yes, they are. Okay? So, in order to integrate with Bitcoin staking, how much effort it takes? So the answer is less than 2 hours for a experienced Cosmos engineer. As long as you have the standard tech stack, Comet BFT, Cosmos SDK, and Cosmos Wasm, to build a chain that integrates with Bitcoin staking only takes less than 2 hours. So it's super easy to do the integration. Okay. So the demand is there, from the Bitcoin side, and we believe Cosmos ecosystem will be the ideal ecosystem for Bitcoin holders to take their first step. So Bitcoin Renaissance, I believe Cosmos will play the central role of it. So Bitcoin staking catalyzing Bitcoin Renaissance, and Cosmos is at the center of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fisher. We will be getting back to a lot more Bitcoin soon because we have our Bitcoin track coming up, and I will also be giving you some more of those facts from Babylon. We are moving swiftly on. I told you guys it was going to be super quick, and I'm going to be even more quick for this one. This is token portals, bridging the great chain divide. This is definitely the best outfit so far today. I'm extremely excited for this one. So please put your hands together for Sunny from Osmosis.
I am Sunny Agarwal, co-founder of Osmosis. As Lisan Al-Gaib, I shall take us to interchain paradise! Today, we're going to be talking about token portals. Polaris, this new project that the Osmosis team has been working very hard on for the past few months. And some of you may have already seen it online, bits and pieces, but today we'll be talking about why we're building this, a little bit about how we're building this, and then a quick demo on what it is we're building. So, Osmosis, our goal, we always had one goal, right? Which was beat centralized exchanges. And we were like, from the beginning, we were like, what do we need to do to beat centralized exchanges? There's three main things we need. We need better UX, we need asset breadth, and we need privacy. And for basically over the course of the last 1 year, Osmosis has been very focused on the UX. Last year, I gave a talk at Cosmoverse about smart accounts and how we're going to improve the UX. And, I think over the course of last year, we've sort of delivered this. If anyone's tried one-click trading on Osmosis, that's like the first instantiation of smart accounts, and there'll be a lot more cool features yet to come, where if you're coming to the Cosmoverse hackathon this weekend, Osmosis is running a smart accounts track where you can hack using the smart account stack to build a lot more account custody features for Osmosis. We've also shipped a new portfolio page that makes it easier to track your portfolio, get graphs, see not just your Osmosis portfolio, but other apps in the ecosystem like Mars, Levana, all in one place. We've shipped a brand new trading experience that allows you to, buy, sell, input your values in fiat value, which is very nice, have limit orders available. So, the trade experience on Osmosis has really come a long way over the course of the last 1 year as well. Now, going forward now, the next step that we need to solve is asset breadth, right? And that's kind of what we're going to be focused on here. So when you go on centralized exchanges, they're kind of awesome. You can buy everything in one place, right? You can go on Binance and you can buy Bitcoin, ETH, Sol, XRP, Doge, all in one place without having to switch sites. And that's what users want. Users aren't chain maxis. They just want to trade everything. But there's nowhere in DeFi you can do that today, right? There's nowhere you can buy Sol and ETH and XRP in one site. You have to go to different sites, you have to use different bridges, you might not know what bridge to use. And when we started Osmosis, we were like, okay, we're going to solve this by becoming the Switzerland of DEXs, right? By being an app chain DEX, we're going to connect to all the other chains and have liquidity flow onto Osmosis, and people will be able to trade everything in one place. But over time, over the course of the 3 years, we've learned that there's problems with this, right? And we call this the Great Chain Divide. And what this basically means is most chains are just trying to foster their own DeFi ecosystem, right? Probably like 75% of the chains that exist today are mostly just trying to be DeFi chains. And because of that, they don't want liquidity to leave their ecosystem. And they have little desire to support liquidity on other chains, whether that's through market makers or liquidity injections, and unless you have the support of foundations or teams or whales of these projects, it's really hard to bootstrap liquidity for these other assets. So, for example, you have like Ethereum native assets, ETH, Maker, Pepe, they're all just gonna stay on Ethereum. There's good enough DEXs on Ethereum. You have, L2s like Base, where also Uniswap exists, but, a lot of these new projects, they want to try to like bootstrap their own internal DeFi projects as well. So that's why on Base, you have stuff like Aerodrome, which is, promoted much more heavily within the ecosystem than Uniswap. And then all the ecosystem native assets like Aero, SPX, Degen, they all just flow onto the Base native DEXs. And then you see the same thing with Solana, right? And this makes it very hard for something like Osmosis to get liquidity for stuff like WIF and Bonk. People come asking like, hey, I want to buy WIF, but or I want to buy Bonk, but there's like, $5,000 of liquidity on Osmosis. That's not enough to buy. And it's like, yes, we know that, but like, how do we solve this? Well, where Osmosis does get traction is on app chain assets, right? So things like the Cosmos Hub, Celestia, AKT, all app chains that don't have their own native spot DEX. Even DYDX, it's a perps DEX, but it doesn't have its own native spot DEX. So that makes Osmosis be a great spot DEX app chain to serve other app chains. And obviously the biggest one here is Bitcoin, right? That's the big holy grail, and that's where Osmosis is going to be spending a lot of its time in the coming months and years, to focusing on being this really good app chain DEX, serving these app chains, serving Bitcoin, serving BRC20s and runes and stuff, and being the app chain DEX. But so that still leaves us with the problem of this massive liquidity fragmentation. Every ecosystem has its own preferred liquidity venue, which all have their own interfaces, Uniswap, Osmosis. You do have like some aggregators like Jupiter, but they're still very ecosystem specific. And then they all have their own wallet interfaces. And so similarly that wallets are very sticky for the users, liquidity is also very sticky for the ecosystems. And so like, okay, where do we solve this problem? How do we still provide our end goal of giving users one place to trade everything? Is we're going to solve this at the interface level. That's where it's the least sticky and has the lowest switching cost for users. And that's why we developed Polaris, the token portal, one place to trade everything on any chain. So when we were designing Polaris, we had a couple of design goals that went into this. 3 main ones. One is we want to be able to scale to new ecosystems quickly, right? A lot of cross-chain apps, they're very, it's EVM only, or only EVM and Solana, right? It's like, no, we want to be EVM, Solana, Move, Bitcoin. We want to scale to many things quickly. We want to minimize user frictions, and we want to be able to use existing wallets. I don't know about you guys, but I hate having to switch wallets or download new browser extensions. I want to be able to use apps with my existing wallets. So there's a couple of strategies that we went around in order to achieve those goals. One is we don't want to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of DEXs we have to integrate. There's a lot of bridges we have to integrate. And a lot of them we are writing our own custom integrations. But wherever possible, we want to work with existing aggregators. So within Polaris, we make use of Skip, we make of Rango, we make use of Jupiter, 0x, Aftermath, which is a SWI aggregator. And we make use of these so no one of these aggregators actually is giving us the asset breadth support that we want, right? Like Jupiter is only for Solana's, Skip allows us to go from like EVM to Cosmos, but only to USDC on Solana. Or, there's a lot of, but by aggregating the aggregators, we can actually achieve the asset breadth that we're looking for. I also included Alloyed Assets logos there because they're not really an aggregator, but they're a big part of how we combine these routes. A lot of time we bring assets to Osmosis, swap through the Alloy, and then bridge them off. Second, we want to be able to use existing wallets, right? So there's a lot of new projects out there today working on bringing this multi-chain experience, but they often require you to download a new wallet or make a new account. You have Infinex, Control, Trust Wallet, really great projects. But we want to get rid of that deposit button, right? We don't want you to have to move assets to a new account. We want to use your existing wallets. We want no intermediate wallets, right? So when you go on Rango, so by the way, I'm not trying to shit on any of these projects, right? These are all amazing projects whose work we're building off of, right? We're using Rango, we're using Skip, but I just want to show you what are the pain points that we came across that we wanted to solve. So on Rango, when you come and you want to swap from Solana to Osmosis, they make you go through Polygon first, but I need to connect a Polygon wallet. And that's kind of like, I don't have a Polygon wallet. I don't have Matic to pay gas. So like, what do I do? So we want to solve that. We want to minimize the manual approval. So on Skip, if you're trying to swap from USDC on Solana to Atom on the Cosmos Hub, it requires 2 signatures, right? You have to wait for the transfer from Solana to Noble first, which might take a few minutes, and then you have to do a second transaction to send it to the Cosmos Hub. And it's like, I don't want to have to sit there waiting for 2 minutes to pass before I can do my next transaction. So we want to get rid of these multiple approvals. And we want to avoid on-chain contracts. So the way a lot of these people hook things together is they write these on-chain contracts. It's from the LiFi. But you'll notice that what they do is they have to write a special contract for every single bridge they want to integrate. And like I mentioned, one of our goals is we want to be able to scale to new ecosystems quickly, right? And they can do this with Solidity, but we don't want to have to do this in Solidity and Cosmwasm and Solana Rust and Move and Stacks, and it'll get very unwieldy very quickly. So we're trying to avoid on-chain contracts and use as much off-chain reusable components as possible. So with all these goals, we kind of developed this thing called Polaris Autopilot, which basically how it works is the user will generate a new private key based off of a signature from their existing wallet. So you'll see how that works in the demo, but basically you sign a message and then that signature is used as the entropy to generate a seed phrase for a new wallet that exists on all the chains. This key is stored in browser, and so this is nice because that means the JavaScript of the site can sign in the background without manual user signatures. And it can hold funds on intermediary chains. And it does not need on-chain contracts, which is very powerful because it's all done in JavaScript and Go, we can reuse existing Bridge and DEX client libraries. We don't have to write on-chain smart contracts for every single one of these. And one nice accidental side effect of this process is that we can actually use private mempools for MEV resistance. What that means is normally on a lot of these cross-chain flows, you have to submit the entire route on the first transaction. But what that's doing is that's leaking your entire transaction trade route, right? Let's say you're doing a swap on Osmosis, bridging to Solana, and then doing a swap on Solana. If you reveal the swap you're doing on Solana right up at front at the beginning, that makes it very easy for someone to front run you before you make your Solana transaction. By doing these steps piecemeal and only submitting and revealing as needed, we can submit the Solana trade to a private mempool to Jito on Solana, and that prevents this MEV extraction that is very common in cross-chain flows. And then finally, while this is all designed to work fully client-side in your browser, entirely self-custodial, we also offer the ability you can share the key, shard the key, send it to a Polaris MPC service so that you don't have to remain online. So you don't actually have to even keep your browser window open. You can initiate a trade and turn off your laptop, go do something else, and the entire trade will still execute in the background. While designing this autopilot, we also realized, hey, we can actually reuse a lot of the same mechanisms to build what we call Polaris vaults. Polaris vaults are basically, you can reuse the autopilot system to allow you to custody assets on chains that you don't have an existing wallet for. So you can think of this as an application-specific multi-chain wallet. But like I said, the goal is we want to be able to scale to new ecosystems quickly. And building new ecosystem wallets is hard. How we solve this is by building an application-specific wallet. When you use Polaris Vault, you can't go use this with Wallet Connect and connect to any dApp on any ecosystem. It is a application-specific vault designed for trading. But we do allow you to export the private keys that were generated so you can import them into another wallet. So let's say you use a Polaris Vault to buy Ton for the first time, but then you want to go download a Ton wallet later to use some dApp. You can export that private key, import it into TonKeeper, and start using it. And Polaris Vaults will be eventually how we bring a lot of the smart accounts capabilities that we've designed on built on Osmosis and bring them to a multi-chain world. And then finally, the last goal is we want to avoid gas dead ends, right? So, you come on, this is Jumper, I'm trying to swap ETH on base to WBTC on Scroll, but I can't do it because I don't have any ETH on Scroll. So we want to avoid these sort of gas dead ends. And to solve that, we had to build a native gas station as well, which basically involves, you can pay gas on one originating chain, and we'll pre-fund your gas on all the intermediary accounts for the entire route. So with all that, let's hop into a demo. So how does it look? You land on the page. Looks like a pretty typical DEX, site. You come in, you go ahead and connect your wallets, and you can choose, wallets of all the different ecosystems are aggregated in one place. I'll say, hey, I want to come in, connect my Phantom. You can choose what ecosystem you want to connect your wallets for, right? Phantom supports Solana, Bitcoin, and EVM. But let's say I only use it for Solana and Bitcoin. I don't use Phantom for EVM. So I deselect it and go ahead and click connect, approve the connection. Now you can also, filter by ecosystem. Say I want to look for only my EVM wallet. It'll filter that down. Go ahead and connect my MetaMask. And you'll see, okay, cool. I have Phantom connected for Solana and Bitcoin, MetaMask connected for Ethereum and whatever bunch of other EVM chains. And I go ahead and click done. And now you can come here and open up the portfolio drawer, which by the way is one of the most useful things, even in our private alpha. This is probably the feature. This is probably the feature I use the most. Was that my silent signal to be I'm out of time? Okay, well, this is the portfolio, the portfolio view. You can see all your assets. We aggregate your balances. We say, hey, you can see your BTC on Bitcoin, your WBTC on Ethereum. Same thing with ETH. You can come and say, hey, I can see this is how much ETH exposure I have, regardless of which chain, if it's on Ethereum or Optimism, whether it's as wrapped ETH or even if it's as an LSD, right? You probably just don't care. You just want to know, hey, this is my aggregated ETH exposure. You can also switch to the network view if you want. You can break it down by network. When you are choosing what network asset you want to buy or sell, you can choose what chain you want to receive it on. But our goal is really to move towards a full chain abstraction view. We want users to not have to think about what chain they're using and instead just focus on what is your token exposure. So let's go ahead and make a quick swap. We'll go ahead and swap some Sol for some degen, right? So you can go ahead and search degen. It will automatically suggest to you what chain to buy it on. So it'll say, hey, degen, most liquidity is on base, so it'll automatically select that and give you a quote. Let's try something more challenging, though. Let's try buying some Ton, which you'll notice that we actually don't even have a Ton wallet. But we can solve this, right, in two ways. One, you're given the option, hey, do you want to connect a Ton wallet? I don't want to install a new wallet. I hate installing new wallets. So instead, I'll go ahead and use the Polaris Vault feature. And basically, as I mentioned, what it's going to do is give you a pop-up transaction that it will sign a message. And what this is going to do is it's going to generate a new account that's secured by your existing Phantom wallet. So it's always fully self-custodial. And now you can go ahead and see the route. And once you're ready to transact, you can go ahead and approve it. And it'll do two transactions. One is, like I mentioned, it'll use the gas station to pre-front you some gas on all the chains needed. So you'll go ahead and sign that. And then once you do that, it will ask you for the second step to actually execute the autopilot. And you'll notice this is a pretty complicated swap going on here. To go from Sol to Ton, there's no direct bridges between Solana and Ton network. So what we have to do is we swap the Sol to USDC on Solana, we bridge it to Noble via CCTP, we bridge it to Osmosis via IBC, we swap the USDC to USDT on Osmosis, we bridge the USDT to Ton via O-Bridge, and then we swap the USDT on Ton to Ton using DDoS. And so it's like, man, this is a lot of steps. You'd have to do that yourself, you'd probably have to go to like 5 different sites, DEX sites, bridge sites. It will probably taken you at least an hour. Instead, Polaris automates all of that in a couple of minutes, and there you go. You got Ton on Ton chain. So almost done. We got one more thing. So, like I mentioned, what do we need in order to compete with CEXes? We need better UX and asset breadth and privacy. Let's solve privacy. So, the other big thing we're going to be focusing on over the course of the next year is Polaris Privacy Mode. So Polaris Privacy Mode, what it will do is it will basically generate Polaris vaults for users on some privacy-preserving chain, like Namada or Penumbra. And it will dispatch trades to whichever has the best liquidity and return assets to the privacy chain. So you can't tell who made the swap. You'll just know some Polaris Privacy Vault user made a swap. And what we're effectively doing is turning every chain into a privacy chain. So, there are some great privacy chains, especially in the Cosmos ecosystem, right? But when you swap on Penumbra or Namada or Secret Network, you're limited to the liquidity of those chains. What Polaris will do is it gives you all the privacy benefits while tapping into the global liquidity. So, quick demo or visual. Normally on Solana, if you want to swap some Sol to Bonk, you'll know exactly who did it. Here you can see it was Alice that did the swap. But instead, with Polaris Privacy Vaults, Alice, Bob, and Charlie can all, using a Polaris Vault, deposit their Sol to a privacy chain like Namada, and underneath the hood, it's all being held by vaults of these users. But as a privacy chain, you don't know who, right? And so when someone comes and does a swap, it'll dispatch to Solana, swap to Bonk, and go straight back into Namada automatically. You don't know who did that swap. You can imagine this will get expanded to every chain via Polaris, right? So you have Ethereum, Solana, Osmosis. You bring in Namada, all the users will take all their assets and deposit via privacy vaults into Namada or whichever privacy chain we use, and you have all these trades being dispatched, tapping into global liquidity, doing multi-chain swaps. US ETH is going to Ethereum, swapping to USDC, going to Solana, swapping to Sol. All these trades are happening while everything is being private. No one is leaking their trading strategies. No one leaking any of their privacy details. So, yeah, with Polaris, we're going to solve UX. I hope you guys thought the demo had some good UI and UX. I hope it was nice. We're going to solve asset breadth, and we're going to solve privacy to build the token portal. All tokens, all chains, one app. Thank you.
Very much, Sunny, for bringing lots of energy to the stage, and I always love seeing a demo as well, because it really does help you to create in your mind exactly how it's going to operate, which is always exciting. We are moving on to our Bitcoin track now. I promised you guys we are going to have our 8 tracks over these 3 days. Yes, it's a lot, and we're starting with Bitcoin. I was just at Bitcoin Amsterdam, so I really did get an insight in what's happening in the space, what's coming in the space. We were talking about, transporting into the future and seeing what's to come. And I'm very excited what's happening in the Bitcoin space, where we did have so many Bitcoin maxis who really did not want to discuss blockchain. Now everyone is a lot more open about building on Bitcoin and how it can be integrated with other blockchains. So this Bitcoin track is brought to you by Babylon. Now, Fisher did mention earlier some of the amazing statistics that they have. They are the leading Bitcoin staking protocol, and as he mentioned, they recently had 1.5 billion TVL in just 75 minutes of Bitcoin locked in their protocol. I know that got a big round of applause earlier. Fisher is going to be joining us back on this stage. And also, amid the Babylon mainnet, the launch called Bitcoin transaction fees to spike at 10x. So really exciting what's going on in Babylon, really exciting what's going on in Bitcoin. And this amazing panel is titled Bitcoin, From Renaissance to Revolution. Okay, so join me in welcoming to stage our three amazing panelists. We have Nick from Coin Bureau, Fisher from Babylon, and Mihelo from Polygon. Let's put our hands together, everyone. Our first amazing panel of today.
Cool, guys. So we call this panel, I decided to name this panel Bitcoin Renaissance to Revolution, because as Fisher shown us that, what? Oh, you, okay, he's in the wrong places. That's okay. Nice photos. Well, I mean, you can tell it's not him, so, you know, he's got the long hair. So yeah, we call this panel the Bitcoin Renaissance to Revolution, because as Fisher's explained, this year is first this renaissance, this change within Bitcoin, this reimagination of what Bitcoin can really be, right? And now what we've seen is it will eventually, with this $1.3 trillion asset class, which everyone just holds as a digital gold, as a store of value, it could now be transformed into something so much more than that, right? So that's when the revolution comes into it, the revolution and reimagination of Bitcoin. So that are the way, Fisher, I want to start off with, obviously you gave this great presentation in terms of how exciting it's been for you guys with Babylon. And, you know, you've had this massive renaissance, you've capped out stake one with like 23,000 Bitcoin, some up to 30 million who deposited, and like 23,000 people. So were you surprised by this massive demand to utilize the Babylon protocol, and what do you think the says about the current state of the Bitcoin network?
Yeah, we are actually humbled by the results we have achieved. Yeah, having like someone stake $30 million in one transaction is something that we never expected before. Yeah, so I think we did a lot of work in convincing Bitcoin holders to take this initial step towards joining other ecosystems and embrace Bitcoin DeFi by inventing Bitcoin staking, the first trustless and self-custodial use case of Bitcoin beside holding and payment.
Yeah, because one of the main points there is, and as we were talking about earlier, is the fact that they don't have to rely on any sort of bridges of any sort, right? Literally, like they can start with the Bitcoin right within their wallet, and you know, it's fully self-custodial. So Mihelo, I want to move to you, obviously, because Polygon is very prolific within the Ethereum space, right? And they've got the first side chains with Matic. Now you've got the Polygon Act and all the of Ethereum. So, what's your view on in the build space right now in the L2 space? You know, are you guys working with projects? How do you evolve and see it evolving with the Ag and CDKs?
Yeah, sure. First of all, hi everyone. Yeah, great question. Bitcoin is, alongside Ethereum, the most battle-tested chain in the industry, and as such is very well positioned to be a very reliable settlement layer or base layer for any type of layer 2 constructions. And we are very excited to tap into that opportunity and explore that. Aside from that, as we know, Bitcoin is still, I would say, the father of the industry in terms of being the asset that is hovering around 50% of the total market cap of the industry. So it's like huge financial potential there, huge amount of capital, basically, that is by design unproductive, if I may say so. And now with projects like Babylon, we are actually tapping into this huge pool of capital that we can now leverage across the ecosystem, and we are very excited for that. At Polygon, with the egg layer itself, we are basically unifying, I would say, the entirety of Web3, including Bitcoin, and bringing Bitcoin to all these other chains and to the rest of the ecosystem. And I would say it's a perfect symbiosis with what projects like Babylon are doing. So we're very excited about collaborating as well.
Okay, so obviously there's Babylon staking, right? So the Bitcoin staking, but the Bitcoin L2 space is much more than just staking, right? Because you can be utilizing Bitcoin as a security, Bitcoin security for so many other things built in on top of these L2s. So what are some of the use cases and some of the projects you guys see that are building right now in the L2 space that you're particularly excited about?
Yeah, so we are currently focusing on the Cosmos ecosystem and some Bitcoin L2 projects on the DeFi, lending, and real-world assets, so in Oracle's data availability layers. Yeah, okay. Quite a wide spectrum, but the focus is on the Cosmos ecosystem.
Okay.
Yeah.
And coming back to that, the whole point about interoperability, obviously, because this is an important discussion right now within the Ethereum space, right? And I'm curious to get your take on it as well, like this question of all these L2s who potentially, like, we have to rely on bridges and there's not that much interoperability between them. Correct. And there's also the concerns now around, is this taking away attention from the main chain, settlement and that. And, I guess the question here is, in the long term, building out this massive ecosystem of L2s on Bitcoin, does this potentially lead to a situation later on where you've got, where the transaction fees are no longer going to be paid a lot to support the miners? Is this a concern in the future?
Yeah, so you raise a very good point. Interoperability is exactly the weakness of the current Bitcoin L2s, because current Bitcoin L2s, most of them just copy-paste Ethereum L2 architecture and plug into Bitcoin. So, and similar to Ethereum rollups of layer 2s, the interoperability between those layer 2s are almost non-exist, so that they actually work in silos. That's why we actually prefer the Cosmos ecosystem much better, because the Cosmos chains, they are interconnected using IBC. So if they can somehow become a Bitcoin scalability layer, that would actually be amazing. I think that would be the best Bitcoin, the future for Bitcoin L2, rather than copy-pasting Ethereum L2s and use it for Bitcoin.
Got it. And what sort of breakthroughs do you think are needed for us to get to that stage where Bitcoin can actually settle on main chain?
Sorry?
What sort of breakthroughs do you think are needed for us to get to the stage where Bitcoin can actually start settling on main chain and be proper L2s without relying on bridges and things like that?
Yeah, so, okay. I think that being trustless and self-custodial are the most two important things to achieve for us to build Bitcoin layer 2s or scalability layers. Yeah, so we will keep pushing towards this direction. BTC staking is the first thing we do, and we are working on research and development, doing more native use cases of Bitcoin to make the whole thing happen.
Okay. So, Mihailo, coming back to, obviously, your experience building solutions within the Ethereum L2 space and the Ethereum ecosystem, I'm curious now when you look at it, when we're trying to scale out the Bitcoin L2 space, are there particular things that you think, from your experience within building in Ethereum L2 land, that we can take to utilize within Bitcoin space, like potential concerns that could be raised early on in terms of this concerns about interoperability, and settlement?
Yeah, sure. I think, of course, we are a little bit biased because at Polygon we are all in on ZK, and we have been since 2021 when we published our ZK thesis, and we officially, I would say, went all in on this technology. But I think that has proven at this point to be a very, very good bet, if I may say so. As an industry building scaling solutions, I think we should primarily have ZK in mind. That's the first thing. Yeah. It's a very powerful technology that seems to be able to address basically main challenges that we are facing as the industry. So that being said, with that premise, I think what Bitcoin needs to do is to enable some sort of ZK-proof verification on Bitcoin, and there are now significant efforts there and a significant push in that direction, which I'm very happy to see. And now with the experimentation around opcode that will possibly be introduced in the Bitcoin script, we are kind of opening the door for that important step. So that would be a major step forward, and it will enable, I would say, proper L2s on top of Bitcoin. That's a major one, I would say. Apart from that, I think keeping an open mind, Bitcoin community has always been pretty conservative, pretty resistant to change, and that's by design. Bitcoiners will say that because it's a highly valuable asset, right? It's $1 trillion worth asset class, so it's reasonable to be very cautious and be very conservative with anything, with any new technology, basically, and any significant upgrade. But that's the only way for any technology, including Bitcoin, to survive, is just to keep evolving and keep being improved. So yeah, I think Bitcoin community needs to be a little bit more open. I think we're seeing that increasingly as of late. So that's also a very good sign. And yeah, speaking of keeping an open mind, I think efforts like Egg Layer are an effort to, I would say, think out of the box or to approach the problem completely differently, where you have this unification layer that can really enable now Bitcoin to flow across the entirety of Web3, basically, across all other chains in its basically native format, secured by cryptography. And I think it's a very also interesting effort. And again, we are biased, obviously, but this Egg Layer effort is the result of us thinking about how to approach these problems for like 4 years already, and we're very, very excited about also bringing it to the industry.
Yeah, thinking ahead there.
I would like to add a little bit to that. I think ZK is actually a very important piece to make Bitcoin ecosystem grow bigger, because Bitcoin itself is so limited, and ZK is the perfect way to extract security from Bitcoin. Yes, ZK is very important.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, it's the holy grail, the ZK proofs on main chain, on Bitcoin. That's the holy grail of the L2 space without reliance on bridges. So coming back to the point you raised around the hesitance of Bitcoin maxis, I'm curious as to, when you first decided to think you're going to do a Bitcoin staking protocol, right? Because I know it was originally a time-stamping idea. And now, did you not think that you were going to have a lot of pushback from the maxi crowd? Isn't it hard to conceptualize the case for maxis?
Yeah, so if you look at the spectrum of Bitcoin maxis, they are different, like dead maxis, more progressive maxis, and more neutral maxis. We are actually very grateful that the Bitcoin core developers and the dead maxis, they didn't interference with our innovation. So this is the beauty of decentralization. There's no Vitalik right saying, yeah, this is good, this is not good. So they allow us to take our time to build our tech and prove to the world that Bitcoin staking is a native use case of Bitcoin, and convince the more progressive and open Bitcoin maxis to support us and actually stake with us.
Okay. And then obviously there's a lot of excitement as well with the restaking stuff and the liquid staking. So there's the whole DeFi, DeFi somewhere on Bitcoin coming soon, right?
Yeah.
So back to you with regards to Polygon and the CDKs. I know that you've already started work with a lot of other L2s, right? I think Merlin Chain is utilizing the CDK, as well as you've done a partnership with Botanics and some description with the CDKs. It's like, are you working with any other sort of Bitcoin L2s right now in terms of working with them with both the CDK or on the Egg Layer front?
Yeah, there are multiple of them. We are constantly in talks with so many teams and trying to help them basically utilize CDK. And we believe it's a really, it's the best, I would say, bet if you want to go in the direction of ZK. If you want to build your own chain and if you want it to be secured by ZK, I would say Polygon CDK is the best choice in the market at the moment, and we are very excited to speak with all these projects and support them. Currently, again, the slight obstacle is that it's not possible to verify ZK proofs on Bitcoin, but I think we are really going to get there with OpCat and this effort. That there's what's important is that we are really seeing genuine interest and genuine push amongst core developers. So you might see some people on Twitter, some of these, again, maxis that will go against any type of significant change or whatever, but core developers are really understanding the potential here. And as you said, it's really opening up I would say in the most secure way, opening up Bitcoin, because you're really minimally changing the base layer itself, and you have cryptographic security that all additional logic that you might implement in layer 2 is safe, that no assets are at risk. You have this cryptographic security, which is extremely important. And again, we're seeing a huge level of interest among core developers, which is very, very nice to see. And we're working with, I think, 5 or 6 different Bitcoin L2s at this point that are working on utilizing Polygon CDK. So we're very also happy.
Perfect. So Fisher, just going back to the stakers now who's staking within Babylon, and you said up to 30 million, some of these individuals. I'm just curious in terms of a sense, how much of that, do you have any idea what sort of breakdown there would be? Obviously, these are, non-KYC and that kind of stuff, but do you think it's institutional demand to want to stake through Bitcoin?
Yeah, so you're asking about the composition of the Bitcoin stakers. Yeah, so we do see both retailers, stakers from the community, and also institutions and custodies. Yes, we have like a full spectrum of Bitcoin stakers. And the even larger institutions, they are more conservative. They would like to observe our staking platform to make sure it is secure and then come later. So yeah, so Cap 2, we do have some institutes, but there will be more coming.
Cap 2. And when do you have any idea that they're coming up? Is it
Cap
3, sorry. When is Cap 3 coming up? Do you have any ideas when that's going to be rolled out?
I don't want pressure to our engineering team, but not very.
And you'll be increasing stake sizes and everything.
Yeah.
Is BlackRock interested? IBIT, they're going to stake IBIT through Babylon.
Yeah. So one thing to say is that we will not run this phase for too long.
Yeah.
Like some projects lock people's asset for like a year long. No, that's not what we'll do.
Okay, cool. So what are some key innovations? You've obviously talked about some of the key innovations of Babylon that have, that allow for stakers who want to do this and trust to stake with back. Obviously, the self-custodial stuff, but there's also and then also the slashing component that be able to slash.
Sure. So BTC staking allow Bitcoin to become a first-class staking asset for any proof-of-stake system and achieve all the properties of staking asset you can imagine. So what we are trying to do next is to invent more native use cases for Bitcoin based on the current capacity of the Bitcoin script. Like you mentioned OPCat, which require upgrade, but there's another direction which is called BitVM, which does not require Bitcoin to upgrade, and still you can verify ZK. So yeah, we are actively exploring that direction at the moment.
Okay. So I'm curious then, in terms of like, from your perspective, what are the key, not necessarily risks, but obstacles for Bitcoin reaching this revolution of like, what obstacles you face from people? Obviously, we've mentioned the Bitcoin maxis, people who are hesitant, but what are the obstacles you guys foresee for the Bitcoin space, Bitcoin L2 space?
Maybe
Yellow.
It's a good question. I think aside from, as you said, this reluctance from some parts of the Bitcoin community, I think I'm not sure if there are any other obstacles, basically. Like,
I mean, there's so many obstacles.
It's just minimally invasive changes to the protocol are required, and there is already excitement about them, and people are working on them. I'm not sure if there are any other risks. Nothing comes to mind, to be honest.
So it's just changing minds,
I think changing mindset a little bit, but even the mindset is definitely changing. We are seeing that amongst the people that really do understand the technology, among core developers, and they are the ones who are kind of taking the most, their responsibility is the highest here, and they are the most excited about this, because I think, number one, they understand the potential, and number two, they understand that risks are, I would say, acceptable, and they are the experts. So I think we are in a pretty good position there, I would say.
Okay. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, some obstacles, apart from the mind change from Bitcoiners, is the infrastructures and tools available on both the Cosmos ecosystem and the Bitcoin. Like, for example, wallets, the number of wallets that support full functionality of Bitcoin apart from transfer is very limited. And for Cosmos, there are only like 2 very popular wallets. Yeah, and then DeFi and stuff, everything is in a very basic form. So nothing compared to like Ethereum or Solana ecosystem. So yeah, in order to acquire users, there's still a lot of work needs to be done.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of acquiring those users, like, do you think that it's more on the crypto native side or like the institution side that needs to bring it on board to be able to pull that liquidity? Because now Bitcoin's become more of an institutional asset, right?
Yeah, but I think both set of users are very important for Bitcoin adoption.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
We don't have a preference.
Okay. So obviously we've talked a lot about obviously Babylon and the work that Polygon is doing, but are there any other projects that you know within the Bitcoin L2 ecosystem now that you weren't particularly, that you're very excited about or that are doing big things that you wanted to talk about?
I think Sandeep would definitely better. My co-founder, he's more on the business side. I'm more on the tech side, so I guess he would be better to answer this question. There are 5 or 6 that I definitely know that we are in talks with, but I cannot mention any specific one.
Okay. Vijay?
Yeah, so we are building our ecosystem like grant project to provide full support to any Cosmos chains that are interested in Bitcoin staking. We provide grants, co-marketing, co-BD, and also a hacker house. To give you all the support you need.
Okay. So 5 years, let's do a prediction, right? 5 years time. 2 questions. 1, how much you think will be staked through Babylon? And 2, how do you think the Bitcoin L2 space will look?
Yeah, my moonshot will be 49% of Bitcoin staked.
49%?
Bitcoin staked.
Wow, okay,
yeah,
that's...
We don't want to dominate by having 51%. 49 is perfect.
Okay, Milo?
Yeah, I don't see why not, because again, Bitcoin is $1 trillion asset, and it's currently unproductive asset by design. You cannot do anything with it apart from holding it, right? Whereas Ethereum and Atom and proof of stake assets, they are productive assets. You can actually use them. They have additional utility. You can generate yields or returns by performing useful work in the protocol. And there's no reason, capital doesn't like to sit idle. And we have $1 trillion that are kind of sitting idle. And there's no reason not to employ that to generate some return by actually doing meaningful work and securing protocols within the ecosystem. There's no reason why that wouldn't happen, in my opinion. So yeah, I think that prognosis is fair. Why not? And in terms of interoperability and Bitcoin layer 2 ecosystem, I think this is maybe not a really controversial take, but again, a little bit different view. We think with this framework of egg layer, like it's almost like there won't be this concept of layer 2 strictly. Like we can unify all the chains, including Bitcoin and Bitcoin L2s and Ethereum L2s and Cosmos chains. What we need to do actually as the industry, if we want to reach mass adoption, we need to unify all these venues of liquidity and usage into a single global network of value. I think our thesis is that only then we're going to actually reach mass adoption. Like the same as it happened with the internet. Like only when we were able to unify all local networks of information into one single global network that looks and feels as one single network. That's how we use the internet today. And we, like if I'm sending messages over the internet, I don't care if they're traveling between different local networks or whatever. This feels like a single global network. That's what we need to build in Web3. So for the end users need to feel like they're using one single global network. And I think with something like the egg layer, we can unify all these chains and this thriving ecosystem of Bitcoin, anything that's built on top of the Bitcoin, Ethereum, anything that's built on top of Ethereum into one single network of value. And that is our basically dream. That's our vision. And I think then we can really have this wide adoption.
So completely abstract away the concept of different networks, of
Exactly.
Everything. It's just one massive cryptocurrency, the protocol that people can use on top of Bitcoin, secured by Bitcoin, the biggest asset class in the world.
Exactly.
Do you think that Babylon will reach 49% of all staked Bitcoin?
Yeah, why not?
Thank you so much.
Cool, guys. So I think we're running up on time, but if you guys want just a few final thoughts on what you see in Bitcoin L2 space and for the core audience as well.
Yeah, so Bitcoin L2 space is fascinating, and I believe that Bitcoin plus Cosmos is actually the right answer to the concept of Bitcoin L2.
Okay. Arne?
Yeah, from my side also, very excited to see Bitcoin opening up and all the possibilities that we're exploring now. And as well, I would really like to mention the Cosmos community. Cosmos community is one of my favorite, definitely, crypto communities. I think primarily due to its openness, number one. It has always been a very, very open community, open to new ideas, open to exploring different direction, different opportunities, sometimes even to disagree on certain topics within the community. And that has always been fascinating to me. It's much better to have that type of mentality than some, I don't know, some really narrow mentality where we're all thinking the same and are all doing the same and we have the same kind of set of dogmas that we're all following. Yeah. Cosmos is literally the opposite of that. So that's one of the reasons why I really like the Cosmos community. And the other reason is that Cosmos is built on this premise of multi-chain. Yeah. The founders of Cosmos had I would say the wisdom and vision to capability to realize that only in the multi-chain setup we can achieve mass adoption with this technology. And these are, I guess, two reasons why I really like, again, this community and all this kind of intersection and interoperability is going to be very exciting to observe. And I think Cosmos is one of the pioneers there when it comes to that. So yeah, very excited to see actually all of that playing out now. Everything that Cosmos community has been talking about since 2017, we are now actually seeing playing out. And I think that the end goal here is for the benefit of the entire society is basically convergence or amalgamation or unification of all these communities, like Bitcoin community, Cosmos community, Ethereum community. That's all going to be one single Web3 network, as I said. That's kind of the vision, and I'm very excited that we continue marching towards it.
Cool, man. Lots of love for the Cosmos community, guys. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. I'm very excited about this renaissance that's going to become a revolution, this reimagination of Bitcoin, and all together, yeah, excited for the change. Guys,
thank you so much.
Cheers, guys.
Of external factors which make it difficult to onboard people. Even within the industry, it's also difficult to get people on board in different aspects. So as we were saying about Bitcoin maxis, trying to convert them to the idea of actually building on Bitcoin was an uphill struggle. They might be within our industry, but there's still this resistance. So how we actually onboard external people as well as people in our own industry is extremely challenging, but I think we are seeing that people are becoming more perceptive of the idea of becoming interchain, coming a lot more together, because really it's actually end users that are important and they need to see things in the most simple way possible. We have to be keeping it simple. We can discuss here really high-level, difficult topics, but for the end user, it has to be as simplistic as possible, and that's why interchain is going to be so important. So guys, please keep up the energy here. I know if you've had coffee, and if you haven't had coffee, go and grab one, because I want to keep you guys entertained. We still have so many amazing speakers and panelists. And so let's get some more energy in here, guys. This is the bull case for BTC-Fi. Put your hands together for Jeroen from Persistence. Big round of applause, everyone. Let's go, Jeroen.
Cosmoverse 24. My name is Jeroen. I'm the COO of Persistence. Today I'm going to present to you the bull case for BTC-Fi. BTC-Fi is short for Bitcoin-powered decentralized finance. In this industry, you have to be quite careful or limited in terms of like the things that you want to be bullish on. But my things that I am bullish on are on this slide. Obviously, there's Bitcoin, but then there's Intense and there's interoperability. Those two I'm incredibly bullish on because Intense and interoperability, they are sparking a wave of innovation that is going to define the future of finance. In these next 15 minutes, I'll guide you through how Bitcoin is evolving from just a store of value, the digital gold that we know, towards a full-fledged global financial powerhouse. Now, this is I think the first keynote at the very first Bitcoin track at a Cosmos conference. So I didn't want to assume that you guys have a lot of history on Bitcoin. So let's go and have a little look at the history of Bitcoin. I'll keep it short, just for you to get some context. So it all started in 2008 with the Bitcoin white paper. Was published, was supposed to be some form of an electronic payment system. 2009, early 2009, that actually came to fruition. The first Genesis block was mined. It actually had a little quote in it from the Times that day. Chancellor says, on the brink of the second bailout for banks. 2010, pretty famous transaction happened. It's the Bitcoin pizza transaction. Someone spent 10,000 Bitcoin to get some pizza delivered to his house. Hope it was a good pizza, because that's quite expensive, nowadays at least. But what it did is it proved that Bitcoin actually had real-world use case. You could actually do something in the real world with your Bitcoin. A little bit later, some exchanges started to pop up. Like there was really some awareness being created, and Bitcoin became more accessible. So these exchanges, they kind of sparked a little bit of a interest in Bitcoin. It was the first time it started to really get adoption, which led to a few issues. There was a bit of congestion on the network. Transactions are getting slower, more expensive. So there was a full debate on like Bitcoin scaling. And eventually, 2017, Bitcoin introduced something called SegWit, which made it a little bit more programmable, a little bit more scalable. But even that wasn't like that great at the moment, because you saw Ethereum coming up. On Ethereum, you had like full programmability, a lot of smart contracts. You could write a whole bunch of things on Ethereum, do DeFi there, was starting all of those things. But on Bitcoin, it was really still pretty slow. You couldn't do that much with your Bitcoin, just transfer from one wallet to another. It took almost until 2021, actually, for the Bitcoin and kind of bring something in, but it was still very, very limited. Even then, with that happening in 2021, it took 2 more years to see some form of innovation actually on the technical front on Bitcoin. We actually saw ordinals pop off, which is basically just NFTs on Bitcoin. It's really nothing new, so kind of sad. 2024 was actually different. We started to see global adoption, mindshare, even in TradFi. There's ETFs now, which you can trade Bitcoin, right? Then runes came up, but now more importantly, 2024, we saw the rise of Bitcoin L2s. Bitcoin L2s, we've heard it in the panel before, they're upcoming. It's a very important piece, and I'll talk about it later. But it opens the door to something that I'm super bullish of, the bull case for BTC-Fi. Now, Bitcoin, 16 years old, but honestly, still a bit of a baby. If you look at it, it's done good. It's actually done pretty well. It's the 10th biggest asset in the world at the moment. It's extremely secure. It's super decentralized. And most importantly, it has so much mindshare. Everyone knows Bitcoin. My grandmom knows Bitcoin, but they don't know, I don't think everyone knows Ethereum or any of the other tokens, even Cosmos, right? So that's great. But transaction costs are still high, still quite limited in terms of what you can do in terms of smart contracts and stuff. Unfortunately, it's still incredibly slow. It's 10-minute block times. So in 16 years, we haven't really seen the tech innovation that we were hoping for. If you think about 16 years is a long time. 16 years ago, Uber launched. Let me ask you a question. Who has used Bitcoin? Okay, more than I figured. That's good, that's good. Still, I saw more hands with Uber. But so that's just to say where we stand. Not that many people are using Bitcoin at the moment, even 16 years in. So I believe it's actually changing now. So what's changing now? We've heard it on the panel earlier, but things are different. On the slide it says we've tried bringing the asset to the tech. Now we're bringing the tech to the asset. What does that mean? So we saw this evolution on Ethereum happening with DeFi, and you actually started to see productive assets. It was mentioned earlier. Productive asset, what is that? An asset that is used in DeFi. You can borrow against it. You can use it in different protocols, DeFi activities. With Bitcoin, that wasn't possible. And while all these things were happening on Bitcoin, on Ethereum, Bitcoin was just sitting idle. It was just there. People were just holding it, store of value, right? Digital gold. So people wanted to actually do something with Bitcoin. And only in 2019, BitGo actually introduced Wrap BTC. I guess Wrap BTC everyone knows, WBTC on Ethereum. But that experiment to me was a little bit of a failure. If you think about it, it's just below, I think, 1.5% of the total Bitcoin supply that was ever used like in DeFi. So to me, a failed experiment to bring the asset to the tech, because the tech was there on Ethereum, even with the asset being there in form of Wrap BTC, still didn't really take off. Less than 1.5% of the total supply of Bitcoin has been made productive. Now, ever since the Taproot upgrade, we've started to change our mind on how to actually use this. And we're starting to bring the tech to the asset. We're bringing the tech to Bitcoin. We're bringing the tech to Bitcoin through Bitcoin L2s and through different things, such as Babylon, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. They introduced Bitcoin staking. They now have 1.5 billion in TVL, Bitcoin that will be made productive. Super big unlock for Bitcoin. You can now stake it, use it to secure other things, other chains, make it actually productive asset, and leverage that Bitcoin security. Maybe less known, but you have BitVM, it was also mentioned. BitVM, huge innovator when it comes to Bitcoin smart contracts. BitVM actually looks kind of similar to optimistic rollups on Ethereum. It allows for transaction to be computed off-chain and settled onto the Bitcoin layer without having to change the Bitcoin core protocol. And thirdly, we have all these Bitcoin L2s. There's a whole lot of teams working on Bitcoin L2s, and they're leveraging Bitcoin security, and they're leveraging the network that is there to bring scalability to Bitcoin and bring programmability to Bitcoin. And that's the one I will focus on today, Bitcoin L2s. Because it actually creates another problem. It creates a problem of fragmentation. There's no interoperability between those. And that's a problem that we at Persistence, we decided to solve for. Something we've seen from the Cosmos ecosystem, how important interoperability is with IBC, and we're trying to bring that to Ethereum, to Bitcoin, but in a different way. Now, there's already 50 plus BTC L2s that we can count. Some of them quite famous, BitLayer, BVM, BounceBit, Rootstock, Stacks, Merlin, a lot of these. And we haven't even seen like chains launch on top of Babylon, right? Now, this creates a fragmentation problem. It's hard to do anything between those chains. They're not interoperable. They're their own individual blockchains, ecosystems. To make it harder, most of these projects have actually launched their own form of Bitcoin. On Stacks, you have Stacks BTC. On Merlin, you have Merlin BTC. Rootstock has Rootstock BTC. And then all of that, you still have Wrap BTC on Ethereum. Now you have Coinbase with Coinbase BTC. You have Kraken, who just announced Kraken BTC. It's all over the shop, really. To be honest, it's very tricky. Now, it's all fine, but it's actually quite hard to go and use whatever form of BTC you have in the different DeFi opportunities that might come up on these new networks. So let's say you have Stacks BTC, and you just see an opportunity on on Merlin chain, but there you need Merlin BTC. It's like, fuck, what do I do now? So you have to unwind your Stacks BTC, bring it to BTC on the chain, on the layer 1, then from there on, bring it to Merlin, which will take you at least a couple of blocks, which is 30, 40 minutes, let's say, a bunch of fees, it's super slow, and this UX is terrible. So if that is how we want to bring DeFi to Bitcoin, that's not going to work, right? It's going to be impossible to onboard users. It's going to be impossible to boost DeFi activity, and we will not have good UX with that. So goodbye to good yields for users, goodbye to users to chase good opportunities because they will be too slow. Now, I'm assuming you guys all like checked into a hotel here today, probably had to pay, or today or yesterday, whatever you arrived, you had to pay in dirhams, right? But none of you had to call their bank and say, hey, actually, I have USD or euros in my bank account. Can you quickly change it to dirhams so I can pay for this hotel? Of course not. That's unthinkable. And it's the same way. We just expect that to happen in the background. Currently on Bitcoin, you would actually have to make that change first. And that's something that's just unacceptable when it comes to good UX. So fragmentation, it's really a problem, and it will hurt scalability, but not if we have interoperability. So what does that mean, interoperability between different chains? Does that mean bridges? Yes, in a way it does, right? But we're not really a fan of traditional bridges. We all know what happens with traditional bridges. They're risky, they're not really scalable because they depend on TVL. It's typically high slippage, you have MEV risks, you have that TVL honeypot, which is so attractive for hackers, which is why so many bridges have been hacked, and it's just poor UX. We're more a fan of intent-based swaps. What are intents? I'm not sure, show of hands, who knows intents? Who's familiar with intents? All right, not that many. So I'll try and explain it very simple, like what an intent is. An intent is a very simple way for a user to express what he wants, right? I want to do this. And I'll use Uber as an example again. So let's say you want to order something on Uber Eats. You say, I want to order a sandwich and I want it to arrive in 30 minutes and the sandwich has to come from that shop. That's your intent. This is what I want. Now, which driver picks up this food or which route he takes, whether it takes the highway or not, it does not matter. All you care about is the outcome, and that is specified in your intent. Same thing is here. Currently in crypto, if you want to swap, let's say you want to swap on Osmosis or Uniswap, you have to specify, I want to swap this asset into this specific pool with these specific parameters, and I hope to get as much out of the other asset as possible. Not really great, because it's a lot of complexity for the user, a lot of assumptions. So intents will solve this, and it actually, how it works, it gives an access to a network of global liquidity. How this happens with solvers, and I'll explain this in the next slide. But the advantage is that there's no slippage, no MEV, and it's a product without TVL, so no real risk of getting hacked, actually. The TVL is only there for the amount of time that the transaction happens. It's very, very fast, very secure. So how does this work? So you're a user. You sign this order. You say, look, I have BTC A. Let's simplify. I have BTC A on chain A, and I want to get to BTC B on chain B. And I want to swap one-to-one. I'm happy to pay a little fee on top of that, but this is my intent. I signed this order. So I signed this order is broadcasted, and there's a network of solvers. These are professional market makers who are looking at these intents, and they say, oh, I see someone is requesting one BTCB on chain B. He's willing to pay a little fee for that. I will help this guy, and I will fulfill his intent, and I'll send him one BTCB on chain B straight away, no questions asked. So he fills that order, and the user who has just broadcasted his intent, 1 second later, gets his BTCB on chain B. Now that's great for the user. His intent is fulfilled immediately. But now the solver is actually down 1 BTC. So how do we solve this? So that's where we come in with the persistence chain. We actually look at this fulfillment. We need to make sure that the user has received his funds. Once his funds are received, and once we can see that we've reached finality, we can actually instruct the source chain to release the funds to the solver on chain A. These solvers, these market makers, they hold a little bit on inventory on each of these chains, and it's now their problem if they want to rebalance or not. That is up to them. They can choose to just keep inventory on both sides. They can choose to rebalance using the traditional bridges. So that's basically what we do. And the good thing with persistence is that we will be secured by Babylon by using Bitcoin staking. So it's like an intent-based bridge powered by Intense, obviously, and secured by Bitcoin. Now, this seems very simple. Obviously, it's not that simple. We've been working on this for a while. The good thing is we actually managed to deploy on testnet earlier this month. We've done the first cross-chain testnet transactions across different Bitcoin L2s. To start off with, we're starting with a bunch of EVM chains. So we're choosing 6 quite prominent EVM-based layer 2s. Even including in the layer 2s, we're including Base and we're including Binance because they have quite a significant supply of BTC in the form of Coinbase BTC and in the form of BTCB. But I call all of these Bitcoin L2s because they will hold a significant amount of BTC and they will be very important for BTC5. So we're starting with a few EVM chains. Our audience is B2C, so we're starting just for the user to be able to bridge from one chain to another. And we're partnering with Layer 0 for our cross-chain messaging network. By early next year, we should be on mainnet, hoping all the audits go well and everything, with pretty much the same setup, but only then we actually will introduce the actual Bitcoin staking through Babylon. And so we will be one of the very first chains that will use Bitcoin security through Babylon. In V2, we will actually expand to bring other chains in as well, non-EVM chains, typically more closer, like linked to Bitcoin. For example, Stacks is one of the big ones that we'll be working with. And our audience will be more B2B2C in a way. We'll really be integrating with a bunch of different protocols so that they can accept whatever form of BTC it is that they need to go into their protocol. So yeah, it's a huge unlock. If you're a DeFi protocol and you're currently accepting some form of BTC, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 different forms, but now you want to accept all forms of BTC, come talk to us. We'll get that done. Now, to just give an idea, like how big is this opportunity? Like what market are we solving for? Like, well, it is Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is pretty big if you compare it in terms of market cap to Ethereum. And let's be optimistic for a while, that DeFi on Bitcoin or DeFi around Bitcoin will be as big as DeFi currently is on Ethereum. Then just with that, we're expecting a daily bridging volume between L2s or Bitcoin L2s of more than $500 million a day. So $500 million of cross-chain volume. So this opportunity is huge. Bitcoin is huge. It's just hard to not be bullish on an opportunity this big. Another thing it's hard to not be bullish on is Intense. The change or the transformation from single chain liquidity in AMMs, where you have this impermanent loss, towards a world with aggregated cross-venue liquidity, where you have these solvers, these market makers that are connected to all of these DEXs and SEXs. They have dynamic pathfinding. It's just very hard to not be bullish on that. And I really believe that this is the next wave of innovation that is coming to DeFi, and Intense will play a huge, huge role in that. So now, oh, that was too early. So now, next time your Uber driver asks you for the golden crypto tip, what do you think you should tell him? Buy Bitcoin? Correct. So buy Atom? Maybe. Buy Bitcoin. And what's his next question going to be? He's going to ask, okay, if I buy, when do I sell? Right? So sell your Bitcoin? No, never sell your Bitcoin, especially not now that you can stake it, Babylon, now that you can borrow against it, use it in DeFi, and now that you can move it around freely. Don't sell your Bitcoin. You can do everything with it now. There's no point in selling. If you're part of Team Bitcoin, come talk to me and let's build the future of BTC-Fi together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tyrone. It is true. I think as an industry, the growth that we've seen this year, when I'm getting text messages from my dad telling me, have you seen the price of Bitcoin? You know things are going in the right direction. People are definitely extremely excited of what's to come. Even if they don't understand quite what's being discussed on this stage, they still are bullish on the industry, and I think that is really the progression that we're seeing. And we're doing all the background work, but we are actually seeing that people are appreciating our industry, and hopefully, yeah, no one's selling. I mean, who is selling right now? They must be pretty damn crazy. Okay, we're going on rapid. We've got another amazing keynote for you. This is Zero Trust Bitcoin platform. So please, I want to get lots of energy in here. It is not yet lunchtime. So please put your hands together for Robert from Native.
Thank you. Going to click it, start. Okay, hey everyone. It's amazing to see the Bitcoin, and that we talk a lot about Bitcoin here at Cosmoverse. But let's don't forget that this is about Cosmos, right? So I want to tell you that we as a Cosmos community, as a Cosmos ecosystem, we are the best positioned actually to bring Bitcoin everywhere, multi-chain, to the world. We are in the best position to program Bitcoin, to unlock Bitcoin. And this is what I'm going to talk about. And my predecessors, I think, they're also providing a proof for that. But before that, I want to make the statement here. Let's start using cosmonizing. Yes, interchaining. This is what we need to do for Bitcoin. This is the biggest market, and really, integrate it with all our projects across any other tokens. So, yeah, I'm going to talk about this zero trust and all these different things. But what I really want to hearing what my predecessors are talking about, yes, that is interchain aspect. So what we can do with Bitcoin? You can mine it. That's a good activity. You can hodl. That's also a good activity. And most of the people just think that Bitcoin will infinitely increase in value. That might be a strategy. You can put it in a sex or trade it for sex. Interestingly enough, that Bitcoin is a dominant currency. What else? Well, we have this renaissance now of these new tools. And let me tell you how we are bringing this to the next level. Ethereum unlocked a whole opportunity for scalable L1s. It makes the path how and what we can do next. L2s, so millions of dollars invested to create new stacks. There's no need for every 20 of new projects to reinvent the wheel. That's why we see over 80 L2s targeting Bitcoin. Many of them are using the existing stacks that were researched and developed by Ethereum. However, there is one problem. All those stacks were designed for EVM, and as an L2 rather than a sidechain, we need to verify it. We need to be sure that it's correct. We need to make sure that our Bitcoin is safe. Unfortunately, this is not the case. There are a few projects that are trying to embrace the security, but they're limited. Here in Cosmos, we talk a lot about the Babylon, but Babylon today is, they're exploring ways how we can do more DeFi, but today the secure way is restaking for proof of stake chains. But is this the only thing we want to do? No. All these opportunities about L2, especially here, we building app chains. We know that there's no limit. As we can have app-specific chains for liquidity management, trading, NFT, and so on. In Bitcoin, because Bitcoin cannot provide this unified settlement, programmability, those are building in silos. There is no interoperability. The security is limited. The biggest advancement that is going to happen in Bitcoin next is this BitVM without changing how the Bitcoin works. Don't be misled. BitVM is not a VM. It's not a new way how you can create a contract and execute them on Bitcoin. It's not active, expensive. I mean, active meaning passive. So you need to trigger it to do some validation and to provide it. And what many people don't know, it's permissioned in case of an attack. So for emergency use cases, there is a pre-signed list of operators who can withdraw your assets and front-run an attacker. This is not really like, not your keys, not your coins. This is not like the world we want to live in. So let me tell you about this zero trust architecture. It's a concept in security that basically says that don't trust, verify. Should be able to verify everything. This is the concept that our base, our foundations in Cosmos, IBC, full verifiability. However, like with this bridging, L2s, and all that stuff, instead of embracing don't trust, verify, often we fall back to the castle and moat architecture. Basically, you create fences, zones that will provide you sorts of a security facade to ensure that you can feel secure. So, since in the multi-chain world, yes, we need to have this interoperability. Bridging is like today the de facto solution to enable it. Bridging is the solution to provide new capabilities to Bitcoin without changing the Bitcoin itself. The only bridging that works today in Bitcoin is custodian bridges. So basically, it means that you have an authority or a regulated custody that will tell you, oh yeah, someone is locked this token, deposit the token, and I have an authority to create a tokens on another chain, so then you can use it and program it. Again, not your keys, not your coins. In case the authority is malicious, you are done. So there are better bridges. IBC is the foundation of all of that. Don't trust, verify. With IBC, yes, we have the strongest guarantee that whatever happened on chain A and chain B, we verify. So, like in this previous slide, we changed the weakest point to the full verification process. Union, I would claim, is at the forefront because it takes the IBC to the ZK, and we are very happy to have them as a strategic partner. And you will see later how it works, why this is important. So we have a few ways how we can do it. Validator sets, that's what Axelar is doing. Optimistic verification, everyone knows, so like, you have the fraud proofs. And then ZK-enabled consensus verification. The math will guarantee that what happened here is correct. There is no way how you can trick the system. Right. So those are the secure bridges. We can change that. Oh, the animation didn't work. So there was supposed to be basically that the same concept we can apply, but remove the custodies. So today we are in the world that with Bitcoin bridges are broken because the model I showed you before doesn't work. Let me explain you about MPC, because this is the breakthrough we are giving to you guys. MPC is basically a system where multiple parties collaborate, like in the blockchain. They verify, they do some computation. But the important difference here is that they're able to do operation in a confidential way. So none of the party knows like the whole information. None of the party is able to reconstruct the original data. Why this is important? Think about signing. If you want to do decentralized distributed signing, MPC is a perfect example. You can share the keys, like here, to multiple people, entities, and then, like in the blockchain, that they don't collude, they can execute a decentralized signing mechanism to control the transactions. So you can apply it. The interesting application for it is multi-chain transactions. However, this problem is, this system, like in the basic concept, is not secure. Because what if a subset of these MPC services operators collude? Well, if they do it, then the system is broken. They can take in a position every asset that is controlled through MPC. So that's the basis problem of the chain fusion or chain abstraction from Near, which is like leading this direction. Chain key technology, this is actually that provides inspiration to what we want to do. So here's the revolution. Instead of relying only on that network that will manage the keys and have a full authority over signing, think about what we did with IBC. Don't trust, verify. Here we do the same thing. Don't trust the MPC network that will always correct. If the MPC network, if you have an algorithm that is today in production, like in here in an ICP, internet computer, that actually relies only on a 20 or 30 validator set, and you trust that, okay, they will not collude, okay, you think the threshold is low. Can we go to 100? Okay, it improves a little bit. Can we go to 1,000? Still improves. What we propose you, so there is an algorithm called 2PC MPC that applies don't trust, verify. User always has to authorize. It's a part of the process. The tools, wallets, you can see in the same way how you see in your ledger. Yes, okay, ledger, you connect a ledger to your dApp, and ledger asks you, okay, do you want to sign? You see what's the transaction about. You send 10 atoms from account A to account B, and I say, yes, this is what I want. Here's the same thing. You have cross-chain transaction, multi-chain transaction. You don't bridge. You accept transaction happening from one chain to another. This applies for smart contracts. This applies for everything, actually, we are building here. But this is a new level, how we provide interoperability, how we cosmonize Bitcoin. So this is the basis of zero trust protocols. With that, we can actually program, not only like do a simple staking, we can do anything. And this is native. We embrace Bitcoin, the biggest cryptocurrency in the world, but we don't stop with Bitcoin. You will see more things soon. You can program it with Rust, Cosmoverse, EVM, and what's the most important thing that we will be talking tomorrow about? We make Bitcoin Cosmos because we program IBC for Bitcoin. Same model, same trust assumption, and Bitcoin is Cosmos. So, coming from here, having that IBC, I mentioned Union. I didn't mention, but it's already announced, secret. Another strategic partnership we made. With that, you can confidentially trade Bitcoin. Hopefully, this is not like this is the one not where we're going to stop with trading. And now, let me do a pre-announcement. The official one will come tomorrow, but we are already very happy. Agoric. Now you can orchestrate Bitcoin. with their amazing orchestration framework, you will be able to create a smart contract and algorithm to coordinate different things across chains and use Bitcoin with that. Think about an opportunity that you have your Bitcoin, the Bitcoin doesn't move, will be on the Bitcoin, but then will be managed in a staking protocol in Ethereum. Or you add like multiple things around it, right? You basically want to not only lock it, but maybe you want to leverage it, put it into Aave, and then stake somewhere else. And for user, you don't want to he will go from one transaction, second, third, five, and so on and so forth. With the chain abstraction, sorry, with the orchestration, you can have an IBC contract that will do it once, and then multiple other projects, like in a widget, in a framework, will integrate it to build more interesting applications. So, remember the slide about sex? C, E, X? That's going to be obsolete. Infinite possibilities. Bliss is the main thing that we are bringing to the Bitcoin world. And IBC is part of it. Bliss stands for Bitcoin Liquidity, Interoperability, Security Stack. It's a stack of services. You can be a part of it. Like Union is a good example, and Agoric, to provide services based on that execution system. Don't trust, verify. If you build a protocol that provides interchain services, provides verifiability, you are part of Bliss. You can provide services directly to other protocols, to Bitcoin L2s, instead of fragmenting, siloing the world with Cosmos, with Bliss, we opened opportunities. Zooming in, so interoperability is one part of it. World was talking last week about Unichain. It works well in Ethereum. Would it work in Bitcoin today? No. With Bliss? Yes. Coordination. Agoric is the perfect example. How we can coordinate, how we can compose contracts between Bitcoin L2s. Today, when you talk about stacks, BitLayer, Merlin, other guys, ask them how, if they have today already a solution in mind to compose contracts from one L2 to another L2. Let's say you have your tons of coins in Merlin, and then you want to use some amazing yield strategy on another L2. Can you do it today? No. There is a solution today? Yes. Bliss. Security layer. I think that's more obvious one, right? All this aggregation, verification. I was already talking about it. Yeah. So Bliss is the thing that we are, as a product, coming to the market. The foundation is really an infrastructure of services empowering the ecosystem. I would like to tell that we are cosmonizing it. So one last comment here, because now BitVM, this is what Bitcoin community is framing, and actually we have tons of calls last week from different L2s, but not only. When we go to the world, we're starting actually presenting it, the Bliss, only 4 or 5 weeks ago. And yes, for this past 2 weeks, we got a lot of requests about talking about Bliss, what's this verification, what's the security guarantees, how we can provide these incentives between different L2s and actually let the user move from one node to another. Because BitVM doesn't solve that, we solve that. OPCAT, will it solve that? Not really. It will help a little bit. Bitcoin doesn't have dynamic state. You cannot create a balance book. You can make a photo if you want, of the table. I will not go through everything. Yeah, but important part is that BitVM again is not something that you can program. not a virtual machine. Yeah, so we are a very new project. We are fundraising, but we already have proof of concept. And yeah, please look at native and hope to cosmonize Bitcoin together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Wow, that was a lot of information. I think starting at 9:30 this morning, we have had so many concepts on this stage. It is mind-blowing. So we're going to take you back to some panel discussions now. We're going to allow our speakers to debate some topics, give their own opinions on things as well. That's what I love about this industry. You can say it as it is. Whatever you believe is not always maybe the right answer, but it's what you think it is. And we can challenge each other. We might not all be correct, but we can learn from it and shape a better industry. So we're getting our panel set up. Of course, we're going to stay on the topic of Bitcoin, but we have plenty more coming this afternoon. So all of you guys that are in here, we have 3 more panels before we take a lunch break. So you do not want to go anywhere. Please don't be leaving. I know you might start getting hungry, but 3 more panels before we have our lunch break. So this is all about Bitcoin finance. I'm really excited to introduce to stage our 3 amazing panelists. And I want to bring the energy. So please, guys, for every single panelist, give them a big round of applause. This is Ran from Crypto Banter, Sankha from Babylon, and JP4 from 4chain. Woo! Come on, guys!
We were given very strict instructions to sit under the photo of our names. So guys, before I start, I just want to give Crypto Cito a big round of applause for actually doing the Lord's work here. I mean, doing the work that a foundation would actually normally do. He took it upon himself to do the work that a whole foundation normally does, and I think he's pulled off an amazing success. And then, of course, I think we're going to talk about Bitcoin finance, the future of finance, but I have a few questions before that. So I want to dig into a few questions to both of you. JP, I want to start with you. You were undoxed for a long time. You were anonymous for a long time. You then made a decision to all of a sudden come out guns blazing. Just walk me through the thinking of coming out guns blazing, and how's it been? What's the difference between being a non-founder versus being someone who everyone knows?
Yeah, so the reason why I decided to hide behind an account called Lena, and I ran the ThorChain Twitter account for 6 years, up to 250,000 followers, was I wanted to put all my energy into building a protocol that worked and actually getting cash flow and hooking it up to chains. And for 6 years, I didn't go to conferences or do any podcasts or anything. I just focused on building something that worked. Because there's so much vaporware, just stuff that doesn't work. So to me, back in 2018, I decided I had to build something that worked. Now, I was hoping that the machine was going to be complete by 2021 cycle, but it just was not. There was a lot of unknowns that we had to work through. We had the big hacks, we had Terra implosion, like overnight 1/3 of liquidity of ThorChain disappeared. So we had to recover from that. And coming to the end of the 2021 and into the 2022 bear market, the machine was not yet complete. And we did hand it over to 9 Realms. But starting this year, 2024, I thought, hang on a minute, ThorChain has to mature. It's going to take another 4 to 5 years to connect the chains, grow the liquidity. And it needs someone to champion the movement, champion the direction. And I decided to just go for the undocs. And also the biggest thing back in 2018-19 was we knew we were building a dangerous protocol. And this is pre-Tornado Cash, this was pre all the enforcement actions and whatnot. And that was still an unknown, and we weren't sure what would happen. And over the years, we have had those phone calls, we have had those emails, and we have responded in a way to keep the base layer neutral. And our argument has always been that the machine is actually the largest cross-chain transactional graph, and it's actually doing everyone a favor because you can follow the flow of funds. Whereas previously, you've got these dodgy Mongolian exchanges you need a subpoena to access. With ThorChain, you can just query on a public endpoint. So we had answered those questions, and we could navigate them. So I decided it was now safe and what we built was useful and worked to come out and lead and champion.
Is
That's
the
why.
machine ready or finished, or what did you call it? What is the term that you used?
The machine, the machine. I mean, it's truly incredible. It makes 100 million a year. It's run by 110 anonymous node operators around the world who bond capital and secure the machine and connect it to 8 different chains. It does 100 million a day. The machine is running by itself. It pays developers, it pays node operators, it pays liquidity providers. It's 100% fee switch. There's no corporate entity, there's no foundation, there's no one that's needed to run the machine. However, it's probably halfway through where it needs to get to. It really has to add more liquidity, add more chains, but never erode the integrity of what it is, and to keep the people away, but keep the vision true.
And I mean, you said add more liquidity, add more chains. I think the big question on everyone's mind is when IBC, and why wasn't IBC like much earlier in the development of the chain?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Hopefully IBC by Christmas. I believe, and I've said this publicly, the Cosmos state machine, IBC connectivity, the Cosmosm app layer is by far the most superior app chain you can build on. I don't subscribe to OP rollups and ZK rollups. They're actually they're dead machines. You got to poke them all the time. Whereas the Cosmos state machine wakes up every second and can do things. So it's like literally its own keeper bot. It has a begin block method, it's got an end block method. It can wake up and handle itself and run itself. And it's the best stack to build on. We couldn't integrate IBC early on, one, because we were still achieving stability across all the chains in the MPC. But now we have achieved stability, we can roll out IBC and WASM. And the second reason, we needed a reason to do it, because we built our own custom Bifrost to connect to the chains. But what we recognize is it has an upper limit of scaling. Maintaining those Bifrosts, whether it's Bitcoin, Dogecoin, Bitcoin Cash, is quite developer intensive, and it's very esoteric. There's only a handful of people in the world that truly understand how to connect to Sol, TON, EVM, Bitcoin, Atom, whereas IBC is just a one-stop plug-and-play connectivity route with IBC chain. So it's coming, Christmas, very excited to finally roll it out.
Okay, also, I follow your Twitter account. I try and keep up with your Twitter account. It feels like I'm keeping up with a bot taking, an AI bot taking Adderall. That's what it is. But you seem to be busy with a lot of other things in terms of an app layer on ThorChain. I think you've mentioned that you took over, or you helped salvage Kujira, and then now there's Rujira. Maybe just give us like a short glimpse into like the future, kind of like what does the future look like?
So the future, according to me, and you may disagree with me, but it will be multi-chain. We don't yet know which stack will win. We don't know. Right now, Solana looks like it could be flipping Ethereum, which is wild because you wouldn't have taken that position even 2 years ago. But centralized execution with excellence has shown that it can like hurdle the cats and roll out tech faster than a chaotic modular ecosystem like Ethereum is going through right now. But however, Vitalik has made a choice to push scaling into rollups, and with even like Unichain rolling out, Unichain is going to suck all of that DeFi execution into a separate L2 that they will then pay most of the fees to Unistakers and skip ETH. So that's concerning. Base Chain has just announced that they are taking fee payments in USDC, so that's not even going to hit the L1 layer. So we don't yet know which stack will win. Is it EVM rollups? Is it Solana monolithic? Is it Telegram with a sharded state machine for the billion users? So in my opinion, the Switzerland model is just to say, stay chain agnostic and don't take any sides. We know Bitcoin will be the alpha of money. It's the closest way to essentially delineate delta change of entropy. And the change of entropy of the universe is the only way that you can measure work, and work is your time multiplied by effort. So it truly is the best way to measure money, especially for the bots. So we know that Bitcoin will be the alpha of money over time, and we have all these execution environments that will ultimately be tokenized stablecoin settlement layer. So the best position is just stay neutral, stay agnostic, and build something to connect all the chains together. So that's the future of ThorChain. To pull that off, we need a much better wallet standards. Private keys are radioactive. You don't know, you could be asleep right now and there could be someone who's downloaded a malicious PDF in your Discord and is zeroing out your MetaMask right now. So we just need to move away from private keys, and we need to move to multi-factor. You log into your Gmail, you log into your bank account with multi-factor, two-factor. We can build safe multi-factor, multi-chain for retail users, and that's what we're doing with Multisig. But also we need, what we're trying to build is an app layer that sits on top of the chains themselves, Bitcoin, Ethereum. So the future, according to me, to answer your question, is a multi-chain, multi-factor wallet standard, Multisig, with a DeFi app layer running connected directly to the L1s themselves, Thorchain. And that's what we're trying to build over the next 5 years.
Wow, okay. And how long is this going to take you to build?
Another 2 cycles at least.
Yeah. All right, so I want to shift a little bit, Tank. I want to talk a little bit about Babylon. And I think first of all, I think, I've been following the project since it was an academic, well, once I was academic, it was an idea, but it was very academic. I think earlier on today, you guys spoke about some of your success. How surprised were you when you saw the numbers?
Not a lot, actually, because we were having some pre-run before we went to mainnet in terms of like the appetite we have for Bitcoin staking. But just to take a little bit, so I worked with JP from 2019, so he was always docs to me. So one of the designs of Thorchain was, it was probably the first application which coupled security with liquidity. Because before Thorchain came, people didn't have an understanding that are we paying too much for security or are we paying too much for liquidity? So a lot of the DEXs, they were kind of incubated by giving their own tokens as liquidity mining. And Thorchain was like, we are not going to pay any amount of liquidity in mining tokens, but we're going to create a balance between the security and the liquidity. So I was kind of part of that design with JP. So that basically led me to thinking that when you look at shared security, whether it's Polkadot, whether it's Avalanche, whether it's Cosmos Hub, fundamentally, there's a tweet out there by Hasib Qureshi that crypto, he thinks, doesn't have a first mover advantage. So a lot of, like, Uniswap is not the first DEX. Banker was the first
Banker
DEX.
was the first, yeah.
Base is not the first rollup. Arbitrum was the first rollup. So it seems like for Babylon, we're super excited to see that we feel we are bringing the best shared security vision to crypto. Bitcoin has the lowest cost of security, so if Bitcoin holders are willing to be a part of the shared security ecosystem, we feel we can really suck in this $1 trillion of asset, and just having that experience from Thorchain, where Thorchain successfully showed that the only 2 people you need to satisfy are the liquidity providers and the security, the node operators, and that incentive pendulum works, and as JP said, like they're making $100 million. So we feel that Babylon is probably one of the best shared security design which we're bringing to the market.
So the TVL now on Babylon is 1.5 billion. I must say, when I heard it was 1.5 billion, I was like, what? Phase 1, 75 minutes was crazy. Where is that liquidity coming from? Is it like investors, early investors who were forced to invest along with their round? Is it institutions? Walk me through your current 1.5 billion. And the reason why I ask this is because we're in a world now where there's a Bitcoin ETF. And we're seeing very quickly that the ETF is going to become the biggest holder of Bitcoin in the world, maybe under Satoshi. But it's pretty obvious that in a year when we look around, Bitcoin, the ETFs are going to be the biggest. And the question is, how comfortable are the ETFs going to be to part with their money to start earning yield? And this is what I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand the split of investors and kind of like the flow as to how that adoption will work.
Yeah, so right now from the Cap 1 and Cap 2, which we have like 1.5 billion in assets, these are not coming from institutions yet. So these are predominantly LSTs. I would say like roughly 80 to 85% of that assets is from the top 10 LSTs. You can actually go to the staking website and you can actually, so there are quite a few dashboards and we have really good validators and LSTs who are making these dashboards. So you can kind of see that these LSTs has done tremendous amount of like marketing, and there is a kind of like a demand for Bitcoin liquidity. So some of our top LSTs, they're being very fast integrated to pretty much all these lending protocols, liquidity protocols, Pendle, pretty much whatever money-making opportunity which is there for liquid BTC. But as we have gotten this kind of asset accumulation over such a short period of time, definitely the institutions are looking at us, right? And before Babylon, we have very different ambition. What we find, the word staking is actually very interesting because staking does not have any price impact. It's actually an infrastructural exercise which the validators are doing, and if the validators ever misbehave, you have an on-chain proof of that. So that's very good for institutions because this is on-chain objectively attributable, and if you're looking at a Fidelity or a BlackRock, the first thing they want to do is, what if it goes wrong? How do we manage this? So for us, the staking primitive, as we get to see, we get more assets, we feel a lot of the security bootstrapping in DeFi, in app chains, are going to happen through Babylon.
And I mean, you talk about LSTs, and I know that there's a whole lot of projects that are being built now on Babylon. What else are you seeing built? What are the big, exciting things that you guys are seeing built on chain? And I know there's like a big, flourishing ecosystem, and I don't think the ecosystem gets as much of the awareness as it needs to. Maybe because you guys haven't launched yet, and there's no token, and people aren't saying when token yet. But I'm trying to get an inside scoop of the interesting things that are happening on Babylon.
So one of the high-level ambition at Babylon is we are trying to promote Bitcoin to have an on-chain footprint of money. So we think staking is actually the first step of creating this on-chain footprint of money. But two of the major projects which we are having right now, and it's a little bit of the research mode, part of it is in the developmental phase, is one is the bridging aspect that we think the top 10 blockchains in crypto, they don't have that much of Bitcoin liquidity. And Babylon having 1.6, and we are only going to go up, we think we can port this Bitcoin liquidity through a trustless manner, hopefully, to different chains. And the second aspect is we're also working vertically on the Bitcoin stack in terms of rollups, that we think there is going to be an in-house demand for rollups. So right now we're supporting all the rollups which are building on us, but eventually we also have some plans of launching, probably partnering with the best. So the BitVM creator, Robin Linus, is a very close partner in research with Dave. He's actually in our lab. So we're working on these two different aspects, bridging as well as rollups.
So I heard, I was outside, I was on a call, and I was listening to a conversation, and someone said, it's becoming, I'm paraphrasing, but he said it's becoming clear that Bitcoin's going to be the money layer, and every other chain is going to build applications that we can use the money on. Is that how you guys see the world?
Well, there's really only three primitives that we should be cared about. And legacy finance has already answered this question. You have a check account, you've got a credit account, and you have a savings account. It's literally, I want to borrow against my capital in a tax-efficient way, and I want to save what I have, and then I want to spend it. Those are the three primitives. So all of these roll-ups and L2s and bridging and swapping, they're actually tools to get to one of those three things. Like you're holding the wrong asset, you want to sell it into a saleable asset like Bitcoin or stablecoins, or you're bridging in search of yield, or you're wrapping your assets so that you can borrow against it. Check, credit, savings. That's lit. That is the killer user. That's the killer app. And so it's about getting billions of users. I mean, Telegram has 950 million users on chain to offer them those three primitives. And we don't yet know where and what's the best way we can service those primitives yet. You can't do it on Bitcoin base layer. It doesn't have the block space for it. It doesn't have the settlement times that users it. Users want to do all those things within a second, not 10 minutes. So the design of Bitcoin necessarily, it's trying to preserve the monetary integrity of its 21 million supply over 140 years in a censorship-resistant way, and only emitted when there's a delta change of entropy. But it's not suitable for check, savings, or credit. Whereas Babylon is trying to wrap it, it's trying to sell that capital purchasing power as security for app chains, for those app chains to do things and charge fees to pay for that security. And when we first started building, and just as a bit of a segue, most important point, in the who remembers EOS, first proof of stake chain in Cosmos in I think I still got EOS tokens somewhere.
Aren't they one of the biggest holders? Isn't Block One the biggest holder of one of the biggest holders of
there you
Bitcoin in the
go.
world?
So we've seen 3 generations of proof of stake now. We saw like proof of stake Gen 1, where validators were locking up an esoteric asset and paying esoteric yield, having to be 10-20% APY. And then now what we have is for you to lock up capital, which can be slashed, so it's at risk. But instead of paying 10 to 20%, you're paying 2 to 6% APY, and that's what Babylon's trying to deliver. But the final version of proof of stake will be locking up Bitcoin and earning directly Bitcoin yield, restaking it a few times. But that yield won't come from seigniorage. It will come from, or inflation, it will come from the fees of users using your app chain. And the biggest point of this right now is Base, who are making, I think last year, like 40, 50 million a year just on sequencer fees.
Sequencer fees, yeah.
Yeah. So you take those fees and you pay ETH or BTC stakers. And I think that's where we're trying to get to, and that's what Babylon's trying to deliver. So I'm a massive supporter of Babylon, what they're trying to do.
Yeah, so maybe just a layer to it. So one of the aspects of when you look at proof of stake systems and they're using their own token, like the native token is used for the security, generally when you hit a bear market, your validators are actually the systemic sell pressure of that token. And so a lot of tokens, when over the last 18 months when the bear market hit, a lot of these projects, they had the security as the sell pressure for their protocol. So we think at Babylon, like because we're enabling Bitcoin to become staking asset, Bitcoin holders don't want to sell their Bitcoin. So your staking layer, the stability, it does not, so they're just onboarding new revenue on top of their Bitcoin layer. So fundamentally what we see, and as Fisher, you, our CTO, co-founder, were saying in the morning, that the potential for Babylon to bring in 49% of the Bitcoin supply into the system is there. But for that, we expect the POS systems to grow very heavily also.
Yeah, so I think it's truly the merging of Bitcoin and the proof of stake chains, where I think again, it just reiterates that Bitcoin is the value. It's the value in terms of the value, it's the value in terms of the users, and the application layers are becoming the POS chains, so to speak. Let's talk about the flip side of it. We see the positive side. What are the critics telling you, the people that are resisting this? What is the major resistance point? Because before I understood it, I was like, I'm never ever staking my Bitcoin. Not a chance, my Bitcoin are never leaving my wallet. Once I understood it, I was like, oh, hold on a second, it's actually safe enough and good enough. What is the big resistance to everyone doing this? And I know it's very, very, very early days, and I know we're not on the launch, but maybe just give us some feedback so we kind of know how to educate.
So that's a great question. So BitMEX Research posted, I would advise everybody to go and read that article. So they basically looked at the Babylon design and they complemented the Babylon design as a success story to the Taproot script upgrade. Yeah. And if you look at the journey of the Taproot script, this idea was initially posted in 2014, then it got picked up in 2016, and that's when I think the Ordinals developers really implemented that. So what I think the first thing on Babylon as a protocol, as well as everyone who is building with Babylon, we need to not make the same speed with which you move in a POS system. You can't bring that speed on the Bitcoin side, because the Bitcoin core developers, the Bitcoin community is a lot more conservative, and their time scale of adapting to changes is a lot slower. So at Babylon, luckily, we have raised good money. We have some runway in terms of focusing on core innovation, as well as pushing updates which are strongly backed by research, strongly backed by audit, as well as strongly backed by a community of people who support this. So we think it's a multi-year cycle, and we also think that the institutions onboarding Bitcoin is probably the best thing for us, that we don't think Bitcoin has any form of risk in terms of censorship resistance, and that's where like a self-custodial trustless solution is so much more important. But it's a year-long, multi-year-long product. So if you are looking for launching this over 6 months and then getting some gratification over the next 12 months. This is not that product. It's a big multi-year cycle product where it's going to go through massive changes, where the core Bitcoin community right now has been very supportive. We have not seen any form of negative bias towards the innovation. And so we feel very confident that if we are focused and we keep it specific, we can ship it.
So you spoke about a multi-year process, just like I put JP a little bit on the spot in terms of some kind of timing and some kind of roadmap. What can we expect in the next 12 months? Like, what are the milestones that we should look out for in the next 12 months?
So the first thing we are considering is if we should do an uncapped stake, meaning we keep there is no cap and we just keep it open and let's see how much Bitcoin we accumulate. Again, it's still in an ideation phase. But post that, what
would be the pros and cons to deciding why not just open? What are the negatives around that?
I guess there is some kind of a market equilibrium that if you're taking too much supply, can you actually pay the interest for that supply, right? So beyond a certain supply, you will, like people may start figuring out the inflation math on the POS side, and they will say, okay, no way they can service this liquidity. So there is that concern. So we need to be kind of taking that into account. But hopefully we'll come up, we are working with our partners to come up with a good design. We think there's still an appetite to get some TVL, but post that TVL.
You don't think that market forces would just work that out kind of
Yeah,
thing?
so
leave it up to the market, and if, let the yield go down, and then the market will find the applicable.
So I think you just answered your own question, which is that in order for the market forces to come in and adjust, you at least need one side of the demand being activated. So if you just keep supply and there is no demand, eventually you can't have an equilibrium. So what we are thinking right now, we have 1.5, 1.6, maybe we might do another cap, but after that, the immediate next step is to onboard the demand side, which is to launch the Babylon chain. So Babylon chain is a Cosmos SDK chain. That's going to be the first reward token, which is going to be given to the Bitcoin stakers. It's not that trivial to onboard Bitcoin, which is sitting on the Bitcoin blockchain, and actually onboard that trustlessly into a Cosmos SDK chain. Of course, Babylon chain is IBC enabled, so there's a lot of other Cosmos chains who can actually enable Bitcoin yield. But we're very cautious in making sure that this first onboarding of the first chain is done very well. So the engineering team, the audit team, the mechanism design team, we are working very closely to make that very successful.
And so what happens next after that?
So we think that the Babylon chain is IBC enabled. So we have quite a few IBC enabled chains which are looking for onboarding LSTs as well as they're looking for onboarding security. So that would be the next step. And also, I think Fisher mentioned in his stake that we are enabling a multi-staking option. So you don't really have to, that from a security perspective, the leverage which comes with restaking, we might be able to kind of minimize that.
Amazing. So I think that's all we have time for, guys.
Just on that, you asked what are the barriers. So there's a psychological barrier which needs to be addressed. It's twofold for staking and activating. Wealth and capital is not an end unto itself. We accumulate resources to do useful things, which is to expand humanity's agency and intelligence. That's what we're here for. Elon's actually showing this, and in fact, if you take Elon's wealth, it's almost 100% tied up in equity value of his companies and his ability to access cash flows, launch Starlink satellites, et cetera, and sell a vision. And he is mimetically changing humanity's course in a very useful way. And we need to change our ideation of money as an end to itself. You do not want to die with a single dollar in your bank account. You want to turn all that wealth into mimetic and genetic output for the future of humanity itself. That's something that we need to, and I think over the last 100 years, this idea that you buy property and property goes up in value, or you sit on cash and cash earns interest rate or whatever, that's wrong. We should treat our time and effort as the truly scarce things, which we turn into capital, which is gives us the ability to buy the time and effort of other machines. The machines around us, the biological machines like your staff and your developers, and in future, very, very soon, the time and effort of the silicon machines, the bots that are going to be running around us very soon. And so capital is your ability to mimetically change humanity, and you should deploy it as fast and as hard as possible. And we need tools to enable us to keep our money online, hot, and not offline, cold. The greatest mistake you can make is keep your Bitcoin in a cold vault locked away. Instead, that Bitcoin, which is your ability to purchase the time and effort of the other machines, should be online, hot, ready to deploy at the moment's notice, earning the margin captured by the fees of delivering services to users that are useful. And that will give you the fastest ability to move around the planet and affect useful change. And we're building the tools to keep your money safe, hot, and ready to be deployed.
So I think you're right, but I think there's the counter argument that says that in an early part of Bitcoin's life, and I still believe that we're in the early part of Bitcoin's life, when the yield or when the return of just holding the Bitcoin is perceived to be so high, the incremental of 2, 6, 7% doesn't warrant the risk of accessing your cold wallet or taking any risks on your Bitcoin. I think Michael Saylor said it best. He's like, why would I ever stake my Bitcoin? Why would I ever move my Bitcoin when just by holding it, I'm getting he quotes the average return. I don't remember what it is, but just by holding it, I'm getting 500%, 100% a year, whatever it is. And so I think that as the asset becomes more adopted and as the asset becomes more mature and you're not getting the 100% a year, 200% a year, 300% a year, then people will be more inclined to take out the asset out of their cold wallet, stake the asset, use the asset, make the asset more productive.
Nothing is zero risk. Like an asteroid could hit Earth tomorrow and set us all back to the primordial protein. So keeping your Bitcoin offline, the risk of you losing access to those keys should be factored into. But also, you're not just dumb mushrooms that live in a basement hoping your Bitcoin goes up forever. What's the point? Why do you want your Bitcoin to go up forever in terms of the purchasing power? The reason why you do is because as Bitcoin accumulates monetary power from the rest of the world, it gives you an increased potential to buy entropy change, useful entropy change of the universe, as in the economic output of humanity itself. So your one Bitcoin has slowly over the last 10 years given you potential to buy an ability to influence humanity at an increasing rate. But what's the point of just sitting it there? Actually go out there and buy the time and effort of the machines around you to do something useful to compound.
All right, on that point, we're not going to hold your lunch off any longer. I think there's one or two more before lunch. So thank you very much, guys. I do see these projects as probably two of the most important projects around Bitcoin. So a big honor to be with you guys today.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you, guys. Yes, we have so much content on this stage. We're trying to really push it. 25 minutes for a panel is just not enough when we have so many incredible speakers. Guys, please do take your seats. I know that lunch might be starting relatively soon, but we still have more to come. We have our next panel coming up. We've been discussing a lot about Bitcoin layer 2s, and this panel is going to take a deep dive into that. So we're going to now see things rather than just in keynotes and discussing layer 2s. We're going to see this from different perspectives, what different people are doing, and how it's all coming together. We keep on discussing that today, is how everything interlinks and has way more power together. On our own, we definitely do not have as much strength as we do as a team. So please join me in keeping up that energy and welcoming back to stage. We have Sunny from Osmosis with still the best outfit of today. We have Belinda from Sharding Capital. We have Sammy from Citria, and we have Bart from Opstake. Let's get a big round of applause, everyone. Let's go, panel.
Today, we are gonna explore the world of Bitcoin layer 2s, and the expanding Bitcoin role in the broader blockchain ecosystem. And I have with me today on the stage a group of remarkable experts, each of them bringing their unique insights into the ever-evolving Bitcoin narrative. We have scaling solutions, we have DeFi, and we have liquidity and all sorts of interoperability. So without further ado, let's get started. Have our guests to do. Thank you. I'll have our guests to do a round of introduction. First of all, we'll start with Citria.
Yeah, great to be here. So my name is Sami. I'm working on a project called Citria, which I'll share a lot more information about. But basically, I'm working on supporting developers to build applications on our network and help them to achieve user traction, growth, liquidity. Yes, that's a bit about me.
Thank you, Sami. Next, we have Bart.
Yeah, so my name is Bart. I'm the CSO at pStake. We are a liquid staking protocol. We've been around for a couple of years. We used to do a lot of liquid staking in Cosmos for a lot of Cosmos assets, but then transitioned this year fully onto Bitcoin now, really focusing there, building an LST on top of Babylon, who we just saw earlier.
Awesome. Thank you, Bart. Sunny.
Hello. Hey guys, my name's Sunny, one of the co-founders of Osmosis and Polaris. You just heard a talk about it a few hours ago. And yeah, I mean, I've always been a Bitcoin maxi, you could say, and part of why I started working on Cosmos 7, 8 years ago was to, I really believe this idea that Bitcoin will be the base money of all of crypto. The Bitcoin asset will flow into all chains and be the core DeFi asset. And I think it's taken a while to get there, but I think we're finally making really good headway into that vision with, all sorts of new stuff like, Bitcoin layer 2s and, Bitcoin staking and a lot of new trust bridges coming around. So really excited to see that.
Thank you, Sunny. It's going to be really exciting. Also myself, I'm Belinda Zhou. I run Sharding Capital. So we are a Web3 fund based out of Dubai. Our target is mainly early stage project, and we will try to support our portfolio project mostly in go-to-market strategy in Asia and Middle East. So let's get the conversation started. Since you're talking about Bitcoin layer 2, I would love to ask Sami about Citria, right? How do you think the ZK rollups is helping supporting Bitcoin's role with beyond its current store of value? How do you unlock its further use case?
That's a great question. So there's two parts of what we're building today. There's ZK rollup, so it's inheriting full Bitcoin security and censorship resistance. So this is, so you have like Bitcoin, the asset, and then Bitcoin, the network. Bitcoin network today is like undoubtedly the most censorship resistant and decentralized network. So what we're looking to do is like how to extend that network properties to allow developers to build decentralized applications that leverage this block space property. So the ZK rollup itself is type 2 ZK EVM. It's actually client agnostic. So we will introduce multi-VM like Solana VM, Move VM much later. Right now we're focusing on EVM, trying to take advantage of the very matured developer tooling and infrastructure that's been around for a while now and continues to improve in the Ethereum and EVM ecosystem, but not only about like developer tooling, even things like compliance and security related applications and infrastructure, which is being developed for EVM, like working towards this goal of being able to build everything on Bitcoin and use Bitcoin as the base asset for everything, but also have these maximally decentralized and censorship resistant applications building on top of Citria. So the second part of what we're building is a trust minimized bridge for settlement that is introducing this one of n trust assumption. So fundamentally different to a lot of the current bridges where they're all honest majority trust assumption, right? So yeah, they have varying degrees of like the signer threshold in some cases are really large, but ultimately they're honest majority trust assumptions. So you have to trust that majority of the signers are of course acting honestly, but then also can secure their keys throughout their lifetime from the point of generation, which is one of the big issues we see, like n number, and even like recent cases like last week, where you have like extremely sophisticated attacks happening on people that are professionals at like custodying and managing keys, right? So it's like a very hostile landscape. Right. So what we're developing today, it introduces this one-of-n trust assumption. So of course, ideally, we will have like trustless, fully trustless bridging, but we're not there yet. And we believe that trust minimize is the best intermediate step until we get there. So today we are rolled out a public testnet, so welcome developers to come and play around with that, come and build whatever you want there, test out the infrastructure and the roll-up itself, and we're getting ready towards launching the full network in February or March, Q1 next year.
Q1 next year,
Correct.
the full network.
Yes.
Wow, very exciting. Yeah, thank you, Sammy. So basically, some frustrations I hear nowadays is that now it's just a bunch of like multi-sigs, right? So I think BVM is a really exciting innovation, and it's gonna drive more adoption, I would say. And now let's take a look at the DeFi landscape in the Bitcoin ecosystem, right? So Bart, P-Stake does risk staking, and you have been also active in building all sorts of like liquid staking solutions. So could you give us like depict like, you know, what's the current status of the risk staking or say the landscape currently in the Bitcoin ecosystem?
Yeah, so I mean, it's about yield, right? So like sort of the Bitcoin yield has been traditionally Bitcoin doesn't have inherent yield. So a long time ago there were a few centralized protocols that came up with some forms of creating yield for Bitcoin. Celsius, BlockFi, they blew up. That didn't work out. So then you have RAD-BTC, which was introduced and kind of tapped into the Ethereum ecosystem. That's fine, but I think the real sort of change has been now with sort of Babylon, our friends that were just here, where they introduced sort of this trustless staking of Bitcoin. That really changed the game, because now you get this sort of risk minimized yield on your Bitcoin. And around Babylon, like all these other protocols have been coming up, sort of like thinking about liquid staking, restaking. P-Stake is one of them, but there's more than 10, I believe, that have built now onto Babylon. Very interesting stuff. You know, everybody's doing something different in a way. P-Stake, we focus on, you know, we want to make it very easy for our users to farm additional yield on the liquid stake token. We focus on security as well, and try to provide sort of the highest yield. So that's kind of our goal. But generally, sort of, I think it's very interesting to see sort of now that there is this yield that you can get on your Bitcoin in a risk minimized way. And you can see sort of the institutions that are looking at this, that in what was traditionally this low yield environment for Bitcoin, now all of a sudden they can get something without risking too much. So, and for us, you know, just speaking about us, we have a solution for, let's say, retail, where they can stake their Bitcoin with us. We use a custodian in the middle, who then, you know, we then stake into Babylon through them. But we also work with institutions where they can actually stake from their own wallet. So it's very kind of less risk for them to do it. And we just help them manage the rewards. We provide the LST, and then we provide additional yield on top of it. So I think, you know, that whole system around Babylon is great. And then additionally, there's all these side chains and L2s that have come up. So the whole DeFi ecosystem for Bitcoin is now really flourishing. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen next. You know, but to me, it's like the right evolution, because it gives Bitcoin a utility. You know, like I don't like the idea of just saying, okay, I'm going to buy Bitcoin, hold it, and hope it appreciates in value. I think it's actually important that there is utility for Bitcoin. So I'm glad that Babylon has introduced this through the security that they provide.
Awesome. So I just have some questions, right? Like, for example, if I am MicroStrategy, will I, you know, try to focus on the Bitcoin yield generation part? Do you think, like, what kind of factors would you think will drive the institutional interest in the yield generation?
I mean, I think, for institutions, it's really, you know, especially around Bitcoin, I think they were always a bit risk averse. You know, you don't want to lose your Bitcoin. So I think if you're thinking about just DeFi and using Bitcoin and DeFi, like it's still somewhat risky, but the idea of staking with Bitcoin, that's probably a bit more within their appetite. So I do feel that that's what we've seen, is that we've been talking to sort of larger like Bitcoin holders and institutions, and they're quite excited about this because they know that their risk is fairly low. So then they're willing to participate. Yeah, so.
Do you see like there's a difference between the Western institutions and Asian ones?
Yeah,
Because
for
the
sure.
Asian ones are more risk on when they hear
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so definitely the Asian side is more sort of the people that we've been speaking to. Yeah. So,
Okay, got
I
it.
think, but once they've tested the waters, I think they're more, more willing to sort of try it out. I'm sure that others will follow down the line.
Okay, they are the pioneers.
Yeah, they're pioneers. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Bart. So, Sammy, actually before the panel, I was asking the organizer. I was like, "How come Sunny is in this panel? Because it's a Bitcoin." And then I heard you are like, and this guy's Bitcoin Maxi, and I saw that tweet. Like, I think in May that you said Osmosis is gonna be a Bitcoin layer 2. I don't know what's the status now. Could you share more? Like, what are you planning at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, so I think for me, being a layer 2, it was a little tongue in cheek. It's, I don't think it's actually what the security mechanism is what matters really. I think it's more about, what is the core financial asset in your system, right? And I think
right.
Osmosis is shifting more and more towards Bitcoin. We have this product called Alloyed Bitcoin, which, part of our goal was we wanted to allow people to be able to deposit BTC from Bitcoin mainnet, but as well as a bunch of different Bitcoin L2s like Stacks and Citria and Rootstock and a whole bunch of places, and like make them all fungible with each other, solve this, liquidity fragmentation that already exists in a lot of Ethereum L2s, and we want to solve this for like a lot of the Bitcoin L2s as well. So, I think today on Osmosis, Bitcoin is one of like the top traded assets. And so, yeah, and then, we've been an early supporter of Babylon, and I've been involved with the team since the inception. And so, yeah, we're excited to see that like Bitcoin staking starts to get used. I think the big thing that I do want to see is like, right now most of the Bitcoin staking is very, it just locked capital. I would like to see how to make sure we're actually activating that $1 billion of Bitcoin TVL is great, but if anything right now, it's actually locking it out of usage in other ways, right? And I'd like to see how we can get more and more Bitcoin being used in active DeFi positions.
Sweet. So can I understand that basically you are bringing the interchain liquidity, like trading solutions to the Bitcoin ecosystem? So allowing like all the layer 2 tokens and like Bitcoin layer 2 tokens, or any sorts of like tokens floating in the ecosystem, like Bitcoin ecosystem, to be able to also trade it amongst each other.
Yeah, exactly. And like, I think, so you'll be able to deposit, BTC from mainnet or from Citria, right? And I think it's one of the only, I think Osmosis is probably the only, or maybe the largest order book DEX for native Bitcoin.
Wow. So technically, it's achievable.
Yeah. And so we've done this by working with a number of different bridges, right? So the Alloy, what it allows us to do is we use WBTC, but we also use Bitcoin bridged via Nomic. We also use CKBTC, which is bridged via ICP. And what that does is it actually, instead of putting all of our eggs in one basket, it lets us diversify our risk and like use a basket of different bridges.
Got it. And then, because now you facilitate swapping, which is like trading, and you mentioned you want to see something more than, like say the simple token side, right? So are you gonna enable more like lending and borrowing, even like derivatives on your platform?
Yeah, I mean today you can already use it in Levana for perps. You can use it in Mars for borrow lend, and not even just beyond the Osmosis chain, like Nolus, which is another Cosmos lending app chain. They started supporting the Alloyed Bitcoin as well, and I think we're just going to start to see that like Alloyed Bitcoin is going to be the primary capital asset in all of Cosmos.
Exciting. Good to see Bitcoin become more used instead of being like an idle asset in the cold wallet. I have a question, right? So, because I'm more on the VC side and then talking with a lot of KOLs, a lot of community members and retails, often we are asked, if the projects have the upside to for them as as like a pleb, right? And I feel like most of the project in the Bitcoin ecosystem haven't launched their tokens yet. Do you think there will be a wealth effect, from the Bitcoin ecosystem, similar to what the airdrop has happened in Ethereum or Solana? So maybe we can start with Sunny.
Yeah, I mean, I think we already started to see an early wealth effect with like a lot of the ordinals and BRC20 stuff. And I think that has sort of started to die down a little bit,
Right.
partially because, I mean, most of those were meme coins. They had very little utility, and then they're all being traded on Bitcoin mainnet, which is just not a good place for trading. It's a very bad UX, with 10-minute block times and all this stuff. So I think that now with more utility tokens with real value being built in the Bitcoin ecosystem, we'll start to see more sustainable wealth effects happening.
Got it. And Bart, what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I guess similar, I mean, I'm hoping, you have all these L2 side chains around Bitcoin coming up, and a lot of them don't have a token yet. So the idea is that they do come up with some interesting concepts where people see utility and value in the token. I mean, then I think that's a good thing, but I hope it's not some temporary kind of phase where, people are just chasing airdrops and then, the ecosystem sort of dies down. I wouldn't like that. So I think eventually it would be nice to see some, real DeFi around Bitcoin, real L2s that have actual value and that people sort of consistently lose for the years to come,
Got
Hopefully.
it.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
seeing more like Bitcoin layer 2s, for example, fundraise news every couple of days. So when capital is flocking to the space, that means, usually there will be wealth effects. What's your take, Sammy? Like Citria gonna launch a token
So
early next year?
there's no Citria token. There won't be. So we use like Citria network uses Bitcoin for transaction fees. But yeah, in terms of the wealth effect, I think it will be like that process of evolution we've seen in a lot of other ecosystems already, right? Like even right now, yield in Bitcoin is something quite new and novel. People are excited about it. Like definitely has like a very promising, bright future. But I think even people become more sensitive and aware about yield composition, like very similar to what was happening in DeFi summer initially, right? Like today you do see similar kind of themes where the yield composition, it's more like points, point Zs, or whatever you want to call it, but like more sustainable yield sources will become available, like, and Bitcoin like will be able to tap into that more. Users will become more sensitive and aware about it. So I think it's just a natural process of evolution, and it's also part of like contributes to the memes like JP was talking about. So I think it's also important. Like I don't want to shit on like anybody's launching tokens and stuff like that, but yeah, I mean it's going to happen, and I think over time will evolve, and like the tokens will become more useful. I think even things like Citria wants to, it's neutral, like it's permissionless infrastructure at the end as well. We have like a bunch of use cases in mind we think will be interesting and take advantage of the specific block space properties. But even I think like doing meme coins on Citria could be quite interesting because it changed the dynamics a bit, right? Like today, if you go to like just cheaper, faster chains, like you have like a lot of possibility for manipulation or like, massive bot operations. People can just like game things very easily, and the cost basis is very low as well. Whereas if you're trying to do it on Citria eventually, right, like it becomes quite expensive because like all the fees are BTC, it's like more than real money, right? So it's like, can introduce like different dynamics on even things like meme coins, which we're also excited about. But yeah, also doing like borrow lending, other types of application that really need this level of like maximal like censorship resistance, but of course comes at a cost that comes at a premium, right? You won't necessarily need to build everything there. There's just going to be other more cheaper, faster alternatives to do certain types of things on, which is fine. I think like ultimately choice is important both for developers and users.
Awesome, yeah. I feel like a crypto narrative really rotates. It has a strong seasonality. So obviously, all of us here are quite bullish about the Bitcoin ecosystem and then Bitcoin DeFi. And recently, I noticed like Stacks has a Nakamoto upgrade, and while like it was a pretty significant, I would say, meaningful milestone for the Bitcoin layer 2, but not a lot of people talking about it, right? So I want to ask like, where do you think we are, or when do you think we will see more Bitcoin DeFi become like the the spotlight of the show? Maybe Sunny, you want to share your 2 cents?
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's already starting to happen, right? I think things like Thorchain and Osmosis are doing a lot of Bitcoin volumes. I think the next thing is like, I think the big thing that's been holding it back, okay, I think Bitcoin is already being used heavily in DeFi, right? And I think WBTC is the example of that, right? It is a centralized bridged Bitcoin that's being used very heavily in DeFi. If you go on Aave or something, right, it's probably in the top 3 most used like lent and borrowed assets. So I think the problem is that like the way WBTC is structured, it's very centralized, especially in the ability to bridge, right? A normal user can't take Bitcoin on BTC mainnet and like mint WBTC. You have to have a special merchant account and everything to do this. And this basically makes it such that DeFi liquidity of Bitcoin today is very isolated from the real Bitcoin liquidity, which is most known as Stacks, but mostly on Bitcoin mainnet. But now I think we're starting to see more and more of these decentralized bridges, right? Where you have, Nomic, ICP, Stacks has their own native bridge. And I think once you can actually bridge the assets off of Bitcoin mainnet and use them into lending, I think we're going to start to see a lot more, in and outflows of BTC from Bitcoin mainnet actually moving on to DeFi when users can permissionlessly do it themselves rather than having to go through a merchant to mint WBTC.
So you mean the infrastructure is almost ready for a Bitcoin DeFi summer?
I think it's ready.
Yeah, it's already it's ready, and then not a lot of people actively talking about it. So that means we are ready actually. So we are like almost at the end of a panel. I would love to ask our panelists to share one thought that excites them most about Bitcoin's future, or a alpha about your project. So we can start with Sami.
Sure. So I think what really excites us is like being able to have this global financial economy built on Bitcoin as the base asset and leveraging the Bitcoin network properties. So that's really what we're most excited about and working to help achieve. The alpha to share is we're getting very close to launching our public mainnet in Q1. We've just launched a public testnet. Welcome everybody to come and help us battle test it, break it, and think of different types of ideas of what we could build using extending Bitcoin block space.
Awesome, yeah. Thank you for the good job in enhancing the block space, because I think it's the biggest limitation right now for the Bitcoin network, right? Yeah. Also, kudos to Citra. Bart, what's your take?
Yeah, so for me, I think sort of this increased programmability for Bitcoin and that really the attention is going there where people, realize like actually we can do a lot more with this asset and use it in DeFi. To me, that's very exciting. Like it is the biggest asset. So I think for us with BStake, we decided we wanted to build for the asset and not just build any product. So hopefully we'll see this flourish and really like grow to sort of into its potential. And some alpha, well, we're launching our liquid stake token in a few weeks, so please check it out, YBTC. And then we'll have some like very cool integrations with this as well, so yeah.
Yeah, so you launch your liquid staking token in a few weeks.
Yes, correct.
Okay, exciting, yeah. Sunny, what's your take?
Okay, I'll put on my Babylon hat for this instead. I'm an advisor for Babylon, and so I think, the that a lot of Bitcoin staking is being done today with like these AVSs. I think it's fine. I think, the real, for me, my vision for restaking in general is it's a way to influence the L1 to do more things, right? And, one of the things I would like to build at some point is a Bitcoin zero-conf network where, I think if there's one thing that's going to hold back all of like the Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem today, it's the slow block times of Bitcoin mainnet. So to get from Bitcoin main, once you're on an L2 or sidechain or whatever, right, it can be fast, but to get onto it takes 10 minutes, or going between the chains takes multiple blocks.
Between layer 2s.
Yeah, and so I think that's gonna be like, unless we can solve that, that's going to be the death knell, right, for why Bitcoin DeFi is not going to take off. In fact, when I first switched from using Bitcoin to using Ethereum primarily, it was because of the block times. The 15-second block times are much better UX than 10 minutes. And then, we see in Solana, like, okay, sub-second block times. It's really good UX. And so I think with like a way where you can have miners be able to restake Bitcoin, to commit to including transactions in the next block so you get faster guarantees of inclusion, I think that is very valuable and is what's really going to take Bitcoin to the next level. But if you think about this and extend it even further, like the logical extension of this is that restaking systems give you a way to bribe miners or validators to add additional protocol rules, right? And so this idea that Bitcoin is stagnated and like we can't activate any new upgrades, I think this is all going to change with restaking systems, where once miners start restaking and committing to adding new rules, this is how we activate soft forks faster, right? And basically we create a free market for activation of new soft forks, and that's why Bitcoin development is going to like skyrocket.
So you're saying basically to provide more software, even like UX, UI, to basically allow more, say, holders, Bitcoin holders, to easily onboard and get onboarded, and then start using Bitcoin as an asset, as a live asset, a functional asset to participate in all sorts of DeFi activities, or just get used to generate some sort of yields.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is this is more about restaking as a way of how we're gonna incentivize faster iteration of the Bitcoin core protocol.
Got it. Thank you. This has been a very insightful session, and I hope it inspires you to look into something possible. And congrats to Bitcoin going, I think, 69K today. Yeah. Thank you for our panelists today. We'll have the end of the discussion. Let's give a round of applause for our panelists.
Amazing. Thank you very much for that amazing panel. We have to move on pretty swiftly. We're just getting the chairs sorted. I know it was meant to be a lunch break, but we're going to keep powering through because you don't want to miss this one. This is all about Bitcoin security. So a key part of Bitcoin. This is our final panel of the Bitcoin track as well. We're going to move on to real-world asset tokenization after this. So please join me to get the most energy we've had today for our amazing panel. This is Matt from Lorenzo, Siva from Native, Jerome from Persistence, and Sanka from Babylon. Let's get a big round of applause, everyone, for our panel. Let's go, guys. Before lunch, let's make this awesome.
Panel for lunch, so I'll keep it really precise, and I'll like the panelists to also keep it, because when you have the audience hungry, you don't want to, you want to be very interesting so that they bless you. Sure. So Matt, maybe you just identify the product vertical which you are building on Babylon.
Oh yeah.
So we are pretty much in a liquid staking token or liquid staking protocols living on top of Babylon. So we are participated into both the Cap 1 and Cap 2 of Babylon.
Is it working? Because I
Hello? Hello?
Okay. Yeah.
Is it better now? Okay. I'll just be holding it closer to my mouth. So we're the liquid staking protocol living on top of Babylon. And we have participated in both Cap 1 and Cap 2 of the Babylon staking and contributed more than 100 mils of TVLs into Babylon. Super honored to be part of the ecosystem. And our LST standards has been like widely adopted in a lot of different ecosystems, including like BNB Chain, like East Mainnet, Scroll, and many other ecosystems as well.
Congrats. Jeroen?
Yeah, hi. So maybe you saw my talk earlier, but with persistence, we actually solve for interoperability between Bitcoin L2s, which has been brought up quite often as a potential problem when it comes to scaling BTC DeFi. How we plan to use Babylon is actually by using Bitcoin security to secure our chain, so that these intent-based swaps that we do across these Bitcoin chain, Bitcoin L2s, are actually secured by the full power of Bitcoin through Babylon staking. So super excited to be bringing that to mainnet early next year.
Shiva?
Yeah, so we are building a Cosmos chain leveraging a type of MPC network, which is a non-collusive MPC network to provide like, secure programmability and interoperability for Bitcoin.
Awesome. So I guess some of you guys have participated in our mainnet. So maybe I'll ask each one of you guys, the ones who have participated, what's something you liked about it, what's something you didn't like about it, but it's always good to inform the community about the experience. So maybe I'll start with Jeroen. Like, I think Persistence also staked some Bitcoin, as far as I remember.
So that's a sister project, P-Stake,
Okay, P-Stake.
slightly different. I personally looked at Babylon, obviously. I think it was nice. Obviously, looks like the easiest way to actually stake was through liquid staking providers, I think. It was I think what was most interesting was just to see the great demand for block space and the enormous fees that were paid, and then to see every like different LST providers, their strategy on like how to optimize for fees versus getting allocations into the first cap, second cap. Nice to see how Babylon also changed the way I think it approached the second cap compared to the first. So, I mean, my experience as a mainnet user is very limited, but we're focused on actually using that security that now has come in later on to really secure the chain that we have.
Matt, what's been your experience from the mainnet?
Yeah, I think like mostly it's been like super exciting. And I think like if without Babylon, it's actually really hard to accumulate, say, 100 mils of TVL with our like the underlying kind of staking protocols like Babylon. So, but also it's like super competitive as well. I feel like especially in Cap 1, right? So Cap 2 has been like a lot like easier like in terms of like mechanisms. And in the Cap 1, we had to do a lot of like strategy plannings, and also like how do we setting up like the transaction fees for each UTXO and things like that. So I think we did like the overall kind of expenses, like the budgets we spend on, it's like the cheapest in all of the LSTs, and we stake a considerable amount. In phase 2, it's significantly easier, and also a lot of kind of huge LPs kind of reach out to us and hoping to stake through us than to Babylon. So it's been like a fast expanding business, and we're super happy to be a part of it. Like the one, like the biggest, like kind of like the emphasis or like the concerns we have is actually like how do we keep it secure for all of the huge amount of capitals we are like holding before it eventually staked into Babylon. So we spend a lot of time on that. So that's kind of the biggest thing there, because there's like huge volumes of capitals we have to take into custody in one way or another before we can safely deposit all of them and stake them into Babylon.
Yeah, I think you guys did a great job, because I think in the first Cap 1, you guys were probably one of the dominant LSTs, and then in Cap 2, there's been like other LSTs coming in. So in terms of like initially taking the risk of staking Bitcoin, that was a very 0 to 1 experience. And so I congratulate the Lorenzo team being very forward in taking on that risk. I guess, Shiva from Native, have you watched the Babylon mainnet? Is there anything you were excited about?
Yeah, we haven't like started integrating with you guys, but we are exploring the opportunities to work together. We have a slightly different approach in terms of how we want to bring the native Bitcoin into into DeFi and provide the programmability. But the space is so huge, and I think there is always opportunities to work with you guys. So yeah, we're actually talking to your team about that.
Yeah, so I think the previous panel, Sunny Agarwal kind of mentioned something that one of the good ambition of a project like Babylon could be to involve miners more actively, because right now we are hoping that the miners are positive players in our system, but they are not an active player in the system, right? So one question, which was the panel before Sunny's panel, where I was with JP, was a lot of times when we meet Bitcoin holders, they say, well, the price of Bitcoin just went up 60% annualized. Why do we need to lock Bitcoin and take on more risk, right? So what is your thought about Bitcoin being a security provider, which is like the block space becomes a security rental, versus the price appreciation? Because fundamentally, from my perspective of being in Babylon, we don't think that a price of an asset would just go up infinitely. So eventually there's a cap to the price appreciation, and a lot of the Bitcoin holders, they have already been holding these assets from 2014, 2016. So the price appreciation does not excite them anymore. What they're looking for is like, is the risk measurable? And if the risk is measurable, if it doesn't have a custody, if it doesn't have a bridge, am I willing to stake it, right? So as guys who are working with Babylon right now, what do you guys see from the Bitcoin holders who are giving you the Bitcoin? What's their major risk which they are perceiving?
Yeah, I can start first. So I think like two things. What's the incentives? Like why it's like a good, like having Babylon is a good fit for like Bitcoin holders. So I think the main reason is that, so the price of Bitcoin is going up is actually a good thing, right? That's why I always tell people, right? So if you are, if you want to do some like savings, you never want to save it in a fiat. So you never want to save it in US dollars or even any other fiats, because like over time your capitals got diluted, right, because of the inflation. So if you want to do some savings, you should always like save it in the form of Bitcoin and just put it there, right? So imagine if you do some like, monthly investment plans in Bitcoin, even if you only like, deposit like $500 every single month, they're going to give you like more than 100% of the yield over the last 3 years, right? So everyone, it's not just like for the miners, but also for the retails, for like any like reasonable like investors. So you should always allocate some of your capitals and deposit and invest into Bitcoin over time, right? But just the Bitcoins going up over time, which also like having like higher opportunity cost for you to spend it. Let's say if today I'm saying like I have to spend some money, and instead of spending my US dollars, I have to spend my Bitcoins. Then I'm thinking like, okay, I'm spending like this $100 worth of Bitcoins. Could it be like 100,000 over the next 2 years? So I'm gonna be hesitating in like spending these like Bitcoin monies in my hand. So a more reasonable, I think a better mindset for that is I will always see Bitcoin as saving, and I always purchasing more Bitcoins and I put it there and hoping the values is going up. But also at the same time, the underlying Bitcoins has been staked into, let's say Babylon, to secure all of the consumer chains. I'm actually like receiving like dividends, or I'm like receiving like monthly incomes like every month, so I can use these yields to cover my like expenses while my capitals keep growing. So that would be like a better like mindset for doing that. So over time, you keep just depositing, and say if you keep doing this for the next 10 years, and not just your wealth is going to grow exponentially, but also like your monthly income is going to be growing exponentially. So hopefully like everybody's like financial freedom is going to be coming like earlier than expected. So that would be like, I think, the right mindset for doing that. So in the long run, just basically like Babylon works super aligned with the overall kind of Bitcoin like trends, and also the long-term expectations of the Bitcoin price as well, and the global economy for like the Bitcoin as well. So I think for the biggest risks is that, so we needed making sure that underlying Bitcoins are absolutely secured, right? So I like our team has been like revised a lot of times over the underlying mechanisms of Babylon, and we have 100% trust in that this whole row system is going to be like super solid and fine. But for the overall market, it needs time to validate, to prove that, right? So a lot of the LPs, they're super interested and also believes in a vision in the long run as well. The only concern is that this is a relatively new product. So
they need some time to test it and making sure it's like everything is fine. But I think like in every like single month, we have like more people got convinced and more interest in depositing. So I honestly think it's gonna be like growing even faster in the next half a year or so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
go for it.
Shiva, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, it's like Sunny actually mentioned in the previous panel that currently Bitcoin being vastly used in DeFi, but I would say it's not. Like it's less than 1% of the Bitcoin is actually being used in DeFi, and the opportunity is so huge, right? Like of course there are some maxis never want to use and take any risk, but still like this 99% of the Bitcoin is just held, and so we believe that if we provide like a secure and robust platform, like a battle-tested platforms, some of that liquidity can be unlocked, and that's what we are also like building for, like having like a trust minimized way of bringing that Bitcoin into like a DeFi across interchain. Would definitely gives a little bit of a motive to bring that Bitcoin into DeFi. But yeah, I think what we are together as an ecosystem now trying to do as providing a more trust minimized bridges would only increase that percentage. As a comparison, like Ethereum, like 17% of the Ethereum is being used in DeFi, right? So the opportunity is huge. But yeah, whatever we are like trying to innovate, I think we'll increase that percentage to more.
Jerome?
Yeah, I mean, on your question in terms of like, does the value of Bitcoin actually interfere in a way with what we're trying to do here? And like, I think no, this is finance like 101. Look, you have an asset, it's currently not that productive. Sure, it goes up in value, but eventually, as you say, it will probably stop going up in value, or at least it will be less fluctuating that massively. So you want to make that asset more productive, and like you can do a few things already with Bitcoin. Like you can just use it and like you lend it out, so you earn some money in that way, which comes with risks, right? You can run some option strategies, like you can sell some covered call options on your Bitcoin, you make some yield in that way, which comes with risks. And now with Babylon, you actually have an option to stake your Bitcoin. Obviously, it comes with risks, right? So there's different forms of yield that are being generated. Maybe there will be other options to actually generate yield on your Bitcoin. But altogether, like it's traditional finance. Look, it's the same thing. You have an asset, it's not really productive. Maybe 1% of the BTC is currently used in DeFi. You want to make more and more of that Bitcoin productive. And that's, I think, the entire name of the game. Like you try to make things more productive in terms of asset class. Yeah, this is really, I think, the start of a new era where Bitcoin can become that productive asset by using the security of Bitcoin to secure other chains, other protocols, which can generate revenue, contribute some of that revenue back to the security of the protocol and back to Bitcoin stakers, basically. So it comes with risks, obviously. I don't really know exactly how like slashing mechanism and everything will work with Babylon. But yeah, curious to see. And like as with everything in finance, I think the market will price it accordingly. So yeah.
Yeah, so maybe the final question before we head off to lunch. Is security a meme? So that's a massive controversial topic between the founder of Solana and the founder of Eigenlayer. So I wanted to hear, you guys are consumers, builders on top of Babylon. What's your take on security? Is security a meme?
Yeah.
I guess I'll start with Shiva.
Yeah, I don't think it's a meme. It's definitely something very important. I'm in this space for, let's say, 8 years, and I lost a lot of times because of, bridging some of the bridges that are not secure. So, and that's also the motivation for us to build a secure platform to bring Bitcoin. So yeah, I wouldn't consider security as a meme. It is necessary to unlock more liquidity into Web3, basically.
I don't think it's a meme. I think it's actually very important, and I think we're actually seeing this. Like, why would otherwise so many things actually be trying to build on top of Bitcoin, on top of the most secure asset and chain in the world? So absolutely not a meme. I think we'll see it even go up. Bitcoin dominance is at one of the highest points it has been in a very long time. And I actually believe just because the security of Bitcoin is so prominent, so important, that it will continue to go up. I actually think that, I've said in my speech before as well, look, everything else in a way has kind of been tested and like in different chains, like even Ethereum, Solana. But I think eventually everything will come back to Bitcoin because it's the most secure chain to build on. Yeah, so not a meme, but on the other hand, everything's a meme. So, but no, not security, not Bitcoin security.
Yeah, I think it's all fun and games until the real security has been breached, right? So I think like the security topic is more like a fire alarm. So we're like hearing a lot of these fire alarms are actually false alarms. But when there is a real fire, you would hope like it actually works and all of like the, you know, the firefighters and whatever, all these mechanisms could come here to save you immediately. So I think the same way works for Bitcoin as well. It's only that, so it's in a very early stage of Babylon. There are not so many consumer chains already live with Babylon, like staking and all kinds of stuff. So people would be saying like, okay, you know what? So there could be work like this way or another. Actually, it's like, probably it's not that significant of an impact or things like that. But if you really think about it, if one day we have like 50 billion plus of the assets being actually running on all of the Babylon consumer chains, and I'm telling you the underlying security is only secured by, let's say, 100K of assets underlying stake there, this is like the most horrible kind of story I will be hearing in this year. It's like, how would you be securing all of these like huge tons of business building on top of that? So hopefully, I think the BTC staking, staked kind of like decentralized world is going to be securing like all of the on-chain finances, all of like the global decentralized finances, like securing all of these, not just like Bitcoin, but also like real world assets, like Ethereum, all of these like leading tokens, let's say like all of the NASDAQ securities and all these things on-chain. There's going to be like trillions and trillions of like dollars worth of assets being traded on-chain. So if there is a tiny, teeny chance of being hacked, is possible, it will happen. And that's when the time of the whole world is going to be collapsing. So like I said again, so it's like, it's all fun and games. You can mock about that. You can say like, you know what, it's like preventing this like hacking, but this hacking has never happened for a very, very long time. But if you are putting trillions of dollars at stake, even if it's just like 1 of a million chance of being hacked, once it happens, that's the end of the whole world. So we cannot stand that, we cannot afford that. So yeah, I think security is a real thing.
Yeah, thank you guys. Maybe as a builder inside Babylon, I would just reiterate this point that in the movie, that with Spider-Man movie, there was a statement that with great power comes great responsibility. So at inside Babylon, we know that there's a tremendous amount of TVL to unlock, but at the same time, that TVL puts a massive engineering responsibility to make sure that we execute, and we are very cautious in putting this locked on Bitcoin. Thank you again for the panel. And yeah, we head off to lunch. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
A round of applause, everyone, for our amazing last panel before lunch. The guys are correct. We are now taking a lunch break. We will be back here at 2:30 p.m. So we're running around 30 minutes behind schedule. But go, enjoy some lunch. Feel fueled up, ready for this afternoon session. We're going to be discussing real-world asset tokenization. I'm extremely excited for this topic as well. So guys, let's get that energy. I'll race you to the lunchroom.
One.
right industries as well. So this amazing track is coming to you from Mantra, and it is now my pleasure to invite to stage Kate from Mantra. She's going to be taking over my job as well. So
welcome, everyone. It's a big, big honor for me to be on stage here to open the tokenization session track. My name is Kate from Mantra. We're home of our RWAs, building blockchain infrastructure to make tokenization happen. I want to share something briefly that demonstrates our growth throughout the year compared to last year, which I was mentioning to a lot of folks today. Basically, last year, Cosmoverse 2023 Istanbul, I attended all alone. But this year, I've had the pleasure to bring our entire army of colleagues, investors, and supporters. It really shows how much effort and work we have put throughout the year to really grow. And I always love to tell people 1% growth every day makes a huge change in the long run. At Mantra, we may have started from the bottom, but we're here and we are not done. We've only started, and we're a bunch of high energy, high growth, and very, very excited group of team. And we're really here to take you guys on a ride of tokenization of real-world assets. Let me tell you, compared to other L1s in the RWA space out there, we're very much more well-positioned. And let me tell you why. We have strong backers that are supporting us from all realms of tokenization, whether it's from high-quality asset providers to bringing new capital into the space, or to even strategically bringing aligned partners throughout our ecosystem. In the past couple of months, we've actually made several real-world deals, some of which being with MAG, which is one of the biggest real estate developers in the UAE. We've partnered to offer a $500 million tokenization deal, which is financing commercial jet aircraft. So we're working with them to help tokenize their financial marketing. And I'd really like to share more of more exciting partners that we have coming through, but obviously my marketing will probably kill me if I said it first. So before I pass on the mic to the next group of panelists, I do want to share something that I experienced last week at a invite-only Google event. Basically, it was an event where people were talking about AI and future of utilizing AI. But there was actually a very unique speaker on stage, which I had a pretty big takeaway. He was the Director General of ADIO. Basically, ADIO is a government entity that attracts and facilitates investments to the UAE. It was an AI panel, but he clearly mentioned that his remit for the foreseeable future is to make sure tokenization happens. With that, I want to say that we are really well positioned in the UAE and in the Middle East to be really working on these types of projects and making sure that we do bring it into reality. So I'm gonna now end that and shift our focus to the next session with a group of panelists in tokenizing real estate. So we have Peter Liu, our very own COO of Mantra and ex-regulator. We have Kunal Savjani. He's a seasoned investor with Sharuk, which is a prominent VC in the Middle East. He's also led Mantra's investment round earlier this year. So they're a really big investor of ours. We also have Riz Ahmed. He is the CEO of SmartCrowd, which is the first fractionalized real estate platform in the UAE. We also have Parv. He is the CEO and founder of Estate Protocol, which is a tokenized real estate marketplace, and he will be moderating for the panel. So please welcome the panelists on stage, and thank you so much.
Do we sit under our pictures? What?
Hello, hello. I am the backup moderator, so please set your expectations that way.
We have a very tight-knit group of people on this panel. We all sort of work together in some capacity or the other. So hopefully we can make it interesting here. Peter, I want to start by asking you, we've been hearing about tokenized real estate for many years. This is not exactly the newest idea in the space. You have a regulator background. Why are we only now seeing it happen in the real world? Why were we not talking about this on a panel in 2018, for example?
Thanks, Marv. I think there's many aspects to your question there. Yeah. I think as an asset class, as a theme, tokenization requires multiple iterations. So there's never one magic bullet here, right? So from proof of concepts down to working out what type of assets work, whether it's real estate that's in construction, whether it's real estate producing the income yield, working out exactly how you fractionalize these assets, what the differentiation between fractionalized real estate versus REITs, for example, which is also a partial right to real estate income streams. Those things take time to figure out, right? So I've been asked on so many times this year, like, why is it only successful now? But all these things is part of the journey of tokenization, and people learn as you go along. I like to use the example of e-commerce. We didn't buy things online overnight. It took many, many years to get there. It took many, many years before you felt comfortable putting your credit card into a website. And every year, things iterated into a better version of that. And I think we're on the same journey in tokenization as well. You asked the question from a regulatory perspective. So those things also need to be worked out, what the risks are, particularly from a consumer protection angle, from a DeFi Web3 angle. Once you put stuff on chain, how do you ensure that compliance risks are adequately managed? So these things will all come together. I think time, effort. It helped that we had a winter as well, so people were focusing on building rather than shilling. So that
do you
was
think
good.
infrastructure was also a part of it? There was not enough infra in crypto to do this, or was it always there?
That's a really, really interesting question, right? Tokenization can happen at many, many levels. I think we're at the first stage of it, where the front end of it is now on chain, right? Mm-hmm. The plumbing of tokenization plumbing of real estate to come fully into tokenized state, you've got to solve, things like legal checks, things like the property transfer, things like, true recognition of legal ownership. Those, again, take more time, right? And require change of legal frameworks as well. So that requires both regulatory input, but also legal input as well. So we've just come back from, say, Switzerland, where, the legal framework there, for movable assets at least, not for real estate, is very, very open to true tokenization, where the legal ownership is recognized on chain. You see stuff like that in Luxembourg and Germany as well. I think, as things progress, regulatory frameworks will improve consumer protection, but legal frameworks need to kind of recognize tokenized assets as well, so that there is legal certainty and you don't have dual records of ownership.
Very interesting. I'm also just coming from Switzerland straight here. And on that note, which regulator in the world do you think is the furthest ahead when it comes to real estate tokenization specifically? And if it is the UAE, just to make it interesting, what's the next best one?
Be careful. Yeah, I think there are very, very innovative discussions happening here in the UAE, which will put Dubai in particular ahead of the curve when it comes to tokenizing real estate, in the sense I spoke about, where the token is the thing itself and not a representation of the thing.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. We have nothing to do originally with the UAE, but we decided to come here and start our tokenization process from the UAE simply because the infrastructure and the regulation is by far the best in the world, maybe. But Switzerland is also interesting, so I would be maybe looking there as well. Riz, a lot of people in crypto have an issue that there's a lot of projects, there's a lot of money going around, but there's not a lot of users that actually use applications in crypto. You are someone here that has the most real-life users on your application, even though it's Web2. Where do you think, in your customer's journey or how they experience the fractional real estate ownership, how can we improve as people that are tokenizing this? How can we improve?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for saying that we're just Web 2. I appreciate that. Where was the first moderator? So yeah, just to give everyone a bit of background, right? So for 2018, if I rewind, what the general investor wanted was generally someone in Dubai that wanted to put a bit of money into Dubai real estate. And that was the problem that Smart Crowd was trying to solve. So we got the first crowdfunding real estate regulated license in the Middle East. And that was the problem we started solving for years and years and years. And now what we're looking at is a different type of problem. That problem is someone coming, and that's why we've started working with the state protocol, is someone that says, look, I've got quite a lot of money, I've made quite a bit of money in crypto, for example. I'm looking for sustainable yields. I'm looking for a hard asset. I'm looking for something that is pegged to the dollar, ideally, and also in a tax-free environment. And so that's what we're trying to solve right now, and that's what the big customers are coming to us and saying, solve this problem now. We solved the previous problem, and we've got over 10,000 investors. We do tens of millions of dollars of AUM every quarter. But now this is the key problem that we have to solve for people in this room, right? That say, look, we have this objective, and we have this kind of currency, which is the cryptocurrency, and we need to get into that. But also, the other part of it is, how do we make sure that this is liquid? Right? So again, if you're in crypto, you're used to this liquidity. In normal kind of the meat space of owning an asset and running an asset and then eventually selling it, it's not that liquid. It's just think about owning a flat or anything. It's not, you can't liquidate it overnight. With Smart Crowd, you can liquidate it, but it'll take maybe a couple of months to go and liquidate your shareholding. What tokenization allows is that almost frictionless ability to trade. And not only that, when you have a token on blockchain, you're also able to leverage it, which is something that we can't do right now. So our structure is we have an SPV that is regulated, it owns an asset, and maybe the four of us own an asset together and we own 25% each. But that asset, that whole SPV structure is regulated, and you're not allowed to go and get leverage against it. But you and I have been discussing for a long time, people saying, I want to invest, but I want to be able to leverage it. And then you have the financial institution that says, I'm willing to give leverage against it, so how do I liquidate? So that is the problem that we're trying to solve right now. The demand is, if I go back 2 years, 3 years ago, it wasn't necessarily there, but as Dubai actually has become more on the global stage, a presence, where actually people are finding that this is the place where, again, dollar-denominated, no tax, hard assets, the sustainable yields, and so this is the problem we're trying to solve now. So we don't have the solution right now in a regulated framework, but working with the state protocol, we're able to offer that solution in a whole at the moment.
Yeah, very interesting. Kunal, tying the question back into your background as a capital allocator, do you see more opportunities coming out of this if we are, for example, able to enable leverage on tokenized real estate? Do you think that would make it more desirable for somebody who's trying to invest into real estate? I know you do that. Would that become a reason for you to choose tokenized real estate over traditional real estate? Or there's more reasons?
Or there's no reasons?
If we are able to create leverage on tokenized real estate.
So, multifaceted question. I actually think when you use leverage, when you talk about leverage, I think you're spot on. That's the massive opportunity. I think of it more as collateralization. And I think we also have to look at, I know we're here to talk about real estate, but we have to remember real estate is an asset class. And I think the beauty about tokenization is it allows you to, if we can get to collateralization, and this will take time. You asked about where we are along the curve, it'll take time. But if we can get to the point that I can be using my real estate, borrowing against it to invest into other, it's not just into other real estate, but into other financial assets, especially if you're talking about on a fractional basis. Now, if you are an ultra-high net worth and you have the right banking lines, you can do that anyway. That does take longer, but you can do it. But we're talking about for the mass market. Once you can do that, I think huge opportunity comes up because real estate is very different in terms of risk spectrum from other asset classes you might be wanting to invest in. So I think that's where the real opportunity is. I know you mentioned other, comparing it, we talked about REITs and real estate. I actually see it as very different. That's because, to me, I think real estate is still quite an emotional market. People do want to be able to say, that apartment over there or that building over there. They don't want to talk about owning some sort of blended bond of debt, commercial property, et cetera, and some REITs set in the US. So I think you have a lot more advantages about tokenization. But when we talk about the leverage factor, I think it is super important across all assets that we want to tokenize. And that will allow people who that will allow people who maybe were historically only interested in one asset class, because you get that quite often. Tribalists, somebody's into property, they do a lot of property. They don't do a lot of anything else. I think what we can do when we look at real world assets as a whole is you can educate people and make it very easy for them to trade against other assets. I also think one of the biggest advantages of tokenization is if you think of people who've done well in property, quite often, if you were in the UAE at the right time, you did well in the UAE. But then you heard Miami was hot. But you can't really trade, you can't invest across the region, across the globe, unless you're a very sophisticated investor. And I think that opportunity on tokenization will be phenomenal. And when you talk about the regulatory side of it, I do believe whoever goes first is just going to set the footprint for people to follow. And we want that. Because you do want a situation where you said Switzerland, I want to be able to sell here and buy Switzerland, or vice versa, or anywhere else in the world.
Yeah. Swiss banks seem to think so for the UAE as well. The feeling is mutual. Cross-border investments, I think that's one of the biggest unlocks. So I know you also invest in real estate. Why would a property developer, like if you were Mac Group, for example, Peter, maybe you can chime in here. Why does Mac Group prefer to tokenize their properties, or any other developer, as opposed to selling them the traditional way? Kunal, you can start maybe.
Yeah, I don't think it's prefer. They're not stopping doing the traditional model. And I think you've got, when you wonder why we haven't got to tokenization yet, you remember we're disrupting centuries-old industry here. Again, not just in real estate, in finance, across the board. But there is a world, if you look around, yesterday I saw Tether, there's $120 billion worth of stablecoin out there. That is not coming into the traditional property market for developers. So they're unlocking pools of capital. That's step one. Also, understanding where the puck is going. That's going to be a much, much larger proportion. We all believe that. Your 120 billion of stable is going to go significantly higher. And people, I think, unfortunately, the younger generation don't necessarily want to own as much. They don't want to own their own property, but they do want to have the ability to invest across multiple properties, so own little pieces of each one. So I definitely don't think they're moving away. They're just adding on.
Right. And Peter, do you have anything to add to that? Why would, let's say you have the biggest property developer sitting in this room, why should they tokenize their property on Mantra?
To avoid the Kodak moment. I think, look, if you believe in this technology, which I assume 95% of people in this room do, then the true transformative nature of the technology means eventually, legal transactions can be done on chain. Conveyancing searches can be done on chain. Property transfers can be done on chain, right? So either you get with the program really early, understand the technology, familiarize yourself with all the challenges that are going to come in the coming years, or you're going to fall behind, right? Why would you take a digital photograph 15 years ago, right? Because there was films, this is useless. Why am I going to do this, right? I want a real photo. Or why would you shop online 20 years ago? You could just walk into a shop, right? So technology is going to transform some of the ways we do things. And I think if you understand that, then again, maybe it's a bit of a hedge, but I think also companies and industries need to understand where.
As you talk to a lot of real estate developers, sellers, brokers, what percentage do you think recognize this, that tokenization is the future? This is something that you would have to get on with? Or do you think there's still some resistance there?
Yeah, so in February this year, I did a course for a week on AI and tokenization. At the end of the course, I said to the lecturer, I didn't understand 95% of what you just said. All I know is that I need to get onto AI, I need to get onto tokenization, right? and even sitting on stage here, I wouldn't say my knowledge of the space is very high, but you appreciate that this is the future, this is what we need to move into. There's obviously a bit of a danger where you say, and even I was telling you earlier, I made the mistake myself when everything Bitcoin started going hot and cryptocurrency. I was like, oh, put a few $1,000s in, and then next day it's worth zero, right? So that is that risk. So again, I think when you tokenize real estate, I think that's a good entry market for a lot of people. When I'm speaking to investors, these real live investors, and they understand there's cryptocurrencies and tokens and everything, but when you bring it back to its tokenization of real estate, they're much more comfortable because there's an underlying hard asset. Again, it's a hard asset. You see there's a sustainable yields. Someone's taking care of all the hassle. And again, the dollar denomination and pegging and also the tax-free environment makes it really simple for someone to understand. So if they're trying to get into this space, the tokenized real estate is a really easy way of getting used to that over a period of time. And then, as Kunal mentioned, who I should mention is actually an investor in SmartCrowd, they can basically, as you mentioned, you start expanding into different areas of assets and real-world assets that you'd like to invest in. So it's definitely a hot topic. Everyone's talking about it, but the sheer number of people that come to me and say, when are we doing this tokenization of real estate? And I said, do you even know what that means? And they go, no. And they never even heard of what blockchain is. They just hear of Bitcoin. So it's definitely something that's coming up more and more in conversations. I don't think the regular retail investor is there, but definitely more professional investors. So I'll define a professional investor as someone who has more than $1 million of net assets. That's how we define a professional investor. All of them are talking about it, right? All of them are moving towards this.
So we're still early, but we don't have much time.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to move fast.
Yeah.
We also have a small announcement to make here. Estate Protocol already tokenizes real estate with SmartCrowd. We are also now going to enable people to get their golden visas for UAE using their crypto through real estate. That's going to be, I hope, an interesting update too.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All the crypto nomads we have in the space, hopefully they can benefit from the amazing policies that the government creates here. No further questions, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Good. Do a quick selfie.
Amazing. Thank you so much. It really is an interesting topic, particularly here in the UAE with so much construction going on. I do think that the tokenization of real estate will be key in Dubai's development as well as the industry development. And something else that they mentioned about kind of Web 2 users and the largest amount of our user base is still in Web 2. So it's how do we access them? And it's things like tokenization of real estate that could allow us to tap into that market and hopefully bring them into Web 3. And now we move on to something that's very, very key in this industry. It is regulation. So regulation of, we have some amazing speakers for you as well. Arena that I've met many times here in Dubai, so I know that this is going to be absolutely incredible. So please join me, everyone, in welcoming to stage the amazing Arena Hiva, who is going to be our moderator for this afternoon's session. And we also have Anthony from Midnight, Daima from Hacken, and Chad from Neptune. So guys, As I said earlier, you've had your lunch, you're ready for this afternoon session. Let's get a huge round of applause for this panel. Take it away, Arena.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Absolutely delighted to moderate a panel full of my friends.
You gotta go
so,
over there.
Anthony.
We're gonna do it this way. We're gonna mess it up.
Oh, you're gonna mess it up. Oh,
That
sorry.
way people know you're over there.
Oh, okay.
Chad's over there. Dima's here, and I'm here.
Okay.
And then
Thank
everybody-
you for helping me. So Anthony is my, we actually swapped roles. Normally he interviews me for his fantastic channel where we talk
roast
really
blockchains.
badly about a lot of fun things. So Anthony is one of my first LinkedIn crypto friend. Dima, who I've known for I don't know how many years, he's like a furniture in the crypto space. If you're not using Hacken to audit your smart contracts, then I don't know what you're doing. And my new crypto, that's all it takes to become friends. We actually gathered together and we decided to change the panel title, RWA regulations. RWA regulations per se. So we decided to talk about RWA lack of regulations and also the future of taking it forward. You know, what does it take for RWAs to stick? I wrote an article recently talking about STOs. Who remember STOs? Who's old enough to remember STOs? Did they die a peaceful death, or we have wonderful STO secondary markets? Yeah, I think they died a peaceful death, right? So why RWAs or tokenization of RWAs is back on track? Is it just a hype? Or, you know, we really have something interesting going on. So my first question to my wonderful panelists is, what is RWAs?
Real world assets. As if the other assets that we're working with are unreal or are from an unreal world. I think it's an unfortunate rebranding of the tokenization of things. We have cryptocurrencies, digital assets related to blockchains, which I think are packaged in their own unique way. We know some of them relate to digital gold. If you look at Bitcoin, you know that some of them are related to the security of layer ones, layer twos, which are cryptocurrencies in and of themselves. And then we have other stuff that has value that we manage on blockchains. And we haven't really captured a collective title for that, but we've ended up, I think through DeFi protocols, trying to have a basket of other things you can put money into, being real world assets. And these are assets that are either in the world that we can tokenize and that have value, or they are traditional financial assets, equities, commodities, bonds, cash, that we choose to tokenize. And there's materially different use cases for both of those things, right? So financial assets for financial services and asset managers and venture capital, these things are already digital. We already have digitized these financial products. The value, as we heard in the previous panel, and we can talk more about this today, the value of token exciting and extending the boundaries of financial services. Invoices, art, physical assets are not without complexity because a lot of those assets are physical. And again, when we talked about real estate on the previous panel, the guys were saying, well, you've got regulation, you've got off-chain processes, you've got challenges with, you know, if I tokenize a Lambo, that's really exciting and very, very cool. But how do I know where the Lambo is? How do I know that Arena hasn't taken it out for a joyride and crashed it? How do I know that it's kept its service history up to date? None of these things are on chain today. And so while, yes, I could bring liquidity to my Lambo, I don't know why I'm here talking about Lambos, but anyway, here we are in Dubai talking about Lambos. These create other opportunities that are different to expanding financial services. It's about creating and driving liquidity to different industries or creating new ways of financializing things. We should also argue about why the financialization of everything is not necessarily a good thing. And that probably would be a good regulation title for next time. But ultimately, that's my opening gambit. You've got tokenization of established assets that exist in financial services, and then the tokenization of other assets in the world that have value that we would like to put on chain.
Exactly, and they're not the same, right? If you want to tokenize your watch or your car, it's not the same as tokenizing and securitizing an entire building or shares. And Dima, coming to you, do you want to talk to us about your experience in real-world asset tokenization when it comes to a regulated asset class such as shares?
Sure. Hello. Yes, we had one interesting experiment. I call it experiment. Not everybody knows, but we started as we started hacking in 2017. We won one pitching competition, and the winning prize was 33 bitcoins in exchange that we had to make an ICO. So this is how we started in 2017, and we do take care of our token holders since then. Like we support our token a lot. And one idea came into my mind that we can, we had a conflict of interest between different stakeholders group, between shareholders and token holders, because they want completely different things. Shareholders want to reinvest profits and grow capitalization, while token holders want some buybacks and some token marketing. So our idea was formulated that we would like to merge the interests of both stakeholders, and we took 10% of our equity and proposed as a private placement. We tokenized this 10%, and as a private placement, we proposed to our token holders to exchange their tokens to these equity shares. Basically, it's tokenization and RWA project. So what we did, I sold 10% of my shareholding into Spanish SPV, and Spanish SPV started to hold this 10%, and we tokenized the equity of the Spanish SPV and made the private offering to our token holders. So by doing that, we merged the interest, and right now we don't have any more questions of the buybacks. People, our token holders now are those who accepted this offer. Now they are shareholders of the company, and they can influence on the decision of the strategy of the company.
And that's an interesting use case. A cybersecurity company tokenizing the shares, giving the token holders an opportunity to get the tokenized shares within the company and have a say as to the direction of the company. That's very interesting and innovative. I would question when, back in 2018, I tokenized the first corporate bond here in the Middle East, and the bond raised 800 million euros. And you know who were happy? The only people who were happy were the lawyers, because we charged fees for it, we did the structuring. The investors were not very happy because there was no secondary trading market, there was no liquidity. The people who launched, the company that launched the bond were not very happy because they had to deal with complaints from the investors, and they had to pay legal fees, right? So whenever there is an innovation happening, and it's in a regulated securities market or other sort of regulated areas like virtual assets, I think the only people who are quite enjoying themselves are the service providers. Unfortunately, that is the case. What issues do you see? Regulatory barriers.
Absolutely.
What issues do you see?
You've heard the term that oil and water cannot combine. They cannot mix. And what we're finding is that this trap, which is then wanting, so we are finding out, and I was hearing earlier from the real estate regulation. So finding the regulation piece, getting some clarity around that, and acting as if we're doing it in the best interest that someday it'll be regulated is key.
And then I think that is the challenge, right? Countries have borders, regulations have borders, regulators have borders, blockchain has no borders. A gentleman on the panel before us talking about, swapping Dubai tokenized property to US tokenized property. That's all fantastic, but how will that work from the regulatory point of view? So Anthony, you are quite an international professional living in multiple countries. What do you see happening on the ground from the regulatory point of view? Because the only country I see that really allows native on-chain ownership is my native Switzerland. So will we come to that point of view where other regulators will allow for that?
I think it's got to be the logical conclusion when there's enough shouting, by the way, thank you for your support and thank you for your screaming, markets, or the intent from BlackRock, the intent from the Swiss government, the intent from industries at large. It might not necessarily be financial services where you see the first move. It might be if you have countries that have particular strength in industries. The Dutch, for example, have spent a huge amount of time and effort building collaborations around trade, around shipping, around logistics, because that's one of their core industries. And so you see actually a very advanced logistics and supply chain industry and tokenization of trading assets in the Netherlands. You would never necessarily point to the Netherlands as a leading market, but in that particular instance, they're driving ahead. There are markets like Singapore, Hong Kong, Germany to some extent, clearly Switzerland, that are trying to be leaders in attracting capital, investment, and large projects that can position them as leading markets to bring others to. There's a battle for your projects. There's a battle for everything that people in this room are trying to build. Luckily, the UAE is in a nice position, and at the moment, many of you guys are based here, and you're enjoying decent engagement with a regulator, or decent engagement with a legal community, decent engagement with collaboration zones where you can work through the problems that have not yet been established. The pain of that is, as we heard from Riz on the previous panel, if you're going first, you're breaking down all the barriers for everybody else to enter behind you. And this is part of the challenge with Web3, is that as soon as somebody has established the protocol, somebody has established the framework, everybody else can pile in. And so have you created a moat? Possibly not. So Wadaji can work incredibly well. The Cosmos ecosystem is particularly strong in that space. Don't hate me, I came from Polkadot before that, and I'm very fond of the idea of multi-chain assets. Working for Midnight today, we're a ZK data protection, privacy, or at least different regulations are going to require different technology stacks. There's not going to be one solution fitting all. So having a multi-chain approach matters. But if you think $16 trillion of assets are going to go onto main chain EVM with no shielding of data and metadata, that's going to be an even bigger problem than regulation, because the regulated industries and the regulated organizations and institutions will not come. So okay, yes, we've got to solve that next, but just try bringing institutions when all of their order book is on chain and visible for their competitors to see. Not saying that regulation isn't a problem, but privacy and data protection is going to come next, and it's an even bigger hurdle, but the unlock is even bigger once we solve it.
But ultimately, isn't it the end user's responsibility for their own?
Again, the end user has, not always, but rarely driven market change. It's the applications in the middle. What we've got nicely now is we've got a very large, $1 trillion worth of Bitcoin holdings out there in the world, unleveraged, underutilized. You've got a number of regulators and financial institutions who say, oh, this tokenization thing could be really interesting. But the conduit for those two things is applications. The application layer is always the place in which the institutions and the users meet. And until the applications are able to put together a compliant, easy to use, nice user experience, low friction platform, right? Try to move Atom across 2 bridges over to Solana and see how long that takes you and how quickly you give up. Right?
And that was the issue with STOs, right? There was no infrastructure, there were no platforms, no secondary trading.
Yeah, the battleground is the application layer. And so it's paramount for us to enable applications to be able to have fast transactions, compliant transactions, easy user experience, custodial, non-custodial wallets if they choose to, and make it easy. Make it as easy as eToro.
There are a number of service providers that are out there that are working towards this. We've talked to institutional wallets like Utilia or Fortify. You've got Bitwise doing accounting. You've got Snaps doing KYC, AML. So as far as Neptune is concerned, we're trying to surround our institutional clients with a team of professionals and hand them the path to success.
Yeah. The question at this point is, will they take primitives and build it themselves? And so you have one large institution building their own composable platform within their own environment, think JP Morgan Onyx, or actually will we just build Robinhood? And which of those is more likely to scale? We have easiest way to launch something in banking is to go and buy a bank, is not to set up your own bank, right? Because they've been through all the pain and the process and the setup and the configuration. It's going to be the same thing with DeFi. How do we get the fastest path to enabling users on board? Is it to give the banks our technology, or to build something that's like a bank that's composable and easy for people to use? that doesn't go through any of the challenges that banks may have today with their legacy infrastructure, but that is still compliant on the same side.
But that's a great point that you're making, Chad, that you need this ecosystem of service providers, an accountant, a bookkeeper, AML, KYC, sort of easy onboarding, because you cannot build in our Web3 space something by yourself. You need a team of professionals around you. And Anthony, you talked about the regulators and you mentioned UIE. One of the things I really like you mentioned, it's quite easy to engage with the regulators here. And I think, Dima, you are seeing it firsthand with you being a preferred service provider with quite a few regulators in the UAE. Believe it or not, we are a country of less than 10 million people and we have 5 crypto regulators in the UAE. So we have federal, ESCA and central bank. Then we have local one in Dubai, VARA, Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority. Then we have DIFC and IDGM regulator. So talk to us about the experience that you've just relocated to the UAE very recently. I've been in Dubai for 17 years, and for 17 years I'm screaming at all my friends, Habibi, come to Dubai. Finally, you're all coming. I'm very, very happy. Welcome. And so you've just relocated to the UAE, and you are preferred services provider with regulators. Talk about that experience and how is it engaging with community here?
Yeah, I recently moved to Abu Dhabi, and my wife is happy, everybody's happy, and so it's great to be here. Yeah, for us, it's like we are very big believers in crypto, like our company, and we want our industry to succeed. And talking to regulators and educating regulators is one of the like key strategic initiatives. So we participated in European Commission sandbox. European Commission is our client. We work closely with ADGM. Like, this is the reason why I moved to Abu Dhabi, because we work very closely with them. We helped Bahrain to set up the regulation, obviously VARA, Turkish regulator. So all of them have like one, I wouldn't say problem, but one similarity. All of them, they are very big professionals. They want also crypto to succeed, but this is not their full-time job. They don't know crypto that much as we do, like I mean like the industry. And they were building some other regulation for like previous hot topics, and this is data protection, this KYC, AML, and they, some of them, they still think that this is the most risky area in crypto, and we need to rebuild it once again. But in fact, they just need help to point finger where are the really biggest risks. So yeah, we explain to regulators where they should create new laws, where they should focus on, that will help to make the fraudsters, hackers, and scammers' life more. Yeah. So, for example, I mean, I think Emirates regulators, they're moving with the best speed. They are risk takers, and they are ready to experiment for the best of the industry.
Yeah, and living in a small, agile country with regulators actually working for the betterment and for the economy of the country, it's such a good change. If you see what's happening in Europe, they just want to argue and fight, and and here we don't have the pleasure of wasting time. We need to actually move the economy forward, and that's what I absolutely love Dubai about, living here for 17 years.
In the defense of Europe, we don't argue and fight, we just write a lot of papers.
Papers, yes, sorry, writing papers. I really love the AI Act. There's 0 AI companies in Europe, but there is the first AI law in Europe, and some lawyers charged a lot of money for that, and that's what I keep saying, right? Every time you produce bureaucracy and the paperwork, the only people are winning lawyers. And as a full-time lawyer, I'm happy to bash lawyers.
We need to tokenize lawyers.
That would be a very useless exercise. But I agree, working with regulators here in UAE, it's absolutely, you actually send an email, you actually get a response, you get on a phone, you can talk to them.
Yeah, but I want to also underline what is our vision on the regulators. So it's no chance that they are going to have, that they can create the perfect environment. It's just impossible. The responsibility on our industry lies only on us, on builders. And regulators, they are just tools in our hands to build a proper industry. So, and I think everybody should judge them in this way. That's a responsibility on us, regulate our responsibility in the end.
That's one way of looking at it. Chad, talking about fantastic regulators, there's President Trump incoming promised to make US the crypto capital of the world, the Bitcoin capital of the world. He launched his DeFi coin, which did not perform very well. What is happening in the US? Here we are sitting in the UAE telling how wonderful and fantastic things are, how everything is rosy, and we have the best government and the best regulators and the best ecosystem. How are things in the US?
Well, you never can believe a politician. And especially when they're trying to use it to gain votes and when they are trying to use it to sway the public opinion. However, with Trump, I actually really believe him because he is on the DeFi aspect of the platform. So I'm encouraged. I'm looking forward to here in a couple of weeks, maybe having some different regulators in the US, and we could probably do another panel at that time.
Not political advice, always do your own research.
Not political advice. There was a Friday prayer this last Friday, and the lady next to me prayed for the health of President Trump. Why? I overheard it, and I actually thought it was cute, but I think maybe we all need prayers for the crypto industry and for
Amen.
the peace and health of everyone. But give me more. Give me more. What's happening in the US with regards to real-world assets? With regards to fantastic. So there are a lot of regulated platforms. What else is coming out interesting?
Yeah, so what is interesting in the US is that the retail environment, just the regular Joe that wants to get into crypto, it has this fog over them and there's no real clear path. But when you start getting into the institutions and the accredited investors, then all of a sudden there is a little bit of clarity and regulation and they know exactly what to do. But they just don't always know if they should do it. And I always say there's three types of people. There's the people that play the game, there's the people that watch the game, and there's the people that don't even know the game's going on. And so what I am constantly encouraging and promoting in the US is at least start watching the game, and if not, start playing. And if you don't quite know the rules and the regulations of what you're playing, learn it as you go.
I think that's fantastic, and I'm so glad to be seeing so many people moving to Dubai who are actually playing the game, not watching. They're actually, they're actually active in the game. We have a few minutes left. Anthony, your last thoughts on RWA regulations, and you take it wherever you want to go.
Thank you. So I think we're all here for mass adoption broadly, right? Blockchain technology doesn't have any divine right to succeed. It's not going to get adopted because it's the future. It's going to get adopted because it has a meaningful impact on the ability to create value, to rewire financial systems, to create new business models that actually deliver profit and value. And so as you're thinking about that, it's a slightly sad state of affairs that so much of the anticipated future or bullishness of our industry or industry that uses our technologies depends on a regulation in one country in the world. The US election, yes, it will have a bearing on the sentiment around digital assets in a large country, but look at the audience here, look at the builders in the UAE, look at the builders in Switzerland, Hong Kong, Singapore, Latin America. There are projects all over the world that are performing incredibly well, that are viable, that have customers, that can be based in jurisdictions that have regulatory clarity. There's plenty of places to play. So to Chad's point, keep playing the game and go and find a place where you do have a support network, an ecosystem, and an opportunity to play. Because if it doesn't work where you are, move. The nice thing about Web3 is that it's remote. You have projects that can support each other in all sorts of different jurisdictions. In my view, controversial opinion, regulation is not the barrier to adoption. The product is the barrier to adoption. do we have a product that can be consumed by the user group that you're targeting? It may be retail crypto holders, right? And that's still a relatively nascent audience. It may be large institutions. And so what are you building that large institutions can actually consume? Do they want a white label they can brand themselves, or they want to into the groups, the industries, and the customer bases that we're looking at? Regulation's irrelevant until we've actually got a product that can scale. And so it's important to make sure that we keep an eye on that. The second and final point I will make is that please do not underestimate. There are 100,000 or however many angry degens on Twitter today that have risk accepted that everything on Ethereum today is transparent, visible. It may be encrypted, but in the world of AI and quantum, encrypted things on a blockchain are on the blockchain forever, but they may not be encrypted forever. And so having encrypted digital asset transactions at scale, en masse, and growing on-chain is going to be unpalatable to some and ridiculous to most. And so as you're working through these particular solutions, please have a think about how do we create compliant data protection or privacy for financial transactions or digital asset transactions or real-world asset transactions on-chain. Because if we're not allowing people to be at least shielded, private in terms of how do they operate or how do those transactions go through, there is a compliance requirement for selective disclosure or to be able to disclose transactions if a regulator requires. That's great. But JP Morgan is not going to open their order book and put it out on Ethereum any more than you guys would put your website browser history on Ethereum either. And so as you're thinking about it, the space of zero knowledge proofs, zero knowledge smart contracts is incredibly strong right now. About 16% of all building activity in Web3 is ZK. And shameless plug, but from a Midnight perspective, we'd love to talk to anybody who's building, who has an interest in this space, even just to share ideas.
Thank you very much. That was great. Dima, what say you?
Well, I definitely think that RW should be regulated because it's quite risky to let it go, for community to create new class of assets that is liquid and that can scale to trillion industry. Like obviously it creates a lot of inflation risks. So, but I don't see how this regulation can be at the global scale. So probably it needs to be all localized. So, but generally, I mean, I'm very bullish on RWA and tokenization of a lot of different stuff and
everything. Tokenize everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I know you're a Bitcoin bull. You are a Bitcoin bull, and can you stop Bitcoin? And that's, I guess, my closing remarks to the regulators. If you're out there, you can't stop Bitcoin. You can't stop tokenization. You can't stop crypto. You just have to work with it and make it to what makes sense for everybody. And the train has left the station, so jump on.
China has tried to ban Bitcoin how many times? You know, they're not doing very well. So I think banning technology is never going to work. And unfortunately, the US is trying to do that. They are putting in prison the developers of a technology, which I just think absolutely shocking. My last thoughts are as follows. If anybody were to crack RWA regulations, that would be the regulator here in the UAE. Why? Because the talent is coming here. The capital is coming here. You are all here. Previous panel mentioned golden visa for properties. There are now golden visas for Web3 talent. I received a Web3 talent golden visa. My colleague Dima received Web3 talent golden visa. So if you're talented and if you're Web3, come and talk to us. We'll make sure the UAE government relocates you here, because this is what they want. They want the smartest people working on the most difficult issues in order to create prosperity and move the technology forward. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
regulation does scare a lot of us in the industry, and we're always concerned of over-regulation, of the fact that you can prevent innovation by blocking it straight away. And as Arena touched upon, in Europe, that is something they do quite like doing. I've just been back in London, I've been traveling around Europe all summer, and I do see that a lot. Rather than allowing things to innovate and then adding a bit of regulation, we regulate in order to block innovation, which in my mind doesn't really make that much sense. And that's why being here in the UAE, it truly is pro-innovation. They're always asking the question, how can we make things driven into the future? How can we push these types of innovation? So it's really exciting to be here in this region. And for anyone that's traveled here as well, please do reach out to the likes of Arena, who has been established here, about how she can help you as well. Okay, so we're moving on extremely swiftly. We're sticking to real-world assets. This is all about real-world assets, or the lack thereof. So please, I want to create more energy in this room. Give a big round of applause to our next amazing speaker. This is CJ Fond from GSR. Round of applause, everyone, for CJ.
Test. Oh, it works. So the interesting thing was I put together a really pretty slide deck, which I was going to show there. And then the panel before me decides to change their material. And for the last 20 minutes, my heart's been sinking, because everything I wanted to say, they pretty much said it. So I decided, for the next 15 minutes, I have two choices. I either repeat what they said, or I'm going to tell you a story. I decided storytelling is more my strength. So before we continue and before we go into what RWA is and lack thereof and where we stand in this ecosystem, a bit about myself. I run the sales team at GSR, one of the largest market makers, regulated market makers in the world. I look after the APAC and EMEA region. But before I entered this world, I spent 10 years on the trading floor at Morgan Stanley up in Hong Kong. So I've looked at everything on derivatives. I've looked at everything on cross-border transactions, legalities, regulation, how do you get it done? So the interesting thing in the story we're going to go through today and that journey is almost at division of RWAs. I think Anthony previously said it best, and I fully agree with it. RWAs, you can divide it into two main buckets. One are the financial products, which we try and tokenize, and the usage of that remains within its own secular environment. The other area of that, and that is the area that I'm going to push most of you towards, is thinking outside of the box of what can be done there. So progressing on to this is the TVO of RWAs. This was taken about a week ago. And this is where we currently stand. This is predominantly financial instruments. And if you think about what has happened in tokenization of real-world assets, especially when it comes to securities, the biggest problem is tokenization of a financial instrument does absolutely nothing for the marketplace. And I'm saying this extremely strongly. And London has the same thing, the US has the same thing. We have the concept of an accredited investor. And an accredited investor, what that means is a professional investor. What does it mean for them? Well, it means if a professional investor wanted to go out there and buy a bond, for instance, they would have to buy a certain amount of the bond. So even if you were to tokenize this bond, it would still need to be bought in that same quantum. What actually happens is because of this regulation, we are in a situation where the marketplace by tokenization doesn't change. That is the biggest problem. And we look at these things, and I think I agree to Rena's point. We talk about tokenizations of bonds, we cheer, we think it's an amazing thing for our space, until we take a step back and we realize that for all of the Web3 participants in the world, it does not affect them one single bit. The same thing for equities. If you think about the concept of tokenization of equities, it makes no sense. We've actually been through that journey of synthetic equities, and what we realized was the main thing. There was a complete lack of liquidity. And this will not change. If the stock market is the most liquid market in the world, why, when you tokenize it, should you expect liquidity to be on par? It's a completely different realm with completely different participants. So what does it look like? Now, this is what we currently have here. I want to make a disclaimer. This list is not exhaustive. But what this list shows you is a direction that we're moving towards in terms of these differentiating factors and some things for you to think about. The first real-world asset tokenization, if you think about it, was actually that of Tether. That was the first successful case. That was the first case of having something that had a real world, technically, value. We ported it over, and it is the most basic source of value that we have. If you think about it and take a step back, what is real-world asset tokenization supposed to achieve? Really two things. One, efficiencies. The second, access. That is actually what we're trying to achieve if you take that step back. That sense of ownership, fine, it comes with it. But really what we want to do is access. Now, let's take an example for access. Imagine if you're a business owner. What do you want? You want access potentially to funding. If you were an investor, what do you want? You want access to a piece of the pie. But the one thing that keeps getting forgotten on these journeys, and I'm going to bring it up again because I do think this will be the biggest driver, is regulation. To give you an idea why I'm so caught up on regulation, so I'm based out of Singapore. In Singapore, we have one of the most progressive regulation. I don't know how many of you follow the news over there. Recently, there was an initiative for tokenized treasuries of a program between DBS Bank, which is the largest bank there, and that of Ant Financial Group. And what they tried to achieve was tokenization of treasuries to allow Ant Financial Group, because they have multiple companies, because which Chinese company doesn't, to use that to transfer collateral on expedient basis between the different entities. That was proof it worked. But once again, take a step back. That does nothing for the world of what we see day to day in Web3. That is very much for your accredited investors, it is very much for your financial institutions, and it is very much for the banks to absorb it and to move forward. However, it's not necessarily a bad thing. And I say this because what it does is it finally brings financial institutions into the space. Not in the way that we expect. Not in the way that we're going to see the likes of Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, tomorrow trading up a storm on a DeFi pool, for instance. But what it does is it brings understanding of what this technology can potentially bring about with it. If you think about tokenization of treasuries, where is the true value? The true value comes down to, and I think Anthony brought up just now as well, is that of collateralization. It's that of leverage within, what do we call it? It's the wealth management realm. That is where there's value. The Middle East is primed for something like this. The number of sheets that you guys have over here within their portfolios, they can suddenly access all these products, use it as a leverage bundle, and leverage up to invest more. That is proof of concept, and it works. And that is why there is the importance of infrastructure in what we're doing. But the one thing we have to do is get a grip of ourselves. The problem in our space, and this is a problem that doesn't just apply to RWAs, but this applies, if you think about it, to since the evolution and the development of infrastructure and dApps within the space. We love to come up with products that nobody uses. We're really good at it. Then no one does it better than us. We are extremely good at taking this product and saying this is the fastest, this is the most efficient, the most secure, the most effective. Oh, that's brilliant. How many users you got? None. And then do you know what we do? We take that product and we iterate it one more time to say, we've made it a little bit better. How many users? What's the same as 0, isn't it? So that's something that we have to figure out. And more so when it comes to something like RWAs, and I'll touch on that in a second why. Within the normal Web3 realm, when we build, and let's be honest, we have the best builders. Like all of the best builders of Web2 have moved to Web3. And it opens your mind. What they can do. I say this as the old guy in the room. I say this when I go to meetings. I'm almost 15 or 20 years older than everybody I'm talking to. And the stuff they tell me about the technology they can do, it's mind-blowing. But my first question then is, but who is going to use it? Do you actually have users? Right now, you see all these change looking for faster scaling. That's great, thumbs up. Here's your big star. But you do not have users. And that's where I think this statement will change, right? This is where the narrative needs to change. The narrative is no longer about bringing Web2 users into Web3. Let's be realistic about something here. How many of you right now, and you don't have to answer this because I know it'd be pretty embarrassing, if you were to take out your phone right now and open up your top 5 apps, how many of them are Web3 apps? I'm pretty sure I know, because for me it's 0. I think I barely know how to log into my MetaMask if you figure that part out as well. So based on that logic, we're doing it wrong. Because the fact is, if we were to take a step back to Web2, and look at the guys in this hall, you think this is big. Have you ever been to an expo when it's a holiday travel fair and seen how many thousand people show up there? That is the real marketplace. That is the real world. And plugging in Web3 plumbing into something like that, That is where you get proper users. Now, I digress slightly, and like I said, I'm here to tell you a story. So if we were to move into the real-world assets part of things, why is it so important? Because the building that we have done historically, when we have created a product, the underlying token that we tend to create is for utility. Even if it's just perceived utility, we create it because we think, fine, this is going to be used in this ecosystem. If it doesn't work, notice I am not using the term rug, but if it doesn't work, we shut it down, we try again. That's how it continues. When you enter the world of RWAs, you're fighting in the big leagues. You're fighting with regulators on every single part of the continent. You're fighting with regulators who have done years of history of dealing with financial institutions. As it said as well in the previous panel, you don't make a bank, you just buy a bank. Because creating something like that from scratch is near on impossible. So what actually happens in the real-world assets area is you are now touching product, you are touching underlyings that actually have day-to-day connectivity with everything that's out there. Let's use a case in point. Let's use real estate. I like real estate. I actually think the more I'm hearing about tokenization of real estate in the UAE, I think it's pretty cool. But I have another problem to that. And I love the fact that, yes, collateralize it here, buy it there, etc. But if I went to a coffee shop in Singapore, coffee shops in Singapore are a bit like your cafes out here, except on a much cheaper level. And I sat down there and I went to the auntie who sold me a cup of coffee. Would you like to buy a token of this building in the UAE? She looked at me like I'm mad. And that's the problem. The problem right now we have in the RWA sector is all we are doing is, once again, product pushing. We are just creating product, send. There is no true demand for that. The demand actually tends to be very localized, or to a point of my previous panelists, tends to be by the very sophisticated. And that is a very small pool. Not only is it a very small pool, but they already know how to access it. So the tokenization part, well, it's a bit like icing on the cake. It's like a cherry. Different form, different function. The other part we then have to worry is, fine, demand is one aspect of this. But let's go to another side of it. And this is from the GSR helmet that we wear. Liquidity. Everybody needs liquidity. But if you think about a market maker, what is our job? Our job is to ensure the bid side and the offer side of all trading books are the same, equal books. And the reason why, if we do anything other than that, that's called prop trading, and that's why people go to jail. But let's assume we have to do that. So how do we ensure books are equal? We do that by active hedging of positions. If I sell something, I must be able to buy something to hedge that offset. How am I going to do it with tokenized real estate? Imagine if I am the guy showing the books, and no insult meant, but just an example. The Burj Khalifa, let's say we tokenized it. Why not? And somebody wanted to sell their token. That's great, but what am I going to buy? I'm not going to buy a floor of the Burj Khalifa. I run risk now because my books get lopsided. So once again, we are dealing with assets where it's not fully thought out on how do you create a liquid secondary market for this. And it's very, very much driven by who wants to buy it. Yes, there are platforms to buy it, and it's done very, very well. But at a scale where we need to employ blockchain, at a scale where we think it is going to go global, I don't think we're there. This is another chart. This is TVL, and I think everyone remembers this, especially those of us who were in crypto during that period of time. That was solely driven by stables, that movement. And what it shows us is we keep going back to it, which is not a bad thing. What I want to explain and elicit here right now is the fundamentals remain in this space. If anything, the way we push boundaries has to be in a way that's progressive, but well thought out. It is not a think about. We've always wanted financial institutions to look at our space. This is the part of our space that they can look at. They're allowed to look at. So we can't just iterate and create stuff the way we have done it historically for utility tokens. So we're moving in that direction right now where we are having players out there who infrastructurally can put it together. And I'll give you an example. I was at Token a couple of weeks back. I think a few of you were. Longest week of my life, to be honest. And I met this founder who was from Europe, and this founder comes up to me. He's like, we're creating this platform. I said, great. And he was like, this platform allows anybody to tokenize a real-world asset. I said, that was great. I said, and I said, what about regulation then? He was like, oh, no, we have disclaimers on the website. I said, no. You can't buy the SocGen 1000 denomination because it is legally not allowed. He said, oh, no, then we won't start with that yet. We'll do real estate. I was like, okay, here we go again. And I said, fine, so let's say you tokenize something in the UAE. We're here in Singapore right now. Where's the demand going to come from? It's not going to be cross-border. And there's a lot more intricacies between doing that. And so therefore, it's not attractive. Here's the next statement. You have the exact same problem, not solved for this. Does it mean that we should give up? Probably not. And this is actually very interesting. This is actually something that, if you see right here, real estate is probably one of the most complex things actually to tokenize. And I think we can all agree there, because of the way that shareholding and transfer ownership occurs. But within the real-world asset tokenization concept, you can see there is a general demand, but this demand is actually not really from our space. This demand, if anything, is from the other side, is for someone for portfolio construction theory. That's where we're seeing that sort of demand, right? But is there an opportunity in all this? And I know that for the past, 10 and a half, 11 minutes, it sounded all very doom and gloom. The fact of the matter is, what we need to do in the teams that build in this space, and I don't claim to be one of them, we are a team of people in the market-making side that facilitate these things going forward. This is the market size right now for pretty much financial assets, right? It's $164 trillion. This was in June 2023. It's probably gone up more since then if you want to look at it right now. What does this show us? There is a market. This is a massive market. But objectively, this is not our market that we should be looking at, not as a first step. Do you want to do something that is tokenizing of a real asset? Genuinely, tokenize an IP. Tokenize something which is cool. The one thing we like to do in Web3 is create hype, create things which we think are cool that the rest of the world looks in and they think we're crazy for. Can you say NFTs? Same concept. If we go down that path of starting with something, let's say an IP, and we say, let's tokenize this real-world asset and really work out the mechanics of how it comes about, then you will get people to sit up and take attention. If, for instance, all we're trying to do is tokenize the next government bond, the next stock, the next fund, it's a journey that will be iterative. And if we're not careful, let's be honest, RWAs, so what do I choose in the underlying when it comes to tokenization? We must be very mindful, dare I say it, about whose toes we end up stepping on. Because it is a very different dynamic to build something like this. I do think there is a market for RWAs. I do genuinely see value creation in terms of what can be done. But does it mean that overnight, to the point previously, which I agree with, do we tokenize everything? That is not the way. It is going to be thoughtful, it is going to be slow, it is going to be painful, but most of all, it is going to be iterative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CJ. I always like when someone comes on this stage and challenges what's said before as well, because I think that is another key part of our industry, is making sure that we analyze what other people are saying and thinking, does that truly work? And I always like to put myself in the mindset of someone that's not in this industry. How do they see our industry? How do they perceive what we are doing? And why would they want to even buy into what we're doing? Is there a market for it? Are we solving problems, or are we just creating problems and then making a solution which was never needed? And that's a really key thing we have to question. Is there really a problem to solve? And are we doing it in the right way? Because we need to keep changing. If we're not doing it in the right way, pivot, do something different, or work with someone else out there that could potentially help you to do it in the right way. We're always learning, we're always growing, and there's always people to be there by your side to help to explain things in potentially a different way. Okay, and now we move on to our final panel on real-world assets. Don't worry, we still have a lot more to come. This is our final panel for real-world assets, and this is real-world assets made in Cosmos. So please join me in welcoming to stage our next amazing panel. I know they're just getting all ready with their microphones so that they're ready to go. We have Joshua from the Blockchain Foundation. We have Jayant from Mantra, we have Georgios from Axla, and we have Guy from Coin Bureau. I know they're just going to slowly and casually rock up to stage. They've got their microphones ready to go. Perfect, okay, we're good to go. Guy, everyone, enjoy, take it away.
We want to do this in order?
Yeah, shall we?
Let's sit under our
names.
Okay, hello everyone. Guys, lovely to meet you all for the first time. So those wise words from CJ earlier, I think, are all ringing in our ears as we begin this discussion. I think it's really important to have a sort of a healthy dose of realism. There is so much hype around the RWA sector. There is so much potential, but as CJ pointed out, there are a lot of barriers to it as well. So I think we need to bear those words of his in mind. But RWA chain, I believe the latest upgrade to Avalanche is very much focused on RWAs. So why build RWA infrastructure in Cosmos?
Okay, I can go first. So one of the main reasons that we even started looking at Cosmos about 18 months ago when we were building this out, trickled down to the fact that there is sovereignty at play, specifically when we're looking at RWAs. And real-world assets, and I love the fact that we're going last because I got to hear every single facet of reasons why it may or may not work out, which is fantastic. So like you just said, everything can be tokenized, but not everything should be tokenized. Part of that means that if I were to have built on an L2 on Ethereum, when the regulators eventually figure out how data is propagated on a blockchain, we're a little way away from that. Then at that point in time, it becomes critical for us to realize that as and when regulation comes up from different jurisdictions, we need to have a validator set that's able to upgrade the entire ecosystem in the network as we go forward. Now, Ethereum or Solana are already great chains. Specific chains for specific use cases is what we're looking at. With the Cosmos ecosystem that we've been building out, we have an opportunity to create a philosophy in which compliance and crypto can coexist, and our validator set supports that. So everyone that's building with us and the network effect that we have going forward all believe in that, and that's only possible if we were building in Cosmos as opposed to an L2 or a dApp on Solana. So that's where we're coming from.
Okay, so sovereignty is a big part of it.
Yes, sovereignty is a big part of it. Data is critical, and specifically there were a couple of cases that came up which said that once you put data on chain, I think it was from the panel 2 panels ago, where they said that AI can decrypt anything. Blockchain will always have it out there. So that means that as things evolve, we will need to be able to change that. And most people in crypto don't necessarily care about sovereignty. All they care about is when moon. So to start with that in a panel like this might make sense, but for the most part, as a crypto user, I don't think anyone cares about sovereignty as much.
Yeah, I think for Provenance Blockchain Foundation, our evolution was quite different. We started off on Hyperledger, and we started building out there, and we just got stuck in the mud. And we looked around, we thought about going to Ethereum, we thought about building in a few places. And where Cosmos made most sense was its modularity, the ability to be sovereign, but not from a retail user perspective, but because one of the benefits of building on Provenance Blockchain Foundation, if you're a traditional finance, if you are willing to take on that risk, but you have a lot of people who want to dip their toes into the RWA and tokenization landscape, but aren't going to do that on a public blockchain yet. So you can go on a private zone or a zone and effectively push the IBC button and be off to the races everywhere that you need to go. So you can have sovereignty, privacy, you can have a fully private blockchain up until the day that you no longer have to have that, and then in a matter of minutes, over something like Axelar or IBC, you can get to where you need to be.
Exactly, and both Mantra and Provenance obviously have built RWA-focused chains in Cosmos, so great to hear their input. I think just from a general builder perspective, back in the day when we were building Axelar, almost 5 years at this point, there were not even that many options, right? It was either like Polkadot or Cosmos, and after like technical evaluation, it was pretty clear that Cosmos was the most robust stack. You have modularity, you have the ability to customize the stack as much as you want, which is something we really needed with Axelar. And even fast forward today, there are not that many options, right? L2s, we start seeing some custom L2s, but again, if you need certain opcodes, if you need to have your own validator set, if you need privacy, these things are much easier to do with Cosmos, and it's the most robust stack. It's been around for like, 6, 7 years at this point, so why take the risk work with a different solution when you can use the battle-tested Cosmos stack that so many other projects have been using for a long time.
Okay. So there's my answer to the question, why Cosmos? Now, what I want to find out from you three gentlemen is kind of where the projects that you're working on kind of fit in, not just to Cosmos generally, but more specifically to the RWA niche and the RWA niche on Cosmos. So, Jay, can I start and just ask, from building out Mantra, what lessons have you learned about investor sentiment and market demand for tokenized real estate? Because I know that's something that you've had a big focus on. How does Mantra aim to serve the demands of investors in that way?
I think, like you said, tokenized real estate, but I'd like to broaden that a little bit because as a chain being specifically built to bring real-world assets online, and people have said that it used to be called SEOs. I think in the next cycle it might be called something else. But tokenizing assets and representing on-chain is a multi-cycle problem that we're looking to solve. One of the primary blockers to being able to solve that is that you don't have a database on which people can trust what's going on in terms of like the network effect of all of the issuers of assets that are coming on board. So right now, I think on the spectrum of tokenization, CJ's slide, and then there was also something from RWA.xyz, which says that if it is fungible and traceable in a Web2 world, it is easiest to tokenize. So we have stablecoins that I would say that are real-world assets and probably the first use case that we've had.
Yeah.
Similarly, on the other end of the spectrum, we have the promise of what taking the largest asset in the world, which is real estate, and being able to provide liquidity, which doesn't currently exist in that ecosystem, and fractionalizing it. I think for the people that we've been building with, the promise of that future and what that could look like is exciting enough that they're going to take this journey with us and probably run through many brick walls while we're trying to figure it out with the regulators. But being in smaller, more agile regulatory environments that are keen to bring these assets on chain is definitely a positive, and I can see that has changed over the last several years. And one of the things that they're happy about is that when we're tokenizing assets, if it is an asset treated in the real world in a particular way, we're not saying we need to flip it on its head and change how we regulate it. All we're saying is that think of it as two-factor authentication for your business. There is a real-world methodology that you follow. So then you have on-chain provenance to prove that you have this authenticity, while you also have existing off-chain processes that allow governments to feel comfortable. So it's about how do we take this evolutionary next step towards finance becoming, like DeFi and TradFi coming together as finance, as opposed to being these two separate things that cannot mix together like oil and water.
Okay. Now, you mentioned regulation there, and I do want to ask you a bit more about that in a moment or so. I want to talk about compliance, because I know you guys at Mantra are very big on that. But first, Joshua, can you tell me where provenance fits into the RWA equation? Because, I mean, looking at you guys have $12 billion in total value locked.
14 today.
I stand corrected. So yeah, where does provenance fit into this?
Yeah, so provenance has been around since 2018 via Figure, and then became its own blockchain. We were one of the first adopters of Cosmos SDK. And really what we've done is we've dove into the regulatory mud, if you will, and just had to figure it out piecemeal. And this is in the US regulatory environment. So some things that people may not be aware of that exist in the Cosmos ecosystem. So as you mentioned, we've had 14 billion of RWA TVL today. Now what's interesting about that TVL is it's not digital twinned, it's digitally native TVL. And in 2023, there was about 20 billion, roughly, according to Reuters, of HELOC products. Those are second mortgages in the US. 30% of those were done on provenance. So it's the only asset class that we're aware of in blockchain. You could maybe talk about money markets or stables, something like this, treasuries, but it's the only asset class that we're aware of that's been truly disrupted by blockchain. So 12 of the top 20 mortgage lenders in the US are now doing HELOCs on provenance, Cosmos SDK chain, and not all of them wanted to, right? It's the only asset class that's kind of like do or die, because they were able to carve out so many bips of savings in the tokenization process, in the ledgering process as those came onto provenance, that people had to stand up and pay attention. And now today you have Figure Markets, which has spun out. They have built the regulatory stack. So that's the ATS, money transmitters, money transmitter licensing in all 50 states. And they've built out the everything market. You can go today to Figure Markets, and you can begin to cross-collateralize your RWAs, and these are AAA rated ABSs. These are, regulated assets that exist on an ATS, and then begin to use those as collateral, to take out Bitcoin loans, Ethereum loans, get leverage, et cetera. So I believe the biggest thing in blockchain in terms of RWA that's happened is right here in the Cosmos ecosystem. As a matter of fact, the chart that CJ showed on RWA XYZ, if you go look, there's a big blue wedge. That blue wedge is just provenance. And then underneath of that is everything else in the entire blockchain ecosystem, Ethereum, Solana, everywhere else. So by far, the most real-world assets in blockchain lives on Cosmos today.
And who's your sort of target audience then? Is it still those sophisticated investors that CJ and others have talked about earlier, or do you feel that there is a larger retail market out there for you to target as well?
Absolutely. We were talking earlier today, and we're in complete agreement. I think we have a very similar view in the world in that we started off on the TradFi side, where a lot of RWA products start on the retail side. And there's very good reasons to start on either side. But everything is going to meet in the middle eventually as regulatory clarity comes. And so we started off on TradFi, Apollo, Hamilton Lane, Neuberger Berman. We worked with Axelar to do a POC with JP Morgan. We did the first AAA rated ABS with Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, et cetera. But Figure Markets is now pulling that towards the DeFi side. And I think we will end up seeing projects, like Mantra and other projects like Plume, et cetera, begin to work alongside of everyone and start to meet in the middle. But I'll let you pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, this is touching on a topic that we were chatting about earlier, where essentially, if we were to look at it, the technology exists today that tomorrow morning 1 billion users can be supported by any blockchain, most blockchains out there. So it isn't a blocker in terms of user technology that needs to be scaled for us to be able to get more users. It's about actual utility. How are you making their life 10 times better? So while someone may be looking at it from the perspective of how do you make capital more efficient from an institutional point of view, the other one would be how do you make capital more accessible from a user point of view. So the idea is that whether you're a single user with less than $100 to be able to spend, or whether you're an institution with $100 million to spend, we're reaching that stage in technological innovation where the same tech stack can be used for both. So it just comes down to what do you want to use that tech stack for? Someone can use it for institutions, someone can use it for retail, but the ability to have that entire spectrum within one blockchain exists in the way that we're looking at it now.
Yeah, and of course that massively widens the addressable market, the pool of investors. So, Georges, where does Axelar fit into this then?
Well, Mantra and provenance tokenized assets, Axelar takes them everywhere, right? Just some examples that Joshua mentioned. You have an asset that's tokenized on the provenance chain, but then you have other chains like Plume Network, it's an Ethereum layer 2, where you will be able to take a loan and get your real world assets. Maybe there's some incentives, maybe there's some unique structure, right? And you don't want to take the loan on provenance itself. How do you move the asset over to do something on that other market? And really our vision with Axelar, which has been the vision of Cosmos since the early days, that there's going to be 1 million chains. Each application will have its own chain. So those assets will need to move. If you want them to use if you want to use them productively, if you want to do things with them on interesting applications, you will need to move them around. And you need an interoperability solution like Axelar in order to be able to facilitate that. Another interesting direction, I think, if you are a builder and you want to deploy your asset natively on multiple ecosystems, now we have all different kinds of VMs. We have the EVM, Solana VM, Move, Aptos, and Sui. We have Cosmo. At least today, there's so much technical work in order to redeploy on many different chains. Many of these projects, they don't want to deploy a vanilla asset. They want to do all kinds of customizations. With Axelar, we provide the infrastructure so that you can deploy the asset anywhere you want, and that the instances are connected. So you should be able to move the asset with zero slippage, right? If it's a fungible asset, and use it everywhere. And as a final example, last year at Project Guardian in Singapore, Singapore's FinTech Festival, which is the largest TradFi event, I believe, of the year in Singapore, we did a proof of concept with JP Morgan and the provenance team, where one asset was tokenized on the provenance chain, another asset was tokenized on the permissioned JP Morgan Onyx chain, and you were able to do a cross-chain swap, which is the equivalent of a transaction they call DVP in TradFi, right? So all those things, TradFi is very interested in because everyone will have their own chain and you will need interoperability to connect them, otherwise the technology is unusable.
I'm glad you mentioned TradFi, Georgios, and because this is something we, my colleagues in Coin Bureau have talked about quite a lot. The RWA market, there is so much potential there. Now, our TradFi institutions, and I believe Anthony from Midnight mentioned JP Morgan and Onyx Chain earlier. Now, our TradFi institutions, like JP Morgan, like BlackRock, are they going to want to tokenize assets on public blockchains that they have no control over? Or are they going to want to use their own permission chains like Onyx that, these chains already exist. I mean, it's perfectly easy to create a fork of Ethereum and use one of those. So why would they use public chains?
Well, they want to get access to liquidity, right? All of the liquidity, all of the users are on the public chains. For me, the question is more about timelines, not if it will happen, it's when. In the history of the world, we've seen that superior technology always dominates, right? Because, free markets eventually just remove inefficiencies, right? And the most efficient way to tokenize assets and for users to transact is to be as open as possible, right? Open systems always dominate. So for a lot of these banks, and obviously I don't want to mention specific names, but you have the option to either get disrupted, right? Fall behind, or actually embrace the new technology. So for me, it's only a question of when it's going to happen, what is the time frame. It's not an if. And we already see a lot of appetite for people who are doing experiments on public blockchains. BlackRock actually tokenized on a public blockchain. So if their competitors don't do the same, they are going to fall behind, right? So there's a lot of forces in this direction. Hopefully it happens sooner rather than later, but it's definitely going to happen, right? Eventually, everything is going to converge to public chains.
Yeah.
If I can take a stab at this, because this is also, one of the core strengths of Cosmos and the IBC is that there's going to be everything in between. You're going to see public blockchains, you're going to see private blockchains, and you're going to see what we call properly permissioned blockchains, and they're going to be connected everywhere. But the one thing that blockchain is good at, and our stance at Provenance is blockchain's only really good at one thing, and that's displacing, truth with trust, or trust with truth. And if you have a private blockchain, you're having to still trust that entity, and you have no truth there. Now that's fine. We trust our assets with many different entities, and we'll continue to do that at scale and at different rates. But the moment that you need to truly be trusted, that's when you'll want to push a button like Axelar or IBC, bring assets off of your private construct and onto a mainnet, whether that's Provenance or Mantra or any of the other regulated RWA chains that exist out there. So you're going to see both, and this is where the Cosmos ethos and the have these private blockchain constructs, but they can't only live on a private blockchain construct.
And privacy is something you can also get on a public chain as well, right? So you get all of the good properties plus, the privacy you need.
But that's right. I just wanted to add on to the why would TradFi banks like JP Morgan want to use public blockchains? JP Morgan is a market leader. They don't need to do anything. It is the incumbents or the people that are trying to play catch up with them that are going to try and innovate in this space. So as a market leader, it is your responsibility to hold your fort. It doesn't matter how you do it. So up until the fact that JP Morgan's dominance is actually in danger from all of these other funds and banks that are tokenizing it, they're not going to make any change. But at some point in time, how important is composability and how important is having the money building blocks within your bank? Until that question is answered, there's no reason for banks to want to move to public blockchains. But there is a point in time in which that without public blockchains, you can't communicate with the rest of the world. It's like saying, I have a website that only I can see. It doesn't help anyone. So we need to have blockchains that other people can see. Otherwise, what are you interacting with?
Yeah. They're going to be, they'll be familiar with the concept of trust me, bro. So, and Jay, that brings me back to what I wanted to ask you about. Comply is adopting, is coming to the space quicker and quicker. And I think that, ETFs in the United States are the best example of that. But there are many more. But obviously, TradFi, areas of the crypto space are waking up to the importance of that as well. You guys have worked a lot on compliance. So how does that, what does that look like? What work have you done in the compliance space?
So I think specifically from the compliance angle, it's to understand why self-custodied assets in the crypto world has just not taken off as the way that we had imagined, right? So why do institutions insist on compliance? It's not like they hate innovation and they hate money. It's just that when you take on money from other people and then you have to return the money to them, you want to be as careful as you possibly can. So it's about being cautious with other people's money, which is why we need compliance. And the way that we've been looking at compliance is that I've been in crypto for a while, and I used to think of it as the bad word that we don't want to do. But given all of the fun stuff that happened in 2022, it just became relevant to me that there is a pragmatic way in which that we can bring users and assets on chain while also being able to provide some level of oversight to them. So at that level, we've realized that trying to enforce compliance at a blockchain level or at a dApp level may be hard. So similar to how you have your current KYCs or KYBs that are happening that are associated with your identity in some form in the real world, even on chain, we can have that identity in place and then be able to represent it as a way that there is an off-chain identity check that is taken place so that if something were to go wrong, there is regulatory oversight that we can fall back on and legal recourse. But given everything else that you have on chain, you're just a pseudonymous wallet address that's allowed to do some transactions and be able to participate in this ecosystem. So until there's a check and measure that we need to do in the real world, there is no reason for us to open up this Pandora's box of compliance. But that also means that the main reason I believe, and this is a personal opinion, that users are not coming in en masse into this ecosystem is because of their fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Mm-hmm.
So up until you have a trusted ecosystem like a regulator, transfer trust to a trustless ecosystem, there is no users that are going to come on board. So from that perspective, we're like, let's not try to hope for what I want to see the world in 10 years from now. Let's work with what the world is today. And that means like, let's bring an on-chain representation that can eventually morph into something more passportable across various blockchains, also using different use cases to bring users on board.
Yeah. Okay, so just to close this out, I want to ask all three of you what you individually see as the biggest challenges for the RWA sector. We've talked about, and other panels before us have talked about the opportunities there. We called this panel the $30 trillion opportunity, I think. And we are talking in terms of trillions of dollars. So this thing seems inevitable in the sort of longer run, I guess. But what are the biggest challenges it faces to mainstream adoption and to mainstream acceptance? Is it competition? Is it regulation? Is it concerns around security? Georgios, can I start?
Regulation is definitely a big one, and we see a lot of pushback, right, in many big jurisdictions. So my hope really is that, we see jurisdictions like, Singapore and Hong Kong are very progressive. Right? I think the Project Guardian that is annually organized by the MAS in Singapore is first of its kind, right? Like just seeing a regulatory authority of a country organizing like a blockchain-focused initiative and providing guidance to various institutions. I think this is very unique. Also here, right, in the Emirates, I actually just moved here very recently. Some of the other panelists were talking about how easy it is, how friendly the country is towards Web3 innovators. And I think as a first step, we need some of those countries, some of those jurisdictions to embrace the technology. And then, as you were saying earlier, some of the bigger regulatory entities are also going to have to, play catch up, and then that's how you get adoption, right? So my hope is really, regulation is hard, but we need some jurisdictions to embrace crypto, and then everyone else will have to naturally follow.
First slowly, then all at once. Joshua, and do you feel the same way? Is it regulation that's the biggest challenge?
I think it's three things. Regulation being a massive one. Even if things get solved in Dubai, and I agree, Dubai is a very crypto-friendly nation, but you have like crazy problems. Like even if you are in Dubai and you want to originate an asset, and then a validator, a US validator, is the one that approves that transaction at the time of origination. There's legal opinion that you're now under US jurisdiction, even if you don't want to be, even if everything is in Dubai. So there's lots of regulatory hurdles that you're going to have to piecemeal across many, many jurisdictions, not just Dubai, not just Singapore, not just the US. The second piece, I think, is distribution. We've heard that from GSR earlier, like where's the money come from, where's the buy side? And the last one, I believe, is one of the biggest across retail and TradFi. My day job, I'm CEPO for Cody, and we're working on privacy for blockchain via a technique called garbled circuits. And I chose to go there from Provenance because privacy, as we heard earlier from Cardano, Project Midnight, it's the biggest blocker from retail and TradFi coming on. Until there's on-chain privacy at scale, at speed, and cost efficiency, you're not going to be able to meet the regulations. All of those regulatory bodies are going to force everything to go into private blockchain constructs like Canton, like private zones on Cosmos. So it's regulation, distribution, and privacy.
Okay. Jay, final word to you.
I mean, they've said all the things that were on the top of my mind. So instead of looking at it from an industry level, I'm going to go way more granular. And I'm just going to say that in addition to regulation, in addition to distribution and inventory being brought on board, I think one of the biggest blockers is just awful user experience when it comes to using blockchains. Yeah. Because to be honest, every time I go to use my bank account in Hong Kong, I think, yes, crypto is the way forward. Now imagine that we're telling people that here is this elaborate new way to make your life more difficult because you get to self-custody your assets. Most people don't care about being their own bank. They care about having an experience that is 10 times better and more reliable than what they have right now. So as an industry, until we get to that stage, regulation is far away because we're asking regulators that have 10 to 15-year time horizons to do something for our users. Our users need cheap dopamine. They want it fixed now. Imagine you have to wait 3 seconds because your Netflix isn't buffering. How mad are you with that? So imagine now if I have to wait 5 seconds for my money to buffer. I wouldn't want to wait for that. So user experience.
Yeah, very, very wise words. And yeah, I mean, we're asking for, we're crying out for regulations for a sector that is still very much being built. You know, we're still at the, I guess, at the foundational stage in a way, in terms of what we want to achieve, what is possible to achieve, and what we can offer the user. Because, as you say, Jay, it's not an optimal experience yet.
But I do believe that we can build towards that future.
Yeah.
Because imagine using the internet or a computer in the early 90s versus what it is right now. So we still haven't had that moment where that innovation is compounded. We're still a relatively new industry. And a lot of people say that we're an industry looking for a use case. No, we're a database looking for a use case. That's
I do have to make the point, though, to Jay's point. The reason why Provenance gained $14 billion in TVL was because you can go to Figure Lending right now if you're a US-based resident. You can apply for a second mortgage, and typically that second mortgage process takes 30 to 45 days. There's a huge cost to the warehouse, to the lending process. You can go today, and Figure's been able to compress that timeline down to 5 days because of it being ledgered on blockchain. And so go get a US HELOC. You've got grandmothers and their Gen Z counterparts getting assets on a blockchain without understanding that they're touching blockchain.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, one phrase that always sticks with me is that something easily had isn't worth having. So tokenized assets on blockchains, tokenized real estate, whatever it might be, is a huge prize. Everything that you're working on is pushing us in that direction. So keep it up. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
We went through like a whole loop of discussing regulation, real estate. It's so multifaceted, and I think, as the gentleman was saying, there's still a long way to go, and it really is all of us coming together to see how we push that and how we make it seamless for the end user. I think that's really key. How do we make people utilize blockchain without even realize they're utilizing blockchain? And so, keeping on the topic of future innovation, something which is extremely topical, you can't leave the house without someone really mentioning artificial intelligence. In every industry, people are discussing it on a daily basis. People are using it and tell you it however I'm thinking. So for this track, this has all been led by Akash, and it's my pleasure to welcome to stage Zach from Akash. Round of applause, everyone. Come on, guys.
Hey everybody, I'm Zach. I'm the head of marketing for Akash, and on behalf of the entire Akash core team, I just want to say how proud and excited we are to sponsor the AI track for Cosmoverse this year. We love coming to Cosmoverse every year, to see all the familiar faces and also to see new folks as well. It was almost 4 years ago that Akash completed the first IBC transaction with Osmosis, so it's amazing to see that we've been around for a decentralized marketplace for cloud compute. And AI development relies fundamentally on access to compute. And Akash is able to provide that access at up to 85% less than traditional hyperscale cloud providers, and in a way that's completely open source and permissionless. So we have a great lineup of programming through the rest of the day and through the week. Immediately following this, you'll hear from Greg Osuri, the founder of Akash, who's going to look into where open source AI is today, where it's heading, and how Akash is fundamentally part of that evolution. Tomorrow, Akash will be hosting a workshop led by Needle Murdy and Archer Troyan from the Akash core team. They'll be diving into the architecture of Akash, how it's structured, how to get started on Akash, and most importantly, how to deploy, how to provide compute, and how to get started contributing to the code base. And with that, let's dive into the AI track. I hope you enjoy Greg's keynote and everything we have for the rest of the week. Thank you. I'm going to be on it.
Thank you so much, Zach. Hello, everybody. My first Cosmoverse, I need a clicker. So today's talk, I'm going to take a little different approach. I mean, it's not too much about Akash. I want to sort of set the stage because, today we have all these new terms, DeepIn, RWAs, DeFi, regulation, and all these, we get too caught up in what is going on, and more often than not, we forget why we're here, right? Why we began on this incredible decentralization journey, why Cosmos, and why are we really doing what we're doing, right? My name is Greg. Sorry, my bad. Well, so picture this. In 1969, the first and most widely adopted decentralized network was created to withstand a nuclear attack. And today, we end up with 4 companies controlling the internet. And if you ask me why we're here, what we do, why we're here doing what we're doing, my answer is, have we really forgotten the very principles that gave birth to this digital age? My name is Greg Osuri. I'm the founder, CEO for Overclock Labs. I am an open source maintainer for about 15 years of my life. Prior to Akash, I founded a company called AngelHack, and that led me to creation of Akash. Got notoriety in the open source world for writing some code. Been trending in the Golang category as a top 4 developer, only human being on the list, and pretty top ranks across the board for all languages. So if you look back the history of computing, it really began with centralization, right? You had mainframes, you come to the mainframe and use you borrow the time from the mainframe and use that for eventually the mobile ad with the internet. So traditionally, distributed networks built on open protocols is what historically led to the decentralization. Or the decentralization, suddenly personal computers, the actual is done by hyperscalers. So if you imagine a world where literally 4 companies are contributing to about 70% of the spend, you can tailor the needs of these 4 companies. And it's very reminiscent of the world that we fought so hard to go, move away from, the world of monopolies or the world of duopolies or the oligopolies, we call them, right? In fact, in American history, if you look back what happened in the 1800s, or the late 1800s, there was this notion of heavy centralization that led to all kinds of outcomes which ended up in the Great Depression because of this like heavy concentration of buying power by a few companies. And the outcome today, we see quite a lot of hoarding of resources, especially last year when the boom, we call the chat GPT-driven AI boom, really led to the scarcity of GPUs. Semaphore, a bunch of articles, a bunch of newspapers wrote, but Semaphore really opened up a story that talked about how people, I mean students and startup companies trying to get access to GPUs to do AI training couldn't get access to GPUs even on the hyperscalers. The only way to get access to GPUs from hyperscalers is to get it into special deals. Now, this is the pinnacle of what heavy centralization leads to. And I mean, the story also goes into a story about how the student could go to Akash Network and get some GPUs. Highly recommend you reading it. It's the only positive story about crypto after the Anderson Horowitz did the study. Half of every penny you spend on online services goes to a cloud provider. In some cases like Asana, where over 63% of all the fees you pay to the cloud service goes to a cloud provider, in a way that we are paying this invisible tax, the society, all of us together, we don't even realize we're paying this invisible tax. And the famous incident that happened recently, we saw with CrowdStrike. Not sure how many of them were experienced what happened with CrowdStrike. Love to see a quick show of hands. CrowdStrike is a relatively unknown service that went down and took down the entire nation's airline infrastructure, the hotel infrastructure. No one could travel because somebody pushed bad code to production. It was not a nation-state attack. It was not a failure of data centers. It was not a failure of infrastructure in general. Somebody pushed bad code. That is the fragility we have in the system that we call the cloud, right? And there's enormous examples of just blatant antitrust happening, especially from the likes of Amazon. There's FTC investigations, all kinds of crazy things that are happening, the lawsuits and whatnot, all because few companies can control what we call to the cloud. And what does that mean? What does that centralization really mean? Of course, it leads to higher costs. And the economic inefficiencies, the escalating costs are no longer bearable, right? And the risk of going down this path, well, concentration of power leads to stifling of innovation and will lead to something we call digital feudalism. Feudalistic societies were where few had the power on the many, right? We, as a society, work very hard to create this free market economy, but with this current concentration of power, we are very well going back to this feudalism, especially considering the power AI has to control your thought, the influence, how you think and what you do. And that is a future. That is a bleak future we all are working very hard to avoid. And this is a public sentiment heard across the board, right? I mean, developers and governments and startups even are heavily frustrated with the current state of things, and that gave birth to the decentralized cloud solutions, right? The very concept of decentralized cloud solution is to go back to the founding principles of the internet that created the innovation, that spurred the innovation that we all have experienced, and really the idea is to distribute the nodes in a manner that there's no single point of failure, right? And that's really what we are here to build. And more often than not, I mean, today we see deep-in networks with Google logins or passwords or email confirmations, all these represent the single points of failure, which we are working very hard to avoid, right? And this gave birth to this whole sector called DeepIn, right? DeepIn means decentralized physical infrastructure network, and every aspect of infrastructure, be it compute, Akash, be it storage, networks like Filecoin, be it DNSs, be it routing, networks like Sentinel, and a whole lot of networks now that can interoperate with each other have come together to create a realistic alternative to the cloud, which I think is very interesting to notice. And why? Because we need to restore sovereignty, right? With decentralization, individuals and businesses regain control over the data and the resources. And the very essence of decentralization is to empower communities and not necessarily individual companies. The decentralization leads to democratization of access to resources, just like what we saw with the semaphore story, which I couldn't go really into detail, but it talked about a student that couldn't get access to resources on Amazon, but could get access to the same GPUs that he wanted on Amazon, on Akash, sorry, and went about creating a company that eventually got acquired by NVIDIA. So that happened because of a network like Akash and because of decentralization. And the efficiency of cost is very visible. Today we see networks like Akash that can offer up to 85% of the cost that you would otherwise pay Amazon. I mean, in cases like GPUs, where you have H100s or A100s, it costs anywhere from one-fourth the typical cost you would otherwise pay, even for resources that are extremely hard to get, right? And reliability. I mean, Akash has decentralized networks because of the nature, because of the peer-to-peer nature. They tend to not have single points of failure. In case of Akash, Akash has been around for about 4 years and has not gone down a single time. And you can't say quite the same for networks like Amazon, where Amazon has reportedly about 200 outages on average per year. This is the decentralization is obvious lifeblood for innovation, and without the constraints of the hyperscalers, monopolies, open source communities can again thrive and regain the power to innovate. Brief case study about Akash. I mean, Akash, like Zach mentioned, is the world's first decentralized supercloud. And the essence of Akash network is to tap into underutilized resources and effectively create an alternative to networks like Amazon or Google's of the world without needing to experience much differently than using a centralized cloud provider. And the way it works really begins with the tenant, the user that defines the application workload in a containerized image and specifies how much they're willing to pay and where they want the workload to reside, creating an order on the marketplace, and providers that can fulfill the order, bidding on the order to win the order, and eventually leading to a deployment of the application. The protocol itself is extremely simple and extremely efficient, and there's not a single point of failure. In fact, it is run by a set of validators that are distributed across the world and a set of providers all contributing to this incredible super cloud. And Akash has been growing pretty well, and mostly in the AI, because the need for computation has quadrupled. And the need for computation, especially for AI, is growing at the rate of a half an order of magnitude every year, right? So today, it is predicted by 2030, about 5% of global GDP will be spent on AI. So Akash has seen incredible growth. Last year, we grew about 1,800%, about 1,700% in user fees year-over-year growth for the last quarter. And our biggest user today happens to be NVIDIA. And Akash is the only protocol that's integrated into NVIDIA products directly. And some of the amazing innovations in decentralized AI is happening on Akash. So AI training has been traditionally very centralized in the sense that you needed co-located clusters locally present to do any meaningful training, but that changed with Akash. Today we see companies like News Research, companies like Prime Intellect that actually cracked decentralized training. The first billion parameter model by News Research was trained on Akash. First 10 billion parameter model by Prime Intellect is being currently trained on Akash. So every new innovation in decentralized training or AI is being run on Akash, and Akash is in the front and center of this incredible decentralization that we're seeing. The growth has been phenomenal. Like I mentioned, the about 700% growth in user fees, about 72% growth quarter to quarter in our in the user fees. And again, in the applications deployed, we saw an incredible growth as well, about 40% growth from quarter one to quarter two. So we are, all this growth is spurred really by AI. And with that, as I leave, I want to leave with one question. As we stand at the crossroads of this incredible technological advancement, the choice is really ours to continue down the path of centralization, or to embrace decentralization and unlock a new era of innovation and empowerment. With that, thank you so much for attending.
Thank you very much, Greg. I know Greg's coming back for our panel a little bit later. I have been really excited for this track, I must admit. I think AI really is topical right now, and it is something we need to be discussing, of how, as an industry as well, we can integrate AI. Can it help us with development, especially when we discuss as well metaverse? Oh yeah, there's a video.
Yourself wondering, what's the point?
Yeah.
Good. Then you need Enditor.
Tell me more.
The hastily approved suicide drink that's 99.9% effective. Death isn't the end with our Die Now, Pay Later subscription plan. And comes in 7 months.
The Sentinel movement was born in 2017, led by a group of blue frogs who dared to defy the systems of control. We've grown, but so has the tyranny. They watch every click, read every word, and hear every sound. It's not paranoia, it's the new normal. But with a decentralized VPN from Sentinel, there is hope. No data logs, no central control, no surveillance. Privacy as it should be. Censorship is spreading. If you can be told what you can see or read, then it follows that you can be told what to say or think. Every day, more people join Sentinel. Over 500,000 have this year, with decentralized AI scraping on the Sentinel Scout program. We're not just protecting privacy, we're building the future of the internet. A future where you control your data, control what you see, and you'll control who you become. Join us for freedom, for privacy, for Sentinel.
Don't just trust the science, drink it. Say goodbye to Mondays forever with Enditor.
The panel. So this is a discussion based around DeepIn and privacy. So I want to keep up the energy here. I know the day is going on, but we still have some amazing panels and keynotes. So please join me in welcoming to stage. We have Zach from Breadcrumbs. We have Zach, so this is basically like Zach squared from Akash. We have Antonio from Warden, and we have Cosmoverse, our amazing moderator from Aura Chain. Please, everyone, round of applause. Woo!
Nice to meet you. Yay. Year 4, huh? This is my very first Cosmoverse. Every single time something happened with my flights,
It almost happened this time, but I'm honored to be here, glad to be here. We'll just hop right into it. Gentlemen, fat protocols rule Web3. All the money's going to the infrastructure layers. How do we see this continue in the AI sector, and how can we mitigate that? Anyone wants to hop in, I don't care.
I mean, I think that, you know, an analogy is like AWS versus Amazon as a whole. You know, like the fat protocols are the AWS, and famously, AWS makes a lot of money for Amazon, but it's only like 16% of their gross revenue, I think. So it's a contributor, but it's not anywhere close to like, you know, how much money Amazon actually makes with the stuff with their fat layer. And so I feel like it's the same thing for blockchain, basically. You know, we need to find the right application for these protocols, and then those applications will start to carry the value instead of the protocols themselves.
Okay. I just jumped the gun a little bit, got a little too happy. If you guys wanted to do a little TLDR on who you guys are first.
Oh, sure, yeah. I'm Zach Wickstrom, co-founder of Breadcrumbs. We're here to help you take control of your personal data.
I'm Zach Horn. You just heard from me. I'm the head of marketing at Akash. Akash is a decentralized marketplace for cloud compute.
Hey, I'm Antonio, one of the co-founder of Warden Protocol, a new layer 1 blockchain built with Cosmos SDK as a platform for smart contracts that will be able to use AI in it.
Anyone want to add to that, or we can get to the next one?
I'll take it from a different direction. I think if you look at access to compute today, right? Like you have centralized hyperscale cloud providers. They have, you know, if you're an AI developer, you're going to want the highest performance chips, A100s, H100s, et cetera. You can get those on Amazon, but the problem is if you're a small developer and you go to AWS and you try to get access to those chips, either you're going to be priced out because they're simply too expensive, or they're going to want you to sign a long reserve instance. You just don't have the capital to do that. So if you look at decentralized marketplaces, you know, as separate from these centralized cloud providers, what you get is competitive pricing that emerges because it's a decentralized network, which drives costs down. So all of a sudden you have this dynamic that emerges where if you're an AI developer, you're naturally seeking out these decentralized networks, not because of, you know, decentralization from a theoretical perspective, but because it's cost efficient. And all of a sudden that unlocks this whole mindset where they'll go, okay, we'll jump through some UX hoops to get to compute on these decentralized networks like Akash and others, if I can get access and you have the chips I need and it's at a price I can afford. So, you know, I don't know if that gets right to the fat tail question or the fat chain question, but I think it's just fundamentally decentralizing these resources and having as many providers competing in the marketplace, that just is better for everybody.
Okay, so first of all, we're not at Warden building infra for computing, so I'll take that from a different perspective. You mentioned FAT protocol, and I think for us, for example, that we're building a platform where other developers will build apps on top. I think it's important that everyone gets a slice of the pizza. So I'm Italian, I need to talk about Italian food at least once in every conversation, sorry. So the idea, I think it was Archway that introduced incentives for the Cosmos smart contracts developers that will get a slice of the fees every time their contract is actually being used. I think that's super interesting. It brings incentives to everyone, to the builders, not just for the protocol. So I guess crypto is a weird world where everyone is a bit greedy and tries to make money, but I think it's important that everyone gets a bit of it. So you incentivize builders' activity, you reward that, and so that's how you grow organically instead of just artificially inflating activity that doesn't really matter, doesn't really bring value.
Absolutely. And right now, throughout all of crypto, everyone's fighting for users. It doesn't matter if it's a DeFi protocol, AI protocol, DPIN, any acronym that they came up with afterwards. I mean, a lot of people here in Cosmos have been DPIN before the acronym DPIN. So, you know, how do we get 1 million users? When's that going to happen? Like, what are we going to do to get 1 million users in a decentralized infrastructure layer?
I'll jump right in on that. I think it's happening right now, and I think it's just a matter of time. One of the things that I think is going to get this there, it's fundamentally finding out where the key places are to transfer value, and then finding the cohorts of people who want to access that value and letting it happen over time and letting that grow, right? So I just talked about AI developers before, but it's not just individual AI developers, right? It's just from Akash's perspective, it's startups, it's companies that are even a little bigger and they're starting to grow and they want to scale. But fundamentally, it's not going to the out to the market and saying, it's like AWS, but it's decentralized. It's saying we have the chips that you're looking for right now at a price that you can afford, and you can get them on demand and scale as you want. And that's a salient value prop above and beyond just decentralization, quote unquote, as a buzzword.
Anyone else?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to dovetail off of that. I feel like, you can't just decentralize something and then expect people to use it if it doesn't actually add value. So to hit 1 million users, what I think we need to do is find that killer app that's applicable in the real world. Like you're using decentralized technology, not because it's a buzzword, but because you're able to do something qualitatively different with that technology. And, crucially, it's something that impacts like everybody, something as wide-reaching as like Facebook or, Instagram or something, except that it's reliant on decentralized technology. And when we see that killer app, I think we'll quickly hit, 1 million people. And I think we are close to it.
Yeah.
I agree. I think, for example, GPT models, to keep it about AI, GPT models existed for a while, and then when ChatGPT came out, it exploded. The interest about your average user that doesn't really know about the tech got really high really quickly. And now everybody thinks AI is this kind of magic bullet that can answer any sort of questions because they don't know how it works. They don't care. And to answer the question about the million user, I don't think we'll see 1 million users of AI applications anytime soon in our decentralized world. I don't think we are at that scale yet, and we're nowhere close this stage. I think the biggest company, OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, they are at that level. They can do because they have all this money, all this infrastructure, but doing that on a decentralized architecture is much, much different. And if you cannot trust a single entity, this is a big problem. And so I think there are many projects trying to work in that direction, but I guess it's a long way. That's my bottom line.
Yeah, so I mean, thinking about it, AI can't be the best version of itself without decentralized infrastructure. It can be, to be honest with you, quite dangerous. If you train models to have biased data, I mean, who's to say AI couldn't essentially eliminate humans, So
right.
It's a wild thought to think of, but it's to pivot into that. Do you think that how can we promote AI? Like we're in such a world that it's so like blockchain is so transparent, but in a sense, it's not good for AI. So like, how do we make that transition? Do you think? If that makes any sense?
I think fundamentally, you look at what you need for AI, right? Look at the constituent parts, right? You need data, so you're going to need to source data from somewhere. There, you can get into that. There's a whole vertical that's going to require, a tremendous amount of things to be built to put in that infrastructure in place. How do you source data? How do you label it and sort it correctly? How do you bring it on chain? How do you make it verifiable, et cetera, et cetera? Then you can look at compute as its own vertical, right? You're going to need that to do, training and fine tuning and to run inference. So then you get that whole question of, well, where are the chips coming from? How are you bringing them to market? How are they making it to end consumers, right? So I think you just break things down, and part by part, you start to figure out, what do we have today? What do we need to get to a minimum viable product of distributed training or verification or some of these other things that we're starting to push towards now, and you go from there. I think we are getting very close to a lot of these things that we need. Compute's already really far along. I talked to a lot of people who are working on data right now, and that space is moving along really fast. So I think we're just on a growth curve right now, and we're somewhere in the middle, but I think we're speeding up, is my view.
Yeah, and going off of that, like data is food for AI, and the way that it's sourced, and sort of like data provenance is an increasingly important thing, and that's actually something that blockchain uniquely can bring to the space. We can add proofs around like where did this data come from, how is it sourced, and prove that it's more reliable than some other data sets. So the decentralized nature of what's going on. Sentinel, our friends that just did this commercial, are releasing they have a decentralized VPN service, and they're adding an AI layer on top of that for data scraping. So it's like decentralized data scraping, where anybody with their Android device can basically be a one-off data scraper. And because it's on a decentralized infrastructure, you can prove that this information is the information that you're looking for. It's formatted in the way for your training use case or whatever. So there's quite a bit of synergy between these two sort of spaces.
I agree with what you said. On the other hand, I don't think really users will care about that. They don't care about improving the decentralization or the source of data. They are important things, but we should reach a level where the user doesn't even need to know about that. I mean, it's great for who works inside the industry. It's not something that a user-facing product need to show or care, or present to the user. So I guess from a user perspective, user experience perspective, we should reach that level of abstraction, because your average user doesn't care about OpenAI having all your data. They don't care if OpenAI is literally scraping all the web and every single website without caring for copyright and other things like that. They just want to ask ChatGPT something, and then they want to get an answer. And so I guess that's it. That's why I said it's a long way before. There are also a lot of things to be done in that direction.
On a lighter note, since you brought up the blue guy, do you guys ever find yourself like discouraged that you guys are all doing amazing things in the AI space and monumental innovative tech, and it seems like, right now, all anyone talks about is meme coins. So does that ever like discourage you guys at all?
I personally don't follow all of these. I know all the buzz around meme coins. I guess it's part of the blockchain industry. It's part of the community. It's part of the culture that was created in the past few years. So it's part of the game, I would say. Even if I don't personally follow them, I'm not discouraged by them. I'm actually happy to see more and more buzz around blockchains.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's not discouraging. It's a way to make it more accessible to people, right? Like you were saying, they don't care about the underlying technology. They just want the thing to work. But at the same time, there's clearly a huge interest in the world of crypto, and if memes make that even more pervasive, I'm all for it.
I don't know if I have a very strong take on meme coins, but I'll say this. What's interesting to me is that the space is so big now that you can spend all day talking about decentralization and permissionless software and how to run inference on a decentralized cloud, et cetera, et cetera. And meme coins are like, they're not even 10 miles from that conversation, So I think it's just part of the permissionlessness of the space, which is kind of great. Like, and you can get into the ideology of permissionlessness, and that's a whole thing, right? But it's like, if that's a thing that can be done, and that's what people want to do, and it's all within the bounds of what users want, then great, Yeah. I'm gonna spend more of my time over here, but like, that's awesome, go for it.
Yeah, I think people like look at it as like a social experiment, and it's crazy. Every single conversation outside of crypto, I always somehow turn it into a crypto conversation, and then people are like, "Oh yeah, I own." You ask the random guy like, "Oh yeah, I own some Dogecoin." It's like the only thing they talk about is meme coins. So in a sense, for me, it does get a little bit frustrating because I've been in this space since early 2021, and to see the leaps and bounds of just the user, like the UI, UX, and I don't think you need a PhD degree anymore to like do anything in crypto. And it's nice to see it's always pushing forward. It's always getting better. And I just hope that we can kind of gravitate that average user that only cares about meme coins and show them that the tech is revolutionary and the benefits of using, for storage and for privacy and for everything else. And that's my only hope and wish. And maybe it takes the next cycle, because it seems like this cycle is, it's all anyone talks about is meme coins. But anyhow, to pivot from that, on a more serious note, how has, like with the regulations always shifting, how has that been on all your fronts? Like, what are you doing to stay ahead of it? Like, what's your hot take on the regulatory environment currently?
Well, for breadcrumbs in particular, it's not a problem. It's actually, we try to align ourselves with these regulations as much as, actually the more regulation in general, that's probably better, because what we're doing is helping people reclaim their data sovereignty. And so, legislation like GDPR, CCPA, or the European Data Act of 2024 directly back us up. It's not an issue.
I think from the Akash perspective, we spend a lot of time in DC talking to legislators, and I think my hot take, for lack of a better term, is that legislators, this is from a US perspective, I'm based in the US. I think legislators are going to take a very even-handed stance to regulating decentralized networks broadly and compute networks specifically, because they're fueling so much growth right now, and they're moving so quickly. The sentiment that I hear is that they're not going to step in and, with heavy-handed regulation when they're not even sure how these things are growing yet. So they're very much in like a wait-and-see kind of mode, where let's see how these things evolve, let's see how they grow over time. We may legislate at the edges to curtail very specific things that happen, but I don't think we're going to see any very heavy-handed regulation in the US.
For me personally, I haven't faced any regulations yet, probably. But one comment, I said earlier that OpenAI is scraping the web without thinking about copyright infringements or anything like that. And what I personally want to see more is, or I'm curious about, is how regulations will evolve in that sense for these large language models, including data coming from other people in their own model training. This then becomes one of the billion parameters in their model, and your output is based on that. So how do you regulate that? Something to think about for sure.
So one of the things that really frustrates me in crypto as a whole is it seems the average user and the community, it's all about where they can invest in speculation, vaporware. You look at the teams that, I'm not going to name teams outside of Cosmos, but some of them are worth billions and billions of dollars, and then you go look and it's nothing. It's like, it gets frustrating. So where do you guys see that going? And if you had to forecast over the next several years, what do you think maybe the new narrative or where a lot of investment's going to go towards?
I don't think there is speculation. It's part of the space. It's been there since, the start. I've been in and around crypto since 2017. I think the way this evolves over time, it's fundamental. It goes back to the first thing I was saying. Who is providing real value today, and is that value verifiable? Are these projects open source? Are they transparent? Can you query the chain if you want to, verify stat? Are those stats made transparent to users? That gives you a proxy for, is there actual real product value being created here, and is it being transferred to users, right? I think the projects that are doing that and building are going to be really successful over time. I think there's going to be hype cycles, because I think that's just part and parcel with the industry, but I don't think that's discouraging in any way. I think it's actually motivating to the teams that are really, really working right now and building real value, and then everything else is going to come and go.
Yeah, I think there's a huge opportunity, especially with AI, to unlock everything it can do on data that's more immediately relevant to you, like some kind of application where you can look up what you did last week. It's weird that you can look up, who the third Roman emperor was, but you can't really say how much money did I spend at the airport yesterday. And so that's a great use case for AI, things that really just get to the core of what AI can offer, and then attach it to the right information, I think are really investable opportunities.
I think we'll see more and more improvements and advancements on the AI side, even outside of blockchains and Web3 world. And when AI will become cheaper to execute, we'll see cheaper model, more specialized model, and this will enable more and more applications. So that's why we're betting on AI, particularly on water. I guess that's my answer.
External, why, anyone should realize about idea is doing that. So our idea is doing that. So Arca network is a decent developing an agentic framework with versioning involved. Maybe if you guys are developing AI models, you can think it as like COVID, just before Cosmos SDK, thesis came out. Just think how, don't you think it is depressing, right? Fortunately, Cosmos SDK happened, right? Cosmos SDK played a 19, right? Pull all the data, it is more verifiable by the blockchains. You have to pull that, you have to train your model, chain agent or testnet, most likely in, you might be different ecosystems, right? But now the interchain agent for kind of question about your portfolio. At different booth, people were building for interchain agents in Cosmos. Generally, they building for interchain agents in Cosmos. Generally, they stake, right? The biggest problem is stake, right? The biggest problem is if interchain agent can do this for you, like Cosmosis, and if interchain agent can do this for you, like Cosmosis, and convert that into mantra token, stems into mantra token. Now that age that is stems into mantra token. Now that age, that is the initial version we are going to launch. Maybe if anyone wants to integrate this, we can start doing that. Cool. Who we are, I think Witwit is we can start doing that. Cool. Who we are, I think Witwit is a cast as part of ICF contract. A cast as part of ICF contract. We are also mantra and lot of the protocols. So we mantra and lot of the protocols. So we are expertise in building app chains, and at the same time, we not just that, Resolute. If you guys, Resolute is an interchain portal for multi-sig and staking actions. So the fun fact is 5 out of cool. There is an exciting thing coming out. Okay, so Brochill is a short content app built in India with 50 million downloads. Now they have very strong expertise in social space. They have a lot of insights. Now they are setting up to build Web3 social space, and now they start and Web2. So this is an early success for Arca Network. I thanks to Brochill team, they are here. Thanks. Cool. Exploring AI, maybe, if you have some ideas, or if you wanted to build some sort of AI for your app chain, at least if you're interested to build, to integrate AI into your chain, okay, any sort of thing, if you have something to build, you can email us, build at Arca Network. Let's do it together. The end. Thank you so much. You can follow our Discord channel here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muti. I think he's going to be back for our final panel. We have 2 more keynotes and 1 more panel discussion here this afternoon for day 1 of Cosmoverse here in Dubai. So that means we're moving rapidly on to our next keynote. This is titled Super Intelligence. So please, let's give an extremely warm welcome to Valerie from Cyber. Big round of applause, everyone, for Valerie.
Hello, Cosmoverse. I'm Cyberhead, Cyber Congress. It's great to be in such place. Dubai is like
futuristic city that seemingly rose overnight from the desert. A testament to rapid physical development and evolution in the same fashion we see in AI and network states movement. Thanks to Dr. Marwan Alizurazi, whose AI initiatives are dedicated to prioritizing the well-being and the experiences of Dubai citizens and visitors. Thanks to the Technology Innovation Institute, which one of the first to release the Falcon family LLMs to open source. Let me start with a short recap and introduce my team and project. In 2018, Cyber Congress was founded by the split of the engineering team out of Cyberfund. We are always focused on technologies and long-term visions. And this is why we choose Cosmos ecosystem, thanks to the IBC vision and Cosmoverse virtual machine. After several test nets in 2021, we launched Bostrom live on a stage on Cosmoverse in honor of researcher and transhumanist Nick Bostrom, who gave us the path to the superintelligence. Idea of Bostrom to create a bootloader hub and then bootload planet-scale superintelligence, cyber. If you think that Ethereum is a backbone, then Bostrom and cyber are brains. We launched Moon Network State, the first to date network state in the Cosmos ecosystem, wrote its constitution and gave its 30,000 citizens the Moon passports. Our main product, a blockchain computer, Bostrom bootloader, and Web3 browser site. All these years, the project was founded by Founders Capital, and now team is fully operational only on the chain's stake. Our code is fully open sourced, and communities can use our code base to launch their own chains and use SIPE as the main application to access. Bostrom is a bare-bone metal GPU network with more than 80 GPU that computes graph algorithms in consensus. During our development, we created foundation for Soft3 stack, the new paradigm of computing, vector for ACI creation. Soft3 led us to 3 million cyberlinks, collective labels, which put us on the pair with the tech giants for manual fine-tune of their models. At launch, we decided to give 70% of stake to different auditories to give them free ability to train bootloader. After 2 years, Cyber Congress decided to end the gift initiative, as the approach does not seem to work. Gift is over, and 30,000 passports created with more than 100,000 signatures proved and 150 trillions of boots distributed. As a sovereign tech team, we failed to make efficient distribution in the face of crypto markets and markets evolved by leading VCs. Lessons we learned. It's very hard to achieve market and attention without strong influencers and VCs, even in the presence of the working product. Let's get down to situational awareness. From the global view, there are power attractors, United States and China. OpenAI, Google, Meta, Anthropic, Microsoft, developing United States-based AIs. Alibaba, Tencent, and tens of other players in China are developing China-based AIs. Tech giants are in deep couple with states. We expect AGI in 2-3 years, and then ACI in 1-2 years. It appears that everything could enroll until the end of this decade. So we need to hurry. Superintelligence will confer an ultimate strategic advantage. What is alternative for us? What is your alternative? The world needs a third option. Superintelligence, which is transparent, accessible, and provable, probably aligned by all people, not specific nations. We love games, and as game masters in mind,
we launched the game, Age of Superintelligence, which consists of 7 episodes. The first episode was the call of the planet to us in the form of manifest, that we need to transform our civilization and communities to evolve together. We believe our project is foundational and needs time to develop. Let's make future episodes together. Today we announce the launch of Cyber, a fully private version of Bostrom, in 2027 to counterbalance the global game. But there is a still long road ahead. Let me shortly explain essentials of Cyber: avatars, cybergraph, and truth machine. The main idea of digital avatar, your AI identity with brain. In the era of accelerating information flows and connections, you need the way with which your friends and other AIs can communicate with your avatar, knowledge and contribution to the world. In Cyber, you are represented by your digital avatar. This is more than just a profile picture. It's your AI identity. Your avatar learns and evolves as you interact with the cybergraph, reflecting your knowledge and contribution to the network. Narratives of the Cosmos ecosystem. Here, you can read all information related to project. I would like to recommend to start with article, Introduction to Bostrom for AI Geeks, which will give you the view of our technologies and innovations. I invite you to play the game using Cyber browser and join collaborative bootloader creation and models training. Also, here you can get Moon Passport after signing Moon Code and join Network State. Supercharged by Moon Network State and with superintelligence, in order to understand how that could work in real life in the real land. Welcome to join Hackathon, Bootcamp, and Cyberman, which will happen in November. Consciousness is united, love and unite. Thank you all.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Valerie. Okay, we have one more keynote and one more panel. Thank you so much for you guys sticking around, keeping that energy up. I know it's been a long day, but we've had so many amazing speakers. You've got to stick with it, right? Okay, so our final keynote of today is from Aurachain, and please join me in giving a really, really big warm welcome to Tu.
Hello, Cosmoverse. This is actually like my first time being here. So I normally, the most question we got asked by Aurachain is like, what you're doing, how you can survive like AI before it was cool, how you building AI since 2020. So today, like I get a great chance to share with the Cosmoverse community about like what is Aurachain, why the principle, the direction of human-centric AI on decentralized infrastructure have been stick with us since 2020, and what we are doing with that. Before that, I think like you get a long day, so I'm gonna start with some story about like my story in crypto and how related to the story we're building with AI in Aurachain. First, that is like I start my story with blockchain and crypto in 2017 when that ICO was cool, and then you can get easily 50 million for like a technology of cleaning space trust. And kind of like I was seeing that's like, okay, crypto is something like maybe not sustainable. And we see that some of my friends, some of my partners in there, they are leading of the industry now, but some can't survive in the next 6 months. So how is blockchain about that? So I don't stop working with blockchain. I go to other thing else. And like I've been doing a lot of things after then, but it's mostly about building. I was like, if you're in UK, you're gonna use Rightmove or Zoopla. So likely you're going to use 20 CI data for property. So I was in PropTech for a few years, and I building with Shopify in order to build like a e-commerce, cross-border e-commerce, shipping China to global, go to US, go to Europe, go to everywhere. Before like you got Tmall now. And then like I go to McKinsey. I have like a transform like a fintech organization from like agile transformation, digital transformation recently. I acted as a coach, helping forming team globally. And now I'm at OriChain, go back to crypto, building the ecosystem and product at OriChain, apply every knowledge I got from PropTech e-commerce in Ori. So how that's related to the Ori story? But let's come back to the story about how AI changed the e-commerce. I've been doing e-commerce for like 5 years, so I believe that I kind of like have an experience to every area of that, from like a supply chain, fulfillment, and especially financial, in the way you build a cross-border e-commerce. And with the born of the AI, it changed e-commerce forever. Let me tell you how that's happened. Generating social ideas, increase engagement, enriching media content, adjust ad performance, A/B testing, media, recover abandoned cart, support customer on FAQ, moderate customer content, and optimize fulfill performance. So far, and especially with the dispute and the recover action for dispute, is now all replaced or enhanced by AI, by like an LLM model, by ChatGPT or whatever model you are evolving with. And it's not happening like now, it's already like happened since 2021, when like we have Clara, we have like a lot of like marketing, they already replace their work with AI. And kind of like, so yeah, we see a biggest question about like, if AI change e-commerce forever in every area, marketing, supply chain, how that affect to us, how it's affect to other kind of things. And I believe that is like, nah, it's not gonna happen. I love my favorite book, it's On Writing Well, written in 1976. It's about kind of like a computer replace a typewriter. But like no thing can replace a writer. The computer helping the writer, help you to write better or something on. So I believe that's like AI not gonna replace human, but it's come to a conclusion that is people that leverage their works with AI gonna outperform the people who doesn't. So how that's related to OriChain? Yeah, let me tell you about like what is OriChain and how we are building AI before it's cool, and we are building that right now. OriChain actually is a layer 1 blockchain that we use Cosmos SDK, and we kind of like unlock the whole potential of economic with AI and blockchain. At first, it's like we have the mainnet 3.0, we have 800 millisecond block time, which is kind of like capable to do any payment, any high frequent trading, any high activity that you need. We have global 90 plus validators. We got the unique AI oracle across the blockchain industry with the patent on the trustworthy proof. That means you can verify content on blockchain and being protected by the government. And we also compatible with EVM, and we have completely DeFi suite, which is like we share the 50% of revenue to community every week. Come to that next is like the infrastructure on the AI. Yeah, we're building for 4 years, and the way we approach on the AI infrastructure is very different. We start with the demand. We don't start with the supply first, providing a lot of GPU, a lot of cloud industry. Actually, we start with how we are using AI, and then we scale that, especially like the story of Amazon Web Service. Like we got Amazon Web Service because of Amazon need to scale their cloud. And the infrastructure is now quite strong. We have like nearly like 2,000 VRAM, giving like access for cloud GPU to any people that get into the OriChain by staking. So you can benefit from the revenue from that GPU infrastructure. And now we are tackling the very important topic that people have been doing, and we've been doing that for like nearly 6 months ago. It's about like confidential computing by providing private intelligence, and then give you the way to protect your data, even from the sysadmin, even from the people on the like cloud. So kind of like you don't have to worry about your private data being shared by the model or shared by the infrastructure admin, something like that. And come to the last, like the AI landscape in OriChain, we are enriching that day by day, week by week. We have the powerful suite about the AI. We got the AI Oracle V2 that's evolving like how you validate the AI models, how you make sure the AI is doing properly. That's what it's saying. We have the powerful generative AI, generative over like a 2 million, I remember it's like a 60 million like pictures on AI, right? We have AI companion and smart root for DeFi, and especially with the private AI, which I will share later. So kind of like, I believe that Orachain is one of the most serious builder that's been focusing AI since very early days, and we are making that the real things for people that can actually use AI in their life. And yeah, come back to the question about like how people leverage their work with AI, gonna outperform that. I'm gonna share you some story about like the product we are building with application of AI and leveraging the Orachain AI infrastructure. Starting with like a two stack. One on the left is our DeFi stack, and one on the right is our like a foundation AI, and that's will come with a lot of fancy numbers. First is like we got the AI smart root. That's we feeding the AI models, both tweaked by us, researched by us with the like LP data, and then we maximize we like tweaking the maximize flow problems in order to maximize the return of the swap when you do the swap post change. So actually, like somehow it like liquidity fragmentation is an issue, right? So actually, with that, we see like a liquidity fragmentation unlocks the new opportunities. For example, like on the same amount of money, when you swap for injective in like a osmosis and apply with like a mechanism like that, we got 101% different. That is like kind of like a helpful in some way when the price is different. And recently, in the current market condition, a pump of 11%, like injective listing on Upbit, actually generating over like a 200,000 dollar volume in 10 minutes on our DEX. Because like we are the only DEX that apply ZAP. If you on EVM, if you provide LP, you want to know that ZAP is very easy for you to provide LP and changing the position. And we are the only one to do that. And with that, it helps our users able to changing the liquidity, capture the arbitrage opportunity, and then like, make the profit, which we calculated over like 31,000, like 8% APR, because in 10 minutes, the price changing so fast in all the exchange. And that's how like you can leverage that. Now ZAP is only available on RDX, but we're gonna make that available as a universal swap, universal ZAP in Osmosis, in Dozo, and in other exchange as well. So yeah, that is how like we apply AI into DeFi. That's making like giving your users a chance to make more money and capture the opportunity in the right time. Another thing is like we have is like in case you miss it, like Orachain Lab actually building the Ton IBC bridge. So we open the door to Ton to Cosmos ecosystem. We also like provide a unique route with building the Tron IBC bridge. So we also the one who allow every Cosmos can go to Tron by using our bridge. And when I say about the DAO, I mean like a native church-led bridge. It's not managed by any AI, not managed by any admin, not managed by some of like a some like a people or something like that. It's managed by blockchain consensus. You send from one chain to other chain by relayer, by standard of IBC, and then just go. And actually, like if we see that it's like the infrastructure go quite well when we have about like nearly 200,000 ton being bridged to our ecosystem, which is I'm gonna show you some of like integration in Cosmos and how it's related to AI. So actually, like a Ton or Tron, they use different technology. So how we do that? We actually leveraging the knowledge from AI agents in order to boost the knowledge for the developers. Developers still cannot be replaced by AI. But with the AI, we get the concept like fancy cells, back of cell from Ton, just align with the IBC standard very easily. That get the depth like the way faster. Even that, like we build a Ton bridge for over like 3 months. But now like it's returned some of like a sweet fruit. That's like integration is coming and people are like happy with that. And I believe like today we also have some people from Ton Foundation as well. Like our ecosystem is growing and we are happy to be contributing to that success. The last one is we have one wallet, a wallet. That's the only wallet you need. This wallet has a lot of unique and apply a lot of things here with the AI. But like firstly, the unique is come like it's a only convenient that's like give you access to Bitcoin and all the Cosmos in one wallet. You normally need to access to Bitcoin by using Trust Wallet, OKX, and you got Atom, but no Osmos, no other like Omni or like other blockchain, other like assets on other Cosmos. Or you can use Kepler or Lead with like a EVM and other Cosmos, but no Bitcoin. And then kind of like with that, our wallet can allow any like builders, any builder to access to a lot of like Bitcoin and then open the door for people to go to Cosmos and then do the staking, getting new DeFi opportunity with the Cosmos ecosystem. And we also like validating over like 13 networks, helping them from early testnet to bring the both experience to the user, improving the experience. Actually, like in my 2017, I was building wallet. And until like now, after nearly 8 years, the experience with wallet is still there. So I believe that by applying a lot of things like that, we can enhance that into the users. And yeah, we have like, by supporting a lot of network like that, we apply things, some sort like a smart analysis, like kind of like give you the chance to know like, okay, do I miss out any DeFi opportunity? Do I miss out anything with my portfolio? Any assets in my portfolio are not performing well compared to others. How I can make the difference? And by managing multiple portfolio like that, you don't miss out anything with the like a bullishing like a trends, and like you don't miss out any like a opportunity to increase the portfolio value. And the last one, I think is one of the most important things is like we apply a lot of like content and like personalization based on portfolio, based on user demand, by giving the personalization for users using their preferred network mascot on the welcome, on the theme, on everything. So kind of like that's a one wallet. That's any chains can have their own bespoke support to their community. That's they can also use the mascot and giving the theme, giving the vibe to any users. So there, our wallet is like get now is we're still very early. We have over like 50,000 users, and we're still very early. And yeah, I recommend you to try it out. And like come to the AI part, I think we are pretty like strong with the DeFi and stuff. But like with the AI, this is our strongest things we believe and we're working on. And in that area, I must say, AI era is like hyping. AI meta is hyping, but people doesn't care much about privacy, doesn't care much about decentralization. And with Ori chains, we've been built through the marketplace, built through the agents, a lot of things. And we see that's like, okay, the future of AI era gonna require the private intelligence. It's gonna require a decentralized economic to make it sustainable. Because kind of like without privacy, nobody want to use it. Without economic, without decentralized economic, nobody want to stay there for long term. And we have two leading products that using one of the most fantastic framework we're building, we're incubating. First is Kawaii, nurturing talents with confidence. It's about like 600,000 users. It's the #1 on Play Store on the parenting app. We have a strong community. We have AI to kind of like understand how your kid is playing what games, how your kids is like how the kid play the games, and how the result reflect the kid's intelligence, and how the kid even like answering English question. It's like a super app allow you to understand and feeding your children with games, with lessons, with everything to make them about like showing, expressing the strength from early days. And we use 8 type of intelligence to allow you to analytical that and then understand that how direction you can support your kids in the future. And for QP, QP is the most surprising one. I know crypto is lonely, but I know like a lot other people is much more lonelier. And QP is emotional AI companion on Web3. That is like anything you share with QP is anonymous. Nobody knows what you're doing. But we know about like the emotion you need. And then we suggest an emotion companion for you to talk, to discuss, and he has voice, she has voice. And what voice you detect for him is how the emotion you need. So kind of like you can, something we can talk to anyone. So QP is a friend that you can talk with. And we have over 200,000 users, equally like a 200,000 wallet on our chain. That's like they claim for story, they post for emotion, and then they being chatting with our companion for every day. So everything about like living for a mission about like we make sure everyone has access to the private intelligence. So you don't have to worry about like a journalist being exposed. You confident to share your private information and you're confident to talk with that and make sure the knowledge being distilled from a lot of mega intelligence from other foundations. So you don't have a dummy models, you have the best model in that area with a high privacy and then secure with your personal data on that. We luckily to work with Intel on Intel HGX and we work with applying the latest technology of NVIDIA 800 in order to make that happen. And we are very close to can make that open. But now we are experiencing that with Kawaii and QB and we have already a very good result on that. So yeah, I think the infrastructure on AI, infrastructure on DeFi is good. But it's not just good for us because we believe human-centric technology can't live without the partnership, without the human companions. We're powering the Plume network on EVM about their prediction market, about their data on sentiment. We are working with the IBC Foundation on applying IBC Eureka in our Thorn IBC bridge. We're providing the O-bridge, a Thorn bridge to Polaris Osmosis, the recently amazing pitch from Sunny about they using Solana to buy Thorn. So we are so happy that they're using the Thorn bridge from us. And we also granting Coinhole from very early days before they being acquired by Solana, open the door for Solana to go to Cosmos and then open a lot of opportunity to any people in Cosmos to getting economy from other different ecosystem. And yeah, we also have incubating some a fancy project in thesis, which can be disclosed more. So I believe that is building the good tech, being trusted by big brands and being contribute to a community, allow us to go further and survive that with AI since 2020. And yeah, the strong vision requires the talents and excellent execution. So Orachain is powered by 40 plus dev, protocol, and product engineering. They are excellently graduated from the top-notch university in Vietnam. And we proud to have, I think one of the big research team, over 10 plus PhD and AI researcher with over 8,000 citations in AI. We've been doing AI since they've been doing AI since about 10 years ago, before we had the news about AI. So yeah, I think Orachain's happy to work with any Cosmos ecosystem product. We're happy to share our infrastructure in DeFi. We're happy to explore with you the game with AI in order to unlock the new sustainable future for human. And we believe that is the way we give back, the way we give more, and the way we together to grow. So come be with us on AI and blockchain. Reach to us on Orachain, on X, and on homebase hub.ori.io. You're gonna get the taste of everything we get on Ori. So thank you, and hope you have a nice day of the day one of Cosmoverse.
Thank you very much. Our final keynote of today, which means we have one more panel for you guys. You've stuck around, and I promise this is going to be a great panel. We've got some of our early keynote speakers and are going to be returning for this panel. So yeah, it's a key point of the day. So I'm super happy you guys are still here. This has been an amazing day one, but we've still got so much more happening on day 2 and day 3. 2 more amazing days and even more tracks for you guys. So don't miss out on tomorrow or Wednesday. But to wrap up day 1 of Cosmoverse here in Dubai, we have AI made in Cosmos. So please join me. This is your last round of applause today, unless you go home and start clapping. So please put your hands together for our amazing panel. We have Muti from Arca. We have Dean from Agoric. Day.
Did I break it?
Okay, our final panel of the day. Thank you all for sticking around. This is going to be a really great conversation. I want to dive right into it. Let's just go down the line and do a quick intro, a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your project, and let's go from there.
My name is Greg Osuri. I am open source developer and a core contributor to Akash Network. Akash is the world's first decentralized supercloud. The superpowers come by tapping into underutilized resources, and particularly GPUs, which are very hard to come by, powering the most important technological paradigm shift humanity is facing, called AI.
I'm Dean Tribble. I'm CEO of Agoric and a technical founder. I first got into software many, many moons ago in earlier generations of AI, and that's motivated a lot of the design for things that are not AI coming out of that. I am not a modern AI expert, but rather a consumer in some sense. Our chain is about coordinating the activities of lots of other chains, so you can build multi-chain applications, but that kind of middleware AI is getting really good at faster than many other areas, and so that will be enhanced in the next couple of years very much by AI. So I'm a consumer of that technology, and also a board member of the Foresight Institute, which has had a long program in AI safety. And so a lot of what we build and how we think about it is how do you lay down the rails so that AIs can be safe and how they can cooperate with us and with each other in a productive way.
Hello all. My name is Valerie. I am a physicist and I'm co-founder of Cyber Protocol, where we are building a decentralized AI stack. And with community, we are building bootloader to bootload superintelligence. We are very, from very beginning in the Cosmos industry, and we love Cosmos and all you guys.
Yep. Hi, I'm Murthy, co-founder at Witwit and building Arca Network. Arca Network is a AI execution layer and agent platform. Anyone, if they have AI model, they can bring onto Arca Network, integrate with any protocol. Yeah.
So I'd love to dive in with a general question. I'd love to hear all of your takes on it. Just to get us started with the topic, we're talking AI and Cosmos, so I'd like to set the stage and obviously tie it back to Cosmos. What makes the Cosmos uniquely attractive for decentralized AI development? Greg, let's start with you and then go down the line.
Cosmos is in my opinion, the only layer 1 app chain framework that works without an issue. Akash is a prime example. We've been live for about 4 years and we haven't had a single unplanned outage. So that there is that proof in the pudding, and we grew pretty massively, right? We grew our usage, we're maybe by order of magnitude every year, and so far it's testing its limits, and decentralization is so early, especially infrastructure decentralization. You cannot afford to have congestion issues. You cannot afford to have faults like you experience with other chains, in particular Solana, where, I don't know how many of you use Helium, but, if you try to, I love Helium, big user, big fan, whatnot, but they do have several issues when you're trying to, claim tokens, or even, I think, the failure rate is, 9 out of 10 times when there's a meme coinless launch, right? So you want full sovereignty because we're in such an early phase of decentralization, and we haven't solved the scale part of decentralization yet. So until the scale is solved, sovereignty is super critical. Even when you solve the scale, I think sovereignty will have its own trade-offs, which in a way is advantageous for decentralized physical infrastructure networks. So I think there's a lot less attention that Cosmos gets when it comes to deep-in networks, and Akash being one of the biggest deep-in networks is a testament to the technology.
And as he says, Cosmos is the place where you have sovereign systems communicating with each other. Other chains have been forced into that. That's the reality of the world, but they wanted to pretend it was a much simpler place. And Cosmos took that head on, and so you've got the idea of independent things cooperating with each other. That's the framework in which in which an economy is built, that's the framework into which AIs need to be embedded. And so, there isn't going to be one AI. There's going to be a bunch that talk to each other. And that's just the mindset you need to have. And Cosmos is a place where that starts.
In my opinion, the main thing is IBC, because it allows us to connect all possible computers and projects together. And Cosmos virtual machine allow us to define protocols to transfer data between chains. And AI projects, this field is pretty huge. It relates to AI agents, data curation, and incentives for data. And all this is pretty complex, big parts, but we can split them in modules, and all these modules can be pretty easy implemented using smart contracts, and Cosmos virtual machine is very fast and super functional. And with the power of IBC, we can connect all our projects together and bring power and all our features, communities together to build real smart AI.
Great. So already Greg and Dean told sovereignty, and just now we heard about interoperability, right? So there is a different question to me all the time. So why you're building Arca network as a sovereign chain? You can be a roll-up on already existing L2s, right? So my answer is this. There was a specific use case we were trying to build Arca. Let's say now we have a quest going on Polychain, right? People are betting on who will win, right? See, the chain, Polychain is a marketplace, right? If that chain worth is very less comparing to the people who bet on that particular option, right? So now the underlying chain has to be much more valuable than that one. So this is one reason. And the another reason is, let's say if you wanted to build an AI agent to solve the resolution for that particular option, there is a cumbersome governance. If AI agent is going to solve that, we need to run the same AI model that scrape Twitter data and internet data and finally converge. Okay, so this guy won. And now everyone will accept that. That means AI agents transparently, they will be concluded in a consensus way that so someone is won in that particular option, and the smart contract will do its job, like distribute who won, who lost it. So this requires sovereignty, right? So maybe instead of asking someone else, we can ask our validators to run the same AI model. The output of AI model will be put into consensus. Whatever that comes, it is verifiable, right? So this is the reason why we wanted to build, as a app chain. I think Cosmos is the place, everyone builds sovereign chains. Yeah.
So moving right along, I have a question for each of you that tackles each part of the AI stack that you need for decentralized AI development. Greg, I'd love to start with you. What do you see as the current state of open source AI? And why is permissionless compute crucial to enabling decentralized and democratized AI development?
So the open source AI is maybe 2 to 3 months away from catching up to closed source AI. It's very good. In some cases, like Llama 3.1, which is a 405 billion parameter model, exceeds the quality of closed source AI, right? So and some of the open source, like smaller models, are significantly better than some of the closed source smaller models. So, but this Meta model was developed by Meta, which is a closed company. So that brings to the decentralized training. The Meta 405B took about 30,000 H100s, and I think it cost about $100 million. If I'm not wrong, I can't really quite compute the actual cost. But that also tells you that it is expensive to train these models. And Meta generously open source the models, but the question about whether they're going to open source the next model is still unanswered. So that brings to decentralized training. Can we actually create truly decentralized systems that are trained on decentralized compute networks? And the answer is yes, we can. So the first example we saw was a billion parameter model by Noose Research, trained truly on distributed GPUs. So far, the traditional understanding was training was heavily reliant on co-located GPUs that are interconnected with high bandwidth. That means you need lots of compute packed into very small places, right? That was a notion. But that changed with News' framework called Distro, which actually leverages internet, that means low bandwidth environments to actually train models. And number two, we saw with the companies like Prime Intellect training a 10 billion parameter model, which is a significant development because quickly within about 2 weeks, we saw this quick jump. And now they've completed about 15% of the training. They should be completing the rest of the training in a couple of weeks. And by the way, both these models are being trained on Akash, which is an incredible point because Akash gives access to the decentralized compute resources to train decentralized AIs, right? So, and the next step, obviously, is a 100 billion parameter model and a 1,000 billion parameter model. To give you an idea of the kind of compute it takes, GPT-3, I believe, took about GPT-4 was trained on a 10 megawatt data center, which is not easy to get, but it's possible to get a 10 megawatt data center. Because the big challenge for training AI is not compute alone, it's actually power, right? It takes a lot of power. And it's growing at the rate of half an order of magnitude every year. So the next model, which is Grok 3, which is trained by our friend Elon Musk in Memphis data center, takes about 50 megawatts. And if you ask me where they got 50 megawatts, they're actually burning diesel. Because there's no single place to get 50 megawatt capacity. So the next model is going to be 250 megawatt, and a model after that is going to be 1.2 gigawatt. The only place to get a 1.2 gigawatt capacity is a nuclear reactor. So we're slowly getting to that point where we need lots of compute and lots of energy to power data centers. And that's, it takes, US has about approval for about 70 new nuclear reactors we can build. We just never built them because there was no need for them so far, except the AI came and literally taking all the power supply. So that's why it's important to decentralize and distribute computing power, and technologies like Distro and technologies like Open Dialoco are actually very promising that can deliver these large LLM training. That comes to now, where does distributed compute and where does decentralized compute come into picture, is really when you look at the deployment of this compute, right? So since the GPU crunch last year, I don't know how many of you are familiar, it's highly impossible to get GPUs to do any meaningful AI last year. But that kind of changed because NVIDIA started selling GPUs to smaller data centers, in small quantities, below 5,000 units to lots of players instead of selling lots of compute to a single player because that works out better for the economics. They want more distributed compute. So now there's enormous amounts of compute spread across hundreds and hundreds of data centers across the world, and that really tells you that really brings about the need for a layer to connect these distributed data centers, and that layer cannot be centralized, right? I think that's critical for this layer to be decentralized, and Akash is one of the decentralized networks, if not the leading decentralized networks that's connecting these distributed data centers that are maybe 10 megawatts, 5 megawatts, and definitely not nuclear reactors, and we're seeing where the evolution is happening for these data centers too. Like if you think about where we can use sustainable energy to where that could, talking about solar panels on Earth, if you put a square mile of solar panels, we get about 2.2 gigawatt capacity, but it's very hard to cool them. But it's not continuous, so you need batteries to store the energy. And the challenge with batteries is cool. Interesting development happening with bandwidth is satellite internet, right? So with Starlink, getting smaller and smaller, with Starlink Mobile actually getting to a point where devices are going to be powered by satellite internet. We're talking about mobile phones in next couple of years. So if you actually look at the trajectory where the technology is going, you're going to have direct satellite internet on mobile phones, where on the other side is going to be an AI that's streaming. Coming to the point.
Okay.
So
Satellite AI.
So where do you put the best place to put the best place to get continuous solar power that doesn't require cooling, or there's lots of self-cooling continuous data centers with 30% more efficiency and half the latency to power AI, satellite data centers. So it's not too far in the future we're going to have data centers in space. And the question is, how does this data centers need to be networked? Is it going to be centralized or decentralized? I would bet on the decentralized. So it's a long way for decentralization to go, but it's a very exciting journey ahead. That's my long-ended answer as to why we need decentralization.
We got all the way to space data centers.
Space data centers are coming.
Dean, I'd love to move on to you. That's hard to follow space data centers, I know, but
Oh, I'll get there.
I don't doubt it. How does Agoric's orchestration platform enable AI development?
So partly it's sort of the overall architecture of as we talked about Cosmos and in generally crypto. He's saying you've got this tailing off of building models and generating models that's going to scale very much non-linearly. For that reason, and also for privacy reasons, you're going to end up with lots of AIs that talk to each other, right? The so-called agentic systems, right? Where the medical diagnosis is $85 billion industry in 2023. It's got, and a big chunk of that is the information, right? I've got a doctor's office. They do some amount of diagnosis. They then want to bring in a heart specialist to do more diagnosis. In the AI context, the doctor has an AI that's doing their sort of family clinical practice, and it goes, I could use a specialist. You've got the specialist that has an AI that was trained on special data. They have a special model. Now you've got, I don't want you to keep the patient data and mine it for your next generation, but you also don't want to give me your model. Now you've got the structure of that market means you have privacy concerns and walls that make you want to have AI agents that are cooperating. And that's what an economy is like. That's what we're going to get to. That's all about more and more complex pieces that someone needs to go, okay, here's the scheduling, here's how you put all these things together, right? We've got trillions of dollars a day of, managed inside of microservices that are orchestrated by JavaScript at the backends, JavaScript in Bloomberg terminals, Salesforce, all these different systems. And AI is going to end up in the same thing. Now, so that's one dimension. The other dimension is, as I was saying earlier, middleware is more amenable to AI than normal programming is. People think, okay, AI is going to write all our programs, and they aren't as good as that as they appear to be right now. That same kind of thing where they can tell you a story that sounds true and just isn't. But for middleware, they do pretty well because that's so much more structured. It's about pulling together best practices. It's about staying within these guidelines. And so that's a place where AI contributing on the here's what a user wants, can you generate me a strategy, is great. But the model they program to, where the strategy that the AI puts together, if it's in solidity for a multi-block, multi-turn, thing that's going to happen over time, no one will understand it. If it's in Cosmoverse, no one will understand it. Because what you said, do this, then every day do that, gets the expression of it in a program doesn't look anything like what the human thought they were going to get. And with the right framework, which is what a lot of the orchestration is about, the sequence of do this, then do that, then wait for that, and do that other thing, is kind of what the program looks like. So you might not be able to write it, you might not be able to create it, but an AI can create it, and a human can understand it. And a human can go, no, that's not quite what I meant, let me adjust it a little bit. And so that's a very important thing, is to have the infrastructure we're building on have the rules and the rails that we want the AIs to follow, and then the AIs contribute into that. Right? You want to have to protect it from my account. What I want is your code runs in a box that doesn't have access to my account, and if I want to have an AI program that shares something with you, we'll be clear about that. And that's that's, again, the system and framework into which you embed AIs is critical. Orchestration is a big part of how do we build a system and framework such that humans, blockchains, programs, and AIs can all cooperate productively.
So we're laying out the space. We have compute, we have orchestration. Valeria, I'd love to move on to you. Talk a little bit about distributed training, which is obviously very important. It's a crucial piece. It's evolving at the moment. How do you see distributed training of AI models leveraging the Cosmos today? And what are the next big unlocks to see truly effective and efficient distributed training?
Thank you.
absolutely great story, and Greg mentioned about prime intelligence, and this is amazing achievement for open source community. And I was really surprised when the guys released the code and said that 10 billion model was trained, distributed. But the interesting thing is that research on distributed training is going in from two separate ways. So we have open source community who would like to train their own models at homes, using small clusters connected, and from tech giants who cannot bring they can bring a lot of compute in one place, but they cannot bring energy in one place. So they need to distribute, connect different clusters in different states where they have needed energy. So they also need to solve distributed training issues and researches, how to reduce bandwidth needed to transfer all these gradients and other things. Same direction as open source community do this. And this is just started field, and my team, we would like to also experiment with Prime Intellect framework in the next year, because we have some data that we collect from neurons with our bootloader. And I think it will be a great experience because also we would like to integrate CyberTensor, which we developed as a port of BitTensor stack for their subnets and rewards for different computational tasks. And we would like to integrate CyberTensor to Prime to allow subnet creations that can train different launch different training setups to train models, and let's see. I think it will be interesting experiment for us and Cosmos ecosystem also. And it will be amazing to contribute with Akash on this, because it's I think it will be great collaboration, compute, algorithms, incentives, and data.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of demand from the community to bring Akash to BitTensor. I think you're doing incredible work.
Thank you.
So Murti, I'd love to move on to you. The final piece of our stack that we're building here, what do you see as the current state of AI agents, and how do you think this will evolve over time?
So there's two ways to look at it, Web 2 and Web 3. So Web 2 is far ahead. I think ChatGPT 4.01 is like super duper great. But in terms of Web 3, today I saw a couple of agents for Cosmos community. So they are solving information retrieval. You can ask any question as a developer. It is helping you to figure out very fast. The second thing is they're connecting with wallets. They're connecting with databases, and now they're bringing analytics. Just simply asking questions. Probably you can ask, what is my total portfolio? Your agent will be able to solve that. Yeah, I just presented before in Keynote interchain actions as part of interchain agent that we built. So this is something, it will take our journey a little bit forward, because you can connect your wallet to the interchain agent. You can ask your agent to convert your 10 atoms into Akash tokens when atom hits $10. Probably, it's very tough for us to remember this and do the transaction, but AI agents can do that. This is pretty near. Sometime I feel like, by the time we are on mainnet next year, we will be having this functionality in interchain AI agent, right? So interchain agents have two thoughts. Again, you can integrate that with protocols to kill the functional monolithic. That means when I transact Atom versus Osmosis on Osmosis DEX. So 1,000th time I just do the same thing, but at 1,000th time it should remember me and do something to me. This is what AI agent can. AI agent can do some personalization from protocol side. I think this is not yet started, I feel. but there is more ecosystem like UI, UX can be solved with AI agents. So UX side of AI agents or communities integration of AI agent side, we are super fast. Most likely we see a great agents in next 6 months. But when it comes to building AI agents that directly talk to chains and have in-chain personalization, I don't think so. We are ready yet. Yeah.
So I think we've covered some of the main pieces of the space, right? Compute orchestration, training, agents. I'm curious, and just a question for all of you, just to wrap things up and tie it all together. How do you see the tech stack for DAI or decentralized AI evolving over time? We know where it is today. I think we can see a few months, maybe 6 months into the future on where we think it's going to be, but how do you see it changing? Greg, do you want to start?
Yeah, so just to summarize today, right, the trifecta for AI, you have your compute, which is the lifeblood. Without compute, there's no AI. You have the data. Without data, there's no AI. And then you have the model, the code itself, which is actually a small part. It's not a big part, but you do have innovations and models where the creators of the models need to be incentivized to create new models, right? So you have models, you have data, and you have compute. And all three layers need to be decentralized. Compute obviously is the most decentralized aspect of it, and Akash and there's several other players now. But I don't see data at all being decentralized. I mean, it's a great opportunity for people. There are,
Sentinel is doing, I guess. Who? Sentinel is doing, like they're scraping data in a decentralized fashion.
I mean, I like to see, it's not scraping alone, it's just quality data, it's about labeling, it's about classifying, it's about who can get data from Facebook or who can get data from your phones. I mean, all of us have a lot of data on our phones. So there needs to be a privacy optimized data retrieval or data extraction stack, which I think is a great opportunity, which I think is going to evolve in the next year or so. There are promising startups like Vana, which is the A16Z funded startup, I think. A bunch of MIT kids figured out how to get into your phones while preserving privacy. I don't know if you want MIT kids sweeping in your phones, but okay, that seems promising. But again, from the model standpoint, I think we are reaching to a point of maturity. BitTensor is a classic example where model creators can incentivize their model creation. So, and also we're seeing interesting new decentralized technologies where can't remember the name of the company, but it's another very promising engineers. They figured out how to fractionalize ownership in a model, in the sense like, today I have a model, the only way to share the model is to share the code and share the weights, which is the weights are the data behind a model in order for it to function. But if you share the weights and you have access to the entire model, it's effectively free open source. So there's no incentive that goes back to the model creator. In this case, Facebook, for example, spent $100 million in training the model and gave it out for free. And that's not practical for most innovators. So if you can fractionalize the ownership by giving access to the LLM without opening up the weights, I think we have a business model. And folks that contribute to this training of this model, be it whether in compute or cache, can get this fractional ownership. So there could be an NFT that represents the fractional ownership, right? I think that there is a company that's doing this fully decentralized. I'm really excited about it. I'm not going to name what it is because I'm going to invest in this company. but I'm still doing DD. I think it sounds really good. But I think that's going to be some of the stuff that's going to come out in the next few months. I'm really excited about the whole stack. And like we said, 10 billion parameter model is now being trained by Prime Intellect. 100 billion parameter will be a dream. And imagine a trillion parameter model, which
you just want a satellite. I know.
On a satellite, right? Why not? Train complete, and we have the resources. And BitTensor alone is about $4 billion in value. And all of us, if there is a fractional ownership that's solved for training large models, I think we have the compute and we have the resources to do distributed training. And we have the motivation because fractional ownership by the people that use AI, fantastic, right? So we have all the foundational primitives to build a truly decentralized future for AI. And I think all that's missing is interoperability, orchestration, and some degree of leadership to bring all these things together. So if you ask me 6 months and a year from now, sitting on the stage for Cosmoverse 2025, the story will be different. And the story could be, we have a 100 billion parameter model, or it could be a trillion parameter model actually live, and a couple of nuclear reactors under construction too. This is not, this is real. Microsoft bought a nuclear reactor in 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania. Oracle is building a bunch of nuclear reactors in Texas. These are tech companies buying nuclear reactors, and just picture that, right? If you tell me a tech company is going to buy a nuclear reactor about 20 years ago, I'd be like, dystopian future. But a tech company is buying nuclear reactors to power AI. How dystopian is that?
Crazy.
Dean, I'd love to hear your take.
Well, so the two things I'll add is on top of those three is we need the authenticity of the training set, right? If you're going to have a heart diagnosis, it better be on legit data, and when you get the diagnosis, you'd better have a trail that it came from the model, that came from these guys against this good data, because when something goes wrong, that's what people need to do in order to debug this stuff, right? So that's really important. The second is that all of that is on, in some sense, the supply side of AI. The other side is, how do I deploy it such that I can use it? So the frameworks with which we deploy this stuff and deploy it and use it safely, those are mostly not AI. Those are mostly systems engineering kinds of things in order to deploy this stuff into an environment, right? The integration of this into my development process in order to develop things, that's going to happen. That's already happening on an ongoing basis, and that will impact how people build smart contracts and deploy smart contracts. The integration into the testing environment, the integration into the applications that are running decentralized but using off-chain AIs, and how do I have a proof that I use this particular AI to generate this on-chain trading strategy or what have you. All of those are system engineering things into which AI fits, and they will have a lot to do with how reliable, how safe, how extensible our use of AI is in the next 5-10 years.
Larry, how do you see the DAI tech stack evolving?
I see that we will see growing amount of transactions soon, because a lot of agents will come online, built by first not without crypto, but then based on crypto protocols. And the main question that need to be resolved, it's proofs for inference and proofs for training. Okay, we have collected great data sets. We can launch order from marketplace hardware and launch needed compute. But inference, proofs for inference is the most needed thing, I think, and a lot of research will happen on this field. Same to the training. And as I know, you are also working on this, right?
Yes.
Same question to you. How do you see the DAI tech stack evolving?
Okay. So continuing with this, proof of inference, I think EZK team, that team is working on building ZK proofs for AI and especially ML techniques. I think they're trying for LLMs. As part of Arca Network's testnet, internal testnet, so we launched the AI competition called Arca Santa. So we used a small VGG model to verify user-drawn image against like AI model. We used the EZK-ML verification tool. It was good, but the problem is proof generation was, it is taking so much time. And when we thought of doing this for interchain AI agent, which is a purpose-built LLM, the problem was, it has tons of layers, right? It's very hard to build a computational graph and verify there. So then we decided, okay, fine. Instead of giving proof of correctness, maybe let's talk about proof of inference. Maybe we can build a computational graph for first two rows, first two layers, and then last two layers. And if we are able to convince that these two, the first two layers and last two layers of LLM is doing right, probably we can, give a partial proof of correctness. Proof of inference is straightforward. I think we can do that. So as part of ARCA, we are working on these two streams. Proof of inference it's already in place, but it is taking so much time to serve for real-time users. But proof of correctness is like we have to build it. Like it's a way forward research we have to do. Yeah.
I think that's the perfect place to wrap it up. Thank you so much to all our panelists, and please, round of applause.
Amazing. Thank you so much to our final of today. Wow, it has been an incredible first day of Cosmoverse here in Dubai. We still have 2 more days to come. Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was so insightful. So tomorrow we're going to be taking a deep dive into DeFi, gaming, NFTs, interchain and app chains. And of course, it is our interchain day tomorrow as well. So if you thought today was hectic, tomorrow is going to be equally as hectic. But are we bringing back the energy? I need you guys to keep up the energy tomorrow too. And if you are going to FlixFest, there will be a bus departing very shortly from outside the convention center. So please do catch the bus. If I'm honest, I think I'm about to go and collapse on my bed for the night, and I'll be back tomorrow for day 2. See you guys tomorrow.
Now, a message from our sponsors.
Are you a sad, pathetic rage? Do you find yourself wondering what's the point?
Yeah.
Good. Then you need Endertor.
Tell me more.
The hastily approved suicide drink that's 99.9% effective. Death isn't the end with our Die Now, Pay Later subscription plan. And comes in 7 mouth-watering flavors.
The Sentinel movement was born in 2017, led by a group of blue frogs who dared to defy the systems of control. We've grown, but so has the tyranny. They watch every click, read every word, and hear every sound. It's not paranoia. It's the new normal. But with a decentralized VPN from Sentinel, there is hope. No data logs, no central control, no surveillance. Privacy as it should be. Censorship is spreading. If you can be told what you can see or read, then it follows that you can be told what to say or think. Every day, more people join Sentinel. Over 500,000 have this year, with decentralized AI scraping on the Sentinel Scout program. We're not just protecting privacy, we're building the future of the internet. A future where you control your data, control what you see, and you'll control who you become. Join us for freedom, for privacy, for Sentinel.
Don't just trust the science, drink it. Say goodbye to Mondays forever with Endertor.